Join the new spirit of 76. America's new cause needs you. Write your state bicentennial commission, care of your state capital. You can make this country a better place to live.
I'm John Warner, the Administrator of the nation's bicentennial. Thank you for joining me here at the National Archives, where are kept the original documents sacred to the birth of our nation. Our Declaration of Independence, in which the Founding Fathers proclaimed to the world our belief that all men are created equal. Our Constitution with the Bill of Rights, the foundation on which our system of individual liberty and representative government rests. Seeing them here, knowing they have enabled us to flourish these near 200 years, should cause each of us to further his efforts to protect and extend the freedoms they guarantee. Bicentennial is a once-in-our-lifetime opportunity. As we lay the cornerstone for our third century, let us remember, let us celebrate, let us shape a better tomorrow.
There's a new cause in America today, our nation's 200th anniversary. And through it, you can make this country a better place to live. Exciting things will happen with your help. Write your state bicentennial commission, care of your state capital. Join the new spirit of 76. America's new cause needs you.
Tell us, Arba, where can our viewers go to see America's 200th anniversary celebration?
Well, Gordon, the bicentennial is not in any one place. People are working on bicentennial projects throughout the United States.
Yeah? How can I get involved?
Contact your state or local ARBA office. The bicentennial is everyone everywhere getting into America.
Get into America! Get into America! The first 200 years have seen us grow, and we're still growing. Get into America!
Well, if it isn't Ben Franklin.
Arba, I came up to thank you for the invitation to join in America's 200th anniversary celebration.
You'll enjoy the bicentennial, Ben Franklin. People everywhere are working on heritage projects.
To bring back the good old years?
Right, Ben. You'll see what America has accomplished since you and the others founded it 200 years ago.
So our Declaration and Constitution are still working for Americans.
Ben, we couldn't have done it without all of you.
Time's a-wasting. I'm off to get involved in the bicentennial.
The first 200 years have seen us grow, and we're still growing. Get into America! The first 200 years have seen us grow, and we're still growing. Get into America!
Arba! Bicentennial Eagle! You know what? We're doing a...
Steady, Peppy. What's all the excitement about?
Arba, all the kids in my class are working together on a bicentennial project.
Yes, I noticed all the beautiful new trees you've planted.
And other classes are doing colonial crafts, plays, ecology projects, and gee, we're just having a great time celebrating our country's 200th anniversary.
Peppy, young people everywhere are getting involved. After all, the bicentennial is everyone everywhere getting into America.
The first 200 years have seen us grow, and we're still growing. Get into America! The first 200 years have seen us grow, and we're still growing. Get into America! Get into America!
Yoo-hoo! Arba! Bicentennial Eagle! Here's your copy of the Bicentennial Times.
Thanks, Jessie Lou. What's the big news this month?
Oh, there's hardly enough time to tell it all. But there are so many bicentennial activities all over the nation. It's just fascinating.
Yes, Jessie Lou, with folk festivals, restorations,
Music, films, ecology projects.
and the Bicentennial Times lets us in on all of them, local as well as national.
Well, Arba, gotta finish my deliveries. Subscriptions are free, you know, and it's so easy to write for one. Everybody wants a copy.
The first 200 years have seen us grow, and we're still growing. Get into America.
Knowing they have enabled us to flourish these near 200 years should cause each of us to further his efforts to protect and extend the freedoms they guarantee. Knowing they have enabled us to flourish these near 200 years should cause each of us to further his efforts to protect and extend the freedoms they guarantee.
ABC News goes to the Great American Birthday Party. From the American Broadcasting Company's Bicentennial Center in New York City, Harry Reisner.
Good morning. We're here, and we'll be here throughout the day in this red, white, and blue studio to take a look at what the second oldest major continuing nation in the world is doing to celebrate the 200th anniversary of its independence. My inclination was to open each of the 3-hour-long programs we have scheduled by setting off a 4-inch firecracker. Cooler heads prevailed. It's not only illegal, but we couldn't figure out which union would have jurisdiction. That's one of the things that is different from 200 years ago. Another is that we can sit here like a patriotic spider at the center of a national electronic web and look at things from East Eagle Jaw, Maine to Falling Arches, Oregon. 200 years ago, it took until August for the word of independence to get to Georgia from Philadelphia. What happened this bicentennial is that in a dozen years of backing and filling an argument, we never did decide on one big national celebration, and maybe that was a good thing, because what filled the void was a lot of special things around the country. We'll be looking at them as they happen all day, from sunrise to sunset, in a country so broad it takes 24 hours for the sun to rise and set on its flag, and so tall you can hear speeches in a dozen accents and a half-dozen American languages. We'll be dropping in on the Great American Birthday Party across the land. Just a sample right now, beginning with Dick Shoemaker in San Francisco.
Harry, we're standing in front of the Golden Gate Bridge. The only problem is right now you can't see it because of all the fog. But then again, that's San Francisco. 200 years ago this year, on the other side of where the Golden Gate Bridge is now, Spanish soldiers planted a cross and founded the city of San Francisco. So we're celebrating two big events here, even though the people of San Francisco seldom need a reason to have a party. We started this one early. We taped the sunrise, 5:51 officially this morning, and all day here in San Francisco there are going to be parades and festivals and fireworks. And on the bay itself, 4,000 pleasure boats are supposed to be gathering, reminding us that San Francisco is still a creature of the sea. This is Dick Shoemaker overlooking Golden Gate Bridge.
We've gotten lucky in St. Louis. After several days of miserable weather, the sun is shining brightly, and so much the better for the 500,000 people who'll be gathering here at the base of the Gateway Arch. It's the nation's highest national monument, built as a memorial to the early pioneers who came through this city. The Mississippi is, of course, probably America's greatest river, so most of the activity today will be focused on the banks of the Mississippi. And American music is the theme of this bicentennial celebration. So along with the river activity, there'll be performances by all sorts of jazz, blues, and Dixie groups. A barge will leave later for New Orleans carrying a brass band which will play all along the way. We're also going to see a race between two stern-wheelers. There will be an aerobatic show. We're going to have fun in St. Louis. I'm Ron Miller at the Gateway Arch.
Virginia. Welcome to Independence Hall, Philadelphia, the birthplace of our nation, the first capital of the United States. President Ford is here and will speak shortly. So, too, will Miss Marian Anderson, the former star of the Metropolitan Opera, who will read excerpts from the Declaration of Independence. A little later, there will be a symbolic ringing of the Liberty Bell, symbolic because of its crack, but there will be a ringing of the Centennial Bell, which will ring 13 times in honor of the 13 original colonies. Also, there is a gigantic parade scheduled here, 5.5 hours long, that will involve about 35,000 people. The stars of the parade will be our 50 states. Finally, security here is very tight, not just because President Ford is here, but also because there are 2 large demonstrations planned that may involve about 35,000 people. I'm Jim Walker at Independence Hall in Philadelphia.
Well, it could hardly be better. The Lincoln Memorial is well attended by celebrators of America's birthday, and from here we can follow Lincoln's gaze across the reflecting pool to the Washington Monument and the Capitol Dome beyond. If there's a better view in Washington, I've been misled. Over to the right of us, the Festival of American Folklife, where we'll pass the day and we'll likely enjoy every minute. It's all American. The way we work at various trades, the ways we worship, the music that makes us sing, all in a setting quite reminiscent of a good old-fashioned county fair. Perfect scenes to whet the appetite for hot dogs and beer. Jim Kincaid at the Lincoln Memorial.
I'm at the other end of the mall from where Jim just reported. This is the foot of Capitol Hill, and this is the People's Bicentennial Celebration. There won't be much happening here for at least a half an hour because most of the people are on their way over here from the Jefferson Monument, where they held a church service this morning. Throughout the day here, we're going to have speeches and entertainment. Speeches decrying big business's role in the current American scene, calling for a new revolution, a revolution against what big business is doing to the country. This is a counter-demonstration, in effect. A lot of people are heading here now. They'll be here very soon. There's a young group, a group reminiscent of Woodstock, of May Day, of all of the early protest demonstrations. Part of the theme is, if Sam Adams were alive today, he would be raising hell. There will be some hell raised here, but it'll only be verbal. Roger Peterson, ABC News at the People's Bicentennial.
This is Battery Park in Lower Manhattan. Wave after wave of immigrants have landed at this spot or near it over the past 200 years, and many of them settled within a few blocks of here. The old neighborhoods still dot the Lower East Side, and this afternoon, each of these ethnic centers will be hosting folk festivals. But this morning, all attention is focused out there, just out of sight, beyond Governor's Island and Verrazano Narrows, where that incredible fleet of tall ships stands ready to make its approach up the Hudson River. And then tonight, a fireworks display to dwarf anything that's gone before, shooting up from Governor's Island and Ellis Island, from barges on the water, and from the centerpiece, the Statue of Liberty. This is Ted Koppel in Battery Park.
Just a sample of what we're going to be able to see today. On the afternoon of July 4th, 1776, in Philadelphia, the men who had approved the Declaration of Independence heard a letter from General Washington in New York. A fleet of 110 British warships had gathered in New York Harbor. They carried an invading army. Today, the tall ships have returned. This time, they come in peace. We'll spend some time with Operation Sail in a moment.
Get ready for the Summer Olympic Games in swimming. Look for California's Laura Searing, best in the 200-meter breaststroke. 6'6" John Neighbor, winner of 8 NCAA titles in 3 years. Freestyle Shirley Babashaw, gold medal winner in the 72 Olympics. Tim Moore, Phi Beta Kappa graduate from Ohio State, swept the Nationals this winter. The Summer Olympic Games, up close and personal, the ABC way.
If politics is the greatest show in America, as Will Rogers called it, then the political convention is its most colorful act. But there's more than one way to cover a convention. ABC News brings you the heart of the convention, everything that makes news, all the historic events. We'll bring you the full impact of all the excitement and drama. So join ABC News and get to the heart of the convention.
Monday, July 11th, here on the American Broadcasting Company.
Operation Sail and the International Naval Review are separate events, but they're occurring simultaneously, and we'll cover them that way. At the bottom of this map, you see the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Near the top is the George Washington Bridge. Now, most of today's activities in New York Harbor will be between those two bridges. The ships of the International Naval Review are stationed along the Hudson River. The ships of Operation Sail will move north past the Navy ships. We have cameras all along the route, on the Verrazano Bridge, on tall buildings in Manhattan, and on the Palisades on the New Jersey side of the Hudson River, and on ships in the harbor.
Behold, I, Moroni, do finish the record of my father, Mormon, where he hath been slain in battle. He and all my kinfolk. Whether the Lamanites will slay me, I know not. For they put to death all who will not deny Christ, and I, Moroni, will not. Wherefore I am alone, to wander the face of the land, keeping safe this record of my people. What of this record? The record of Laban, valued by Lehi above all his earthly wealth. What of this record to his children? Some hearkened like Nephi and were blessed. Laman and Lemuel did not and were cursed. What of this record? Recording words of prophecy to an angry king, for which Abinadi forfeited his life. What of this record to the court of King Noah? Alma listened and was converted. King Noah died in flight by fire. What of this record? Testimonies engraved and bound in gold. Lifetime of gathering and abridging by Mormon, my father. What of this record? Offered as words of life to the Nephites. None listened. The nation was destroyed. What of this record? Now that it is finished, written, and sealed up and hid up unto the Lord, to come forth by the gift and power of God. What of this record? In your day, to you.
The prophet Joseph said that the Book of Mormon was the most correct of any book on earth and the keystone of our religion. And a man would get nearer to God by abiding by its precepts than any other book. The Book of Mormon has not been, nor is it yet, the center of our personal study, family teaching, preaching, and missionary work. Of this, we must repent. If we would avoid adopting the evils of the world, we must pursue a course which will daily feed our minds with and call them back to the things of the Spirit. And so I counsel you, my beloved brethren and sisters and friends everywhere, to make reading in the Book of Mormon a few minutes each day a lifelong practice. I feel certain that if in our homes parents will read from the Book of Mormon prayerfully and regularly, both by themselves and with their children, the spirit of that great book will come to permeate our homes and all who dwell therein. The spirit of reverence will increase. Mutual respect and consideration for each other will grow. The spirit of contention will depart. Faith, hope, and charity, the pure love of Christ, will abound in our homes and lives, bringing in their wake peace, joy, and happiness.
What of this record? in your day to you.
When they divide up the pie in Washington, do you ever wonder who gets the biggest slice?
Now for the jet.
Most of your taxes go to pay for wars, past, present, and future. What does your money buy? It buys you Vietnam, and with it, inflation, unemployment, disunity, and death. It buys you bombs instead of schools, defoliation instead of clean air and water, tanks instead of trains, and destroys homes instead of building them. Isn't it time we got out of their country and back into ours? Write your congressman. Tell him you need a bigger piece of the pie.
Sam dates back to the War of 1812. With a white goatee and stars and stripes clothing, he was depicted as a tall man with a firm demeanor. The first known cartoon, appearing in 1832, depicts Uncle Sam as a sick man, surrounded by such notables as Andrew Jackson and Martin Van Buren. Since that time, we've seen numerous cartoon likenesses of Uncle Sam. The most widely recognized image of Uncle Sam was used by the U.S. Armed Forces in a recruitment poster. The model for the poster was Walter Botts, who was declared ineligible for a veteran's pension by none other than Uncle Sam. There really was an Uncle Sam, but he didn't look at all like what we might think. Samuel Wilson was a government meat inspector who stamped the initials EA for Elbert Anderson, the contractor, and US for the United States onto cartons of beef for delivery to the troops during the War of 1812. Wilson was a large man, well-proportioned and cleanly shaven. When his employees were asked why the containers of meat packed by his company had the inscription US, they jokingly replied, "That's for our Uncle Sam." Word traveled quickly, and the name stuck. To this day, Uncle Sam is a controversial figure. Cartoonists usually call upon his likeness in times of crisis. Because the character is not protected by United States patent or trademark, virtually anyone is at liberty to render the likeness of Uncle Sam.
If we were organized, they could do this.
being in school and all this kind of stuff is going on. It's my turn to leave. I'll see you later, kids. I gotta go. JR, you stay right here, little buddy. I happened to notice that, well, the reason why I noticed is because your teacher gave me a note. She did what? She gave me a note. You got a love note. You got a love note. I didn't get a love note. You got a hate note. You got a hate note. It wasn't a hate note, JR. I gotta go. See you later, kids. No, JR, you're gonna stay right here. What happened? His teacher gave me a note. She sure did. And I read this note, and I couldn't believe it. The note simply said that JR had been, well, you've been making some bad grades. Don't you know my teacher lies? No, she doesn't, JR. The note said you've made 3 D's and 2 F's. Yeah. How could you make such bad grades? Well, it was easy. I didn't study. Yeah. Well, you see, JR, to be a good student, you need to study. And whenever your teacher gives you homework, kids, be sure you do your homework immediately when you get home. That way, things are still fresh on your mind, and you're still geared in there for school. Then when you get your homework done, you got all the evening for free time and everything. Hey, this sounds like a good idea. I think I'll do that. Well, that's good. I want you to adopt that program. Yeah, I think I will. Okay, next. Wait a minute, JR. I got to ask you something. What about the situation she also wrote in the note about the egg? I'll see you later, kids. I got to go. JR, I know. I got to stay here. That's right. You want to tell the kids about the egg? Sure. I like mine sunny side up.
I was permanently disabled in Vietnam while serving as a Marine infantry officer. But despite my need to justify all the killing and the deaths of so many of my friends, I can't. Because I saw that any good we might have done in Vietnam has long since been lost in the misery and suffering of a war that still has no end in sight. Please, write your congressman and demand an end to this war now.
That's a repair crew.
Here is
Vietnam War has lasted longer now than any other war in the history of this country. It has succeeded only in tearing apart the fabric of our society. It's turned families against families. It's driven thousands into exile and thousands more into despair. It has helped us to write the saddest chapter in the history of the United States. As one who fought in Vietnam and who has seen firsthand the emptiness of our policy, I want you to consider, how do you ask a man to be the last to die in Vietnam? How do you ask a man to be the last to die for a mistake? 73% of the American people say they want us out of Vietnam by the end of this year. Please, make yourself heard. Write your senators and congressmen and ask them to vote for legislation to end this war now.
見せてあげる魔法の翼に踊りよ Please on どこでもいい気ままな風秘密の青空見せてよ Baby いいさむ陽気なサム自由に飛べるんだどうせよ息があっても分かってるさ泣いてたお前みんな大好き僕らのランドへ Come on, come on, come on Love you, come on, come on, come on Love you, dancing go 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 Dancing go 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 Dancing go 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 Dancing ba 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 やりきれないじゃんハートがガンガン弾けて燃えるぜゴーララゴーララしびれてご機嫌あらみだなんか飛んでしまえ青いがってさあ空に続くロード君と走るボイボ好きさ好きさ好きさ好きだからやるぜやるぜやるぜどこまでも好きさ好きさ好きさ好きなんだからだから抱きしめたい走れ恋も
サム大変よ鶴之助っていうすごい男がやってきたわよ何者だそいつは世界一の名探偵でどんな事件もたちまち解決2枚目で頭がよくってその上強いなんだそれ僕のことじゃないそうかしら鶴だか亀だか知らないけどそんなやつに負けてたまるか次回イーグルサムは対決名探偵対名探偵挑戦鶴之助の大トリックお楽しみに
No, not again.
Read all about it.
What's that? No, siree. Won't do it. Can't make me do it. Can't make me do it. Read all about it. Hey, yar! Get your...
March 15th. Old Man Whiskers rides again. Well, looks like I'm the villain again. Seems funny folks can't realize the people lay down the rules and I just carry them out.
My income tax is murder. Rubber, you gone crazy or something? You're driving me to the wall. Can't pay it. Crops were good. Where do you think I'm going to get the money?
Now, boys, take it easy. Don't blow your tops.
You're spending us into bankruptcy. Do you think money grows on bushes, Bub? Listen, Uncle. Cut my taxes or else.
I'd like to oblige, but you fellas seem to forget. The more benefits you demand, the higher your taxes have to be to pay the bills. Now, here's a list of a lot of things you'd like to have me buy for you, some of which may be very worthwhile.
Our government spends $2.5 million an hour, 24 hours a day, on a war in Vietnam. That's enough money to give this kid and 8 million others like him a $2,400 a year college scholarship instead of a dead-end job. What's more important, the war or his future? It's your money. Write your congressmen and senators in care of Washington, D.C., and tell them how you want it spent.
With the years of the Depression now fading into the past, with recovery definitely underway and the great victory clearly in sight, the nation begins slowly to realize that out of all the misery and horror of those many months, there is now emerging a vast planned achievement, an achievement of everlasting benefit to the American people. Never in all history has any people builded on a scale so colossal. The Public Works program of dam construction, typified by the mighty Grand Coulee on the upper Columbia River, is a program of such immensity as to be almost inconceivable. A program assuring a fertile promised land where only arid stretches now exist. A program assuring limitless power from which may rise a new and vaster industrial empire, bringing prosperity equally to all the people of the 48 states. Grand Coulee alone will provide irrigation for more than 1 million acres of barren land. It will be the largest hydroelectric power development possible on the continent of North America. And yet, Grand Coulee is only one of the many gigantic power and irrigation projects scattered throughout all parts of the country, which will stand guard through the centuries over the vital water resources of the nation. Under the Federal Works program, the enormous water conservation and irrigation projects, which had their inception at the lowest ebb of the Depression, have involved the expenditure of hundreds of millions of dollars, the purchase of countless carloads of materials, and have given widespread employment and WPA paychecks to hundreds of thousands of American citizens. Another massive link in Uncle Sam's chain of dams was forged in 1933. East of the Continental Divide and high in the northeastern section of Montana near the headwaters of the Missouri, the gigantic Fort Peck Dam will rear its boat to check the angry waters of the Missouri in flood time as they surge on to add to the devastation in the lowlands of the Mississippi Basin. To the thousands who have experienced the terror of flood, who have seen their homes and property destroyed, the savings of a lifetime swept away in a single night of horror, to those who live in actual fear of death from the blind fury of nature, the government's vast water projects are a lasting guarantee of safety, which overshadows every other consideration. On the lower reaches of the Colorado River Gorge, in the arid and desolate section discovered in 1540 by the explorer Hernando d'Alarcon, stands Boulder Dam. The world has showered it with words of praise. It is hailed as the eighth wonder. Americans see it as a lasting symbol of the power and might of their country, something which they may hold up to the eyes of the world and be proud. Actually, the ultimate possibilities of its enormous electric power plant, its irrigation and water conservation system are beyond exact calculation at present. Homes, factories, plants, and communities lead to the development of a southwestern empire around the nucleus of Boulder Dam. Locks on the Mississippi. From upper Minnesota to the Gulf of Mexico, this far-reaching project of flood control and navigation, sponsored by the Engineer Corps of the United States Army, creates a series of locks and dams, built largely by relief labor, to harness and hold in check the swirling, muddy waters of the Mississippi on its almost annual rampage. Old Man River, he just goes rolling along, but he won't roll over farm and countryside in the future, as he has in the past. No longer will defenseless communities suffer devastation and death when his turgid, sullen waters swell with the melting snows of spring. Another epoch in the history of the mighty Father of Waters is being made possible under the Works program. Since its discovery by De Soto centuries ago, the river has throughout the years been an outlet for the commerce of the nation, from the Great Lakes to the sea. The maintenance of a 9-foot channel brings from the pages of history and fiction, from the pages of Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn, picturesque carriers of bygone days, to carry on a tradition of more than a generation ago, to carry it on perhaps to a rebirth in the future, a new life on the Mississippi. In the silence of the high Sierras, the roar and clatter of thousands of horsepower foretells the completion of the mammoth Bonneville Dam and Power Project, another link in the chain of giants created under the Public Works program. As Uncle Sam's answer to the challenge of the Depression, the names of Boulder, Grand Coulee, Fort Peck, and Bonneville stand without equal in the annals of engineering achievement for all time. Together they will reclaim areas of land greater than the territories of whole nations. Their combined electric power output will rival the greatest forces known to man. Their benefits will be the inheritance of future generations. They stand as enduring monuments to the valiant battle of a great people against the combined forces of a worldwide depression.
Highlighter! Proklamation! Bürger des Dritten Deutschen Reiches. Unser geliebter Führer hat euch den Auftrag gegeben, sich hier auf dem Universitätsplatz zu versammeln, um Zeugen zu werden von der Verbrennung gewisser Bücher und Musikalien, ohne Rücksicht auf ihre Sprache, deren Fortdauer als eine Gefahr für die Partei angesehen werden muss. Es würde sogar in der Folge die Zukunft des Deutschen Reiches gefährden. Schriftsteller wie Tennyson, Swift, Mark Twain, Emil Ludwig, Albert Einstein, Thomas Mann, Wells, Emil Zola, Helen Keller und viele andere sind dumme, blinde Idioten. Komponisten wie Liszt, Rubinstein, Bach, Händel, Chopin, Wagner, Beethoven sind degenerierte Dummköpfe, deren Blut verdorben ist bis in die Knochen. Es ist verboten für jedermann, Bücher oder Musikstücke zu besitzen, zu spielen oder zuzuhören, aller Personen, deren Namen durch ganz Deutschland bekannt gemacht wurden. Die Strafe dafür ist entweder Konzentrationslager oder von der Gestapo erschossen zu werden. Die Bibel, der größte Unsinn in der Geschichte der Menschheit, hat ausgespielt. Mein Kampf ist eure Bibel. Unser großer Führer ist euer Heiland. Und die Swastika ist euer Kreuz. Highlighter! Well, Nazi, you tried to have a great time at what you thought was a big truth-burning party, didn't you? Your Gestapo loudly shouted their contempt, and thousands of your puppets yelled and cheered. They yelled and cheered louder than ever when you consigned God's word to the hungry flames. But you supermen didn't know that you can never destroy truth. You didn't know that no one can ever destroy the incarnated spirit of beauty and freedom, regardless of whether they be expressed in a statue, in a painting, in literature, or in music. And oh yes, there's one more thing, Nazis. You see, the flames haven't burned it yet. Why don't you read it? That's it. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. Supermen indeed. Rather is it you who are the imbeciles. It is your minds which are tainted along with all your works. It is you who are the stupid fools. But try to remember this. Burn anything you like. It's of no use, Nazis, for always from the charred remains of books, paintings, musical instruments, and the ashes of burned musical compositions will ever arise the eternal spirit of truth, freedom, and beauty, to be reborn again and again in the hearts of men, women, and children all over the world.
Where does your tax dollar go? 17% of the pie goes for human resources, such as social welfare, housing, labor, community development. Another piece goes for education, transportation, space, agriculture, and other costs of government. Where does the rest of the pie go? To the military to pay for war. Past wars, the present war, preparation for future wars. Nearly 2/3 of your tax dollar is blown on war. Isn't it time we stopped this tragic waste and saved a bigger piece of the pie for the things the country really needs? An end to the war is still up in the air. This election year, work to really end it.
Hey, everybody.
Just over 100 years ago, a peculiar institution existed in our country. It was called slavery, a vicious system under which 1 out of every 5 Americans in the South was owned by another human being. Even though Americans, black and white, had fought and won a glorious revolution under the banner of freedom and justice for all, there was still to be no freedom, no justice for these millions of African Americans, men, women, children, a people stolen from their distant homeland and shipped like animals to do forced labor for masters who all too often treated them like animals. It was on a Maryland plantation around 1818 that Frederick Douglass was born a slave.
A, B.
When he was 8 years old, he was sent to work for a well-to-do family in Baltimore.
Very good, Fred. Go on.
For a brief period, young Frederick Douglass had an unusually kind mistress. She decided to teach the boy to read.
K.
What in God's name do you think you're doing?
You didn't mean any harm.
If you give a nigger an inch, he will take a mile. If you teach that nigger how to read, there would be no keeping him. It would forever ruin him to be a slave. We carried you here to take care of Thomas. You'll learn a trade when you're bigger. Ain't no need for you to be reading, boy. No need at all.
Frederick Douglass learned an important lesson that day. Knowledge is a key to freedom. He taught himself to read, often without anyone even realizing what he was doing. But as he grew older, there would be other lessons to learn. Knowledge by itself was not enough protection against the brutality of the slave system.
Yeah!
A 2-hour-long battle with the slave breaker, Covey, was a turning point in Douglass's life.
You mean to resist me, a scoundrel? Yes, sir.
He had learned another very important lesson. Covey, the feared slave breaker, never whipped Frederick Douglass again.
I
want you for my husband. Frederick Douglass met Anna Murray. They fell in love.
Master also wills. I can be sold and shipped 1,000 miles from here. Anna, I shall not marry you as a slave.
Then I reckon you should go up north.
Got some belongings I can sell. Enough for the New York train.
Anna.
Douglass's escape from slavery was successful, and Anna soon followed him to Massachusetts. He quickly joined a movement that was committed to the destruction of slavery. Its supporters were called abolitionists.
I resolved then that whatever power I had should be devoted to the freeing of my race.
My friends, have we been listening to a thing, a piece of property, or to a man? Will you allow this man to be carried back into slavery?
He found himself in the company of brave men and women, black and white, under the leadership of William Lloyd Garrison.
I don't believe you've met Mr. Garrison.
I'm honored, sir.
I was deeply moved by your address. You have a great gift, Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison.
You say you never had any formal schooling?
No, sir.
Not even after you escaped?
No, sir. I've been teaching myself ever since I was a youngster.
Amazing.
Impressive. Really is.
Mr. Douglas, Mr. Collins and Mr. Raymond and I were just discussing your becoming an agent for the society. Traveling as a lecturer, if you will.
Mr. Garrison, I've hardly the ability to speak on it.
Nonsense. You speak with full conviction and authority.
No, Senator Calvin. No slavery can offer. No human contract nor agreement can save the accursed system of human bondage from the death and decay to which God and nature have doomed it.
For many years, Douglas and Garrison traveled throughout the free states and territories, though it meant endangering their own lives.
Sorry to disturb you like this. I should have known it. The very thing we were afraid of has happened. But we never dreamed the reaction would be this great. Your book, my dear fellow. You've named your masters. You've marked yourself for the fugitive catchers, my dear man.
Douglas wrote his autobiography, revealing names and places, although this meant a greater risk to his life and freedom. The book was an instant success, not only in America, but in Europe as well.
You've talked of taking our message to Great Britain.
Yes, yes.
This seems a propitious time for such a journey. Giving time for this trouble to blow over.
Frederick, Mr. Garrison may be right.
Slavery is the common enemy of all mankind.
Douglas fled to England. For 2 years, he traveled and lectured throughout Great Britain and Ireland. Wherever he went, he was welcomed with open arms.
To expose it to the light of heaven, aye, to the heat of the sun, that it may burn and wither out of existence. That is my reason for coming to this country.
His fiery speeches won many of the English people over to the abolitionist cause. British friends put up the money to buy his freedom. When he returned home to America, he was no longer a slave.
I like this.
With the help of English supporters,
Thank you very much.
Douglas started an anti-slavery newspaper in Rochester, New York. He called it the North Star.
Rosetta, please have the door, please.
Yes, Papa.
The paper was named after the same star that guided thousands of slaves on their dangerous journey from the South in search of freedom.
Papa, it's Mrs. Tubman.
Harriet!
Some, like Harriet Tubman, risked their lives many times returning south to lead hundreds of people off the plantations.
Ooh, warm stove is sure a welcome sight.
The Douglas home and printing shop often served as a welcome station stop on the Underground Railroad.
I'm so honored, Mrs. Tubman. I've heard so much about you. Even in England, your work is known.
I'm just an old lady that loves doing a lot of walking in the great outdoors.
And she's fond of bloodhounds, too.
One of Douglas's closest comrades in the struggle against slavery was a man named John Brown, a man who would lead the historic and daring raid on Harper's Ferry, West Virginia.
Seize the town?
Yes. First, we'll capture the Orleans. Then we'll hold the leading citizens hostage until the slaves are freed.
John, you know I have supported and will continue to support you in all of your other efforts. But my dear friend, this scheme is doomed to failure. This is the wrong place. This is suicide, John.
Whether we live or die, this deed must be done.
Shields, for the love of God.
Mr. Douglas, I believe I'll go with the old man.
Both men were right. The raid on Harper's Ferry sent shockwaves throughout the nation. But as Douglas had predicted, it cost John Brown his life. The Civil War came. The peculiar institution of slavery had split our country apart. North against South, brother against brother, dividing families in one of the bloodiest conflicts in mankind's history. Douglas recruited black soldiers, worked tirelessly for the Union cause, and vigorously supported President Abraham Lincoln, though he was not always in agreement with the president's policies.
Mr. President, the Negro soldier is willing to fight and die in this great war. But he must receive some sign from this administration that he simply isn't exchanging one form of oppression for another.
Mr. Douglas. If this administration goes too far, we will bring down upon ourselves all of the hatred that is felt toward the Negro. This would greatly hinder our ability to successfully conclude this war. For we, both of us, have much to gain in this regard.
Eventually, the Union was preserved, and most importantly, the chains of slavery were at long last cut from the arms and legs of millions of African Americans. But unfortunately, the end of slavery, emancipation, did not mean the end of oppression, hatred, and violence.
But Papa, President Johnson said
Rosetta, I fear Andrew Johnson is no friend to the Negro people.
Frederick, you mean we've been suffering all these trials for all these years for nothing?
Without the vote, liberty's a mockery. The Negro will no longer be a slave to an individual master. He will be a slave to society and at the mercy of the mob.
Though the Douglas home in Rochester was burned to the ground,
It is the spirit of
the
hate.
family escaped unharmed.
Spirit of murder. Spirit that would burn a family in their beds. But one thing I know, and that is, there is no middle ground for us. We must either have all the rights of American citizens, or we must be exterminated. For we shall never again be slaves.
President Hayes appointed Douglas U.S. Marshal for the District of Columbia. He and his family moved to Washington. In 1877, he purchased a new home. He called it Cedar Hill.
Do you like it, Anna?
It's beautiful. Maybe a mite too grand.
Well, President Hayes wouldn't have the United States Marshal for the District of Columbia living in a log cabin.
Mr. Lincoln lived in a log cabin.
In 1882, Anna Murray Douglas died after a long illness.
Fred, you must be terribly lonely now with Anna gone.
Harriet, Anna was the anchor of my life for 40 years. But I have Rosetta, Charles, Louis, Fred, and I had my work.
I hope this is hot enough for you.
Thank you, Rosetta. Thank you. Miss Pitts,
Yes, Miss Douglas.
I understand you enjoy bars, is that so?
Very much, Mr. Douglas.
Perhaps you wouldn't mind accompanying me to the concert tonight.
Sometime later, Douglas decided to remarry. His bride was Helen Pitts.
I'll have to get back to my correspondence.
The interracial nature of the marriage caused national debate. This controversy reached into Douglas's own family.
Papa, I speak for the entire family. How could you do such a terrible thing?
Rosetta, is it so terrible for an old man to seek the comfort of a loving wife? We all have the right to follow the convictions of our hearts. If I were not to marry Helen simply because she happens to be white,
go to my grave a self-accused and self-convicted moral coward.
Even in old age, Douglas retained his deep commitment to freedom's cause. He remained a passionate spokesman for human rights for all people.
Mr. Douglas, how would you sum up your involvement in the women's cause?
When I ran away from slavery, it was for myself. When I advocated emancipation, it was for my people. But when I stood up for the rights of women, self was out of the question. And I found a little nobility in the act.
What's that?
Hello, Mr. Douglas.
Hello.
I'm Martin Andrew. I heard you speak last week at Mount Olive.
Oh, yes. That was an inspiring affair.
Can I talk to you for a moment, Mr. Douglas?
Well, Martin...
Sir, you lived in the old days when our people were slaves. And in the new times, both. But it seems like all those rights that we're supposed to have won are being taken away from us. What advice would you have for a young fellow like me who wants all people to live in liberty and justice?
Agitate, Martin. Agitate. Agitate.
It is February 20th, 1895, the day on which Frederick Douglass will pass away. His courageous fighting spirit, his dedication to the cause of human rights and freedom live on.
Agitate.
If there is no struggle, there's no progress. The struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one, and it may be both.
Our private forest lands don't grow as many trees as they could, and we all need the products of the forest. If you own 10 acres or more, help yourself and your country. Join the American Tree Farm System, a forest industry program to help you manage your land. All of us will be proud if you display this sign of renewable forests. Write Tree Farm, American Forest Institute, Washington, D.C., 20036.
End it. Right now. Write your congressman. And for God's sake, tell them to support the December 31st pullout.
Now let's go to bat. Have you got your seatbelts fastened? We're going to travel faster than the astronauts. We're going to cover 38,500 miles. Now, here are some of the cities that we'll visit. Most of them on this map are from the tops of the Andes toward the Pacific. That does not mean that there are not giant cities everywhere they turn, off in the jungle areas to the right of the tops of the Andes. But because the western coast of Peru and some of Chile is just as much a desert as the Sahara, it's easier to excavate there, and so, of course, is more work done. 18 miles south of Lima, Peru, we'll start with a giant 25-story Temple of the Sun at Pachacamac. Why do they call it Pachacamac? Because the god, who was the son of God and visited these people, got out of a bird ship offshore, probably a sailing vessel. They called it a bird ship, stepped over the side of the ship and walked on top of the water to shore. And so they call him, he who can walk on water, Pachacamac. And so he came over to this beautiful Temple of the Sun. I'm way up here now on about the 24th story, pointing out some of the rather poor coating work of this building, but once you get down to the stone, it's just beautifully done. There are square holes above and below where I'm crouched, where water came out. This water came from 42 miles back in the Andes to come into this ancient city. Flying north now. Get your arithmetic going. We're going to figure the size of this giant city. It runs 38 miles along the Pacific, one continuous ancient city. It's an average of 20 miles deep back into the Andes. 20 times 78, or 20 times 38 is what? 700? I didn't hear you. 760 square miles in one city. That makes Los Angeles look like a little village, doesn't it? Now, right in the heart of this ancient city are these giant walls, well, in fact, everywhere we look. 42 feet high are these on the right, 15 feet thick at the base, 5 feet thick at the top, and they are poured adobe. Isn't that amazing? Now, let's take a close-up of that building left of center. All of this design work on all their beautiful buildings here originally were covered with thinly hammered gold leaf. Vandals broke in here before the government got hep to protecting it. They did two things. They stole the gold for its monetary value, and they destroyed many of these gorgeous designs. However, this one to the left of center, you see it running off here? As you go upward, it's going off to the right. In Mitla, Mexico, in a close-up shot, we have a design that's just identical to that. And everywhere we look, we find that these were basically one and the same people, as Dr. Gann, Dr. Thompson, and many other scientists testify. The same geometric designs, the same hammered gold, the same feathered serpent insignia of their god, the same copper tools, hardened copper tools, and everywhere we look, we find they were basically one and the same. South America, Central America, North America. Now, I'd gone in a giant museum, and there were 16 very large rooms, each room, maybe a little smaller than this cultural hall. But packed from floor to ceiling were the artifacts of the ancient people that once lived at this giant city that they now call Chon for the want of its real name. You're probably aware that they didn't have the key to breaking down the proper names or the personal names in all these ruins. And so scientists today have given them names that someday will tie in, I'm positive, with the Book of Mormon city names when they get the key. As I went out of this museum, I was crying crocodile tears because the guide thought my camera equipment looked too professional, and she wouldn't let me take pictures without a signed certificate from the president of the nation of Peru. And as I was going out, she took pity on me and said, "Come back, Senor Oeste," that's Mr. West in Spanish, "solamente una, just one." And she opened the safe and I gasped. This is pure gold work. You put the crown on up here in the center. Now your head almost goes down through your shoulder blades because of the weight. That's pure gold. You have 4 feathers sticking out of the crown when you put these 2 that have been separated back on the crown. And I was real thrilled to see one of the evidences of proof of so-called ridiculous statement, number 2, where it said they wrote on gold in a form of Egyptian hieroglyphic but had a Hebrew background. Everywhere we turn amongst these people, they worship the one God of the Hebrews until long, long after the last great battle, when they turned back to heathen worship again, 1,000 years later, worshiping heathen gods. But around the outer edges of these feathers, the scientists tell us, are hieroglyphic carvings similar to the ancient pictorial writing in the very, very ancient Egyptian. Isn't that interesting? Now, here we have a highway off to the left. You who are close enough can see it, running from the left lower corner, straight as a string, down the coast here. Can you see it? Now, that's part of over 4,000 miles of ancient highway that has been excavated from place to place, starting at Ecuador on the north and going on down into Chile on the south. They haven't come to the end of that highway on either end. It goes up to 21,000 at one point, comes back down to the coast, back up again with as perfect hairpin turns and engineered gradients as we could do with our best instruments today. At the mouth of the Santa, when I was flying up to Chon out of Lima, I said to my pilot, "Be sure to point out the mouth of the Santa on the way up." Bless his heart, he forgot to do it. And on the way back, I was up in the co-pilot seat with him this time, being a pilot myself, and I said to him, "Now, darn you, if you pass the mouth of the Santa again, I'm going to have to come back with a helicopter. I want a picture of the giant wall of Peru." And he said, "What giant wall of Peru?" And I said, "Don't you know about that?" And he said, "No, I've flown this run for many years and I didn't know about it." Well, he almost passed it again. Here's the Santa, starting over at the lower right-hand portion quarter of the shot, the dark gash coming straight across the slide and opening here at the mouth right at the Pacific Ocean. Now, we're flying at 18,000 elevation, so you can't see that wall without binoculars. I immediately dashed over to his side of the cockpit and with binoculars could see that wall running from the junction of the Santa River mouth and the Pacific straight as a string back to the foothills of the Andes, and then it started following the contours of the Andes. Now, I had talked to scientists that had helped excavate some of that wall. It's as high as 32 feet high, a 3-story building in height. It is wide enough on the top, to say nothing of the base. It slopes toward the base. But on top alone, it's wide enough to drive 2 giant dump trucks up there side by side with no danger of falling off. And in the upside, as the Indians call it, on the left as you're looking from the Pacific, there are forts built into that wall every so often. Now, in the Book of Mormon, when I read, as you did, about the fortified cities of the Nephites, where they fortified their cities against the Lamanites, I visualized a little wall of some kind around a village. I didn't dream of a giant thing like this. The scientists in our day would trace over 400 miles back into the Andes, and they haven't come to the end of it yet. Now another shot. We've come another direction out of Lima, Peru. We've flown over the top of Arequipa. When the scientists and when our present-day engineers, in amazement, say to the Indians, "Why do we find tens of thousands of mountains terraced from bottom to top, going clear up to as high as 21,000 elevation. And the Indians shrug and they say, answer, real simple. Our ancient people had to have place to farm. And so they say to them, oh, why didn't you farm the level areas down here? Too many people living down in level areas. Well, now the natural next question, and people from the roundabout way of San Jose and the hill country and San Francisco, why didn't you live on the mountainsides and still farm the easy place to farm? Don't like to live on mountainsides. And so here we have terraced mountains by the tens of thousands, and the payoff is that every single level is irrigatable with ancient pipelines, and yet nobody knows the source of the water. Now, down in the heart of La Paz is a beautiful anthropology museum, and was I ever delighted to meet these two fellows left of center. Let me introduce you. This one immediately left of center is an elephant. Guess where he was found? In a human burial ground of the ancient people at Tiahuanaco, Bolivia. That probably proves that there were ancient elephants here concurrently with ancient man, wouldn't you say? And then the far left is his cousin, a mastodon, found in the same burial ground. Now, this giant skeleton running the full length of this very large room, can you guess what he is? A whale. See the great big head off here to the far right? He's a whale, and this may prove there was a flood once upon a time. Do you know where he was found? 12,000 feet above sea level. The water got at least that high, didn't it? Now, when we talk to the Indians about this, they aren't at all surprised. They say our ancient people brought a book from the old continent that told about a very, very foolish people who were so wicked that it tempted our Father in heaven, God, or the Great Spirit as they sometimes call him, to destroy all the people of the earth except one family. They knew all about the great flood, and yet the very first Catholic priests who came amongst them were amazed the minute they could understand each other in sign language and in pidgin language, for instance, to hear them telling these intimate, detailed stories of the Old Testament that they claimed they got from a book they brought from the old continent. Now, did they have hardened copper tools? Oh, you better believe it. These are not just tools. These are hardened copper surgical instruments. They had some of the greatest surgeons that this world has ever known. Now, I chuckle every time I think about the holes in the head of the male skulls. I tell the Indian women that their foremothers must have had spikes in their rolling pins. We very, very, very seldom see a hole in the cranial remains of a female skeleton, but we find holes in the head of the males everywhere we turn. And when we ask the Indians how come, they say that in some of their wars they used war clubs with spikes that kind of damaged the male skulls pretty badly. Now, not only did they save people's lives who had indented skulls and pressing on their brains, but they were able to bevel the edge of the bone with a beautiful sloping bevel, beautifully cut, and then the next thing we don't understand. We can't do it today. We don't know how they did it. They reverse ground a piece of silver so perfectly fit that when you put it in that opening in the skull, you can run your hand over the skull with your eyes closed and you can't tell where the bone ended and where the silver began. So perfect is the fit. Now they countersunk screws that fit down into the bone and held the silver plate in place. They have slots in the heads. They have beveled heads so that they'll fit down flush with the surface of the silver. They have threads, but they're neither the SAE thread or the standard thread that we use today. Nevertheless, threads. Does it look like they had machinery? Does it appear that they were able to harden pure copper? Many of these tools are pure copper, or these surgical instruments. And how hard are they? Our finest files won't even scratch them. It takes a grinding stone to sharpen those tools. Now, after Drs. Graña Reyes and Esteban Roca, two of the greatest surgeons of Lima, Peru, had for the first time used those ancient surgical instruments on a live patient. They said their ancient instruments and methods are as good as ours, and in some ways better. Now, here's one of my long-lost cousins of the tribe of Joseph, and My son, Jack, Jr., from the Brazilian mission, and my wife, that's the good-looking better three-quarters over there, who are with us. You'll see a lot of us in the shots. We had delayed action features, and so don't pay too much attention to that. Now, we've gone on hold this just a second, Bishop. We've gone on a 12-hour train ride to end all train rides with the Indian people. And we went on an overnight trip across the highest navigatable lake in the world, Lake Titicaca, 12,000 feet elevation. And now we have come down to the capital of the ancient Incas, and then out by automobile, almost into the little town of Pisac down here, and here's one of the Indian girlfriends going down to market. Here are ancient terraces in this area, a whole city of the ancient people up in this area that has not been completely excavated. Okay, now we can go. I told the bishop to just keep showing these as fast as he could, or I'd talk all night. How about questions? If you got any, just break in. Here's the Cusco kid here with a cap on, and my son down here bargaining with one of the Indians. I nearly got shot when I came out of Bolivia without some product of Bolivia, because my wife and son had brought something out of every nation. That's quite a display in itself. We were in and out of 29 nations. The headwaters of the Amazon River. We had flown across 2,000 miles of the mouth of this river. Now here we came to the very headwaters. This is the breaking point between flow to the Pacific and flow to the Atlantic. I'm trying to commit suicide here. That's 34 stories approximately straight down there. The ancient people have built this fortress called Ollantaytambo in the valley of the Urubamba River. And here they had not only a fortress, but the terraces were irrigatable so that they could grow crops and use it as a retreat as well. Stone pipelines again came into this area. These are some of the smaller stones that these fellows worked with. Giant things, weighing hundreds of tons in some cases, and they're so beautifully fit to other stones attached to them that without the use of any mortar, you can't get the blade of a penknife between the joints anywhere you try. And every stone is interlocked with knobs and crevices and interlocking joints with the stones around it. Now, from way up on the mountain, Jack and I climbed up there to get a shot from one of the lookout towers at the face of the main fort here. You begin to get an idea of the size when you realize that a man can walk in this doorway without stooping. Now, here we have some of the interlocking features. Over the entire surface of these many stones was one stone so perfectly fit in reverse pattern that when it's put over the top of this, nowhere can the scientists get a thin blade in between. The minute they put a blade anywhere in this whole surface, it raises up the whole stone. Now, we can't do that kind of work today. We could make a mold and then pour some molten material in there and make a reverse pattern. But these people were able to do it with stone cutting. Now, way up over a 13,000-foot pass to get a shot of some of the highland road work of the ancient people. This is one of their ancient roads. Embedded in these rough stones are still signs of asphalt. The topping of asphalt long since has been cut away by the feet of millions of sheep and cattle of the Indian people. Along the edges were the beautifully cut and fit stones which are lying down in the gully here now. The highway is always raised from 2 to 12 feet above the surrounding area to keep it dry. Did you notice the center line down that highway, made out of rocks? Now we're over at Panchu-Mache. That isn't right. I can't think of this one. It ends in Mache, and they call it the Inca Baths. Here again, these large stones look like they have gaps here, but they curved each stone as it came in toward the other stone. But the minute the two stones met, never could you even get a needle in between the joints, and no mortar used. Okay? And now here you have an evidence of how they worked into the original stone. Here's some original stone of the mountain. They fit the cut stones so perfectly to it that, again, no joints are gapping. And underneath these two spouts of water was a unit that's as near like one of our baptismal fonts as we could make. Steps going down into the water, about the same depth as our baptismal font, and the clear water coming right out of the mountain spring. They told us that they had guards to keep anybody out of that area because only religious customs and ceremonies were performed. Now, hold this for just a minute.
You remember reading in the Book of Mormon that Mosiah and others were able to stand on great towers and speak to many people at once. Now, some have said that surely they couldn't have been speaking to more than a few hundred people at a time. But time and time again, in the ruins of the ancient people, we came across a condition like here at this area. Here we found acoustics so perfect that standing on this tower, with a valley completely surrounding it, and with giant mountains in turn surrounding the valley, I got my son Jack, who didn't know any better. I trick him once in a while, you see. He's a few years younger, and I said, how about running back down this road, clear back here to this bend? Here's a Yama, an Indian Yama, and an Indian and another Yama right here to get an idea of how far back that is. Now, he ran back there, and I shouted to him, can you hear me? And he yelled back, and he said, it sounds like thunder. Talk lower. I finally got down to a whisper, and I said, can you hear me now? And he yelled back to me, and he said, I can hear just as clearly as if you were by my side. Now, the reason that made me curious about this was that as we came down out of 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐯𝑉𝐻, up here in the ruin of the 𝐻𝐵𝐵𝐻, in the automobile, I heard a flute playing. It sounded very loud, and I asked the Indian to stop the automobile, our guide, and I said, where in the world is that flute? It was beautiful music. And as we got out of the automobile and looked around, he grinned, and he said, that probably is over at the ruin of 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐯𝑉𝐻. I said, where in the world is that? He said, that's 5 miles away. And I said, great Scott, you don't mean it. And he said, well, the acoustics up here are very, very interesting. Well, then when I got over here, I wanted to try it, and that was the experience. I believe that they could seat several 100,000 people around the rim of this mountain, and every one of them be able to hear one speaker on this tower. Just an interesting little sideline. Okay? And now here's another tiny stone. This is in the ruin of 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐯𝑉𝐻, and sure enough, over here we found a little Indian kid who was playing a flute when we got over here. Here's a stone, a single stone, 27 feet high, 14 feet in diameter, 12 feet thick. It weighs over 300 tons. The scientists tell us they found the quarry from whence it came 26 miles away over very mountainous country. We're up about 14,000 foot elevation here at this 𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐯𝑉𝐻 fort. The fort is built in a zigzag pattern so that they can keep their enemy in crossfire no matter from which side they approach. And if they storm the first wall, 30 feet high, they have another wall to storm, 30 feet high. If they storm that one, they've got a third one, 30 feet high to storm. And then above that are 4 minor terraces of this fortress. It covers the whole top of one giant mountain. Now, this is a real car. That isn't a toy. Gives you an idea of the size of this. Now, the payoff is this. Scientists have traced the pipelines that come into this area for 5 miles. They lost it when it went down into a stone mountain. The pipeline is made of 2 sections of stone fit together so perfectly in units that without mortar, it doesn't leak water. Now, I had to see that to believe it. And the water lines completely interlace the whole structure, and we have tunnels going from the top of this down to the ancient Inca temples or palaces down in the valley of Cusco. Now, in 1950, a terrible earthquake in Cusco almost completely destroyed that ancient capital of the Incas. It's inhabited today by modern-day people as well as Indians. But wherever they built on the ancient foundations, the earthquake didn't even budge those foundations. Here, this structure above, built by present-day man, is completely demolished. The ancient foundation hardly touched, just a little gap there and here and one down here. Otherwise, it's completely unharmed. Now, doesn't that baby take your breath away? We traveled on the auto carril of the Indians. It's a bus that runs on railroad tracks to the ruins of Cusco, way up in the very tops of this hazy mountain right here. It's 2,400 feet, almost sheer drop from the top of that mountain down to the valley of the Urubamba River. And as we go up there, it'll scare you to death when you visualize that you're looking down the equivalent of 240 stories. Now, they terrace this thing, as you see. Each level is irrigatable again. And as I got the story 3 days after, or in Lima, Peru, after we got out of here, 3 days after we were in here, way down in this valley, a scientist was talking with an old Indian fellow. And he said to the Indian, any more ruins around here? in Spanish, and the Indian said, "Plenty." And he said, "You haven't found the great city of Machu Picchu yet." Well, the scientist said, "Sure, we've found it. You mean Huano Picchu. There's another giant city up on top of here. Can you see the ribs of the terraces? Now, there's a trail leading from the one city to the other," and the scientist said, "Yes, we found Huano Picchu." And the old boy said, "No, not Huano Picchu, otra dirección, the other direction." And sure enough, he went up there with some Indians, cut their way through the tree growth, and when they got up in there, they found another giant city just 3 miles on up the mountain from Machu Picchu. Now, here are some of these pipelines, again used in this ruin. First stone they pay little attention to, cutting a perfect half circle in it. They don't pay much attention to the working of the face there. Then the next stone, if, for instance, this were the one that was going to match with this, they very, very carefully work this one in reverse pattern. How in the world they do it, we don't know. But every tiny crevice, indentation, or rise of this face is exactly matched in reverse with the other face. When they put them together, they fit so tightly that water won't leak out of the joints. And the Indian caretakers of this ancient city are still using water from those pipelines right to this day. Now we've flown out of Machu Picchu area in Cusco back to Lima and have gone up by automobile to the Cajamarquilla ruins. Here, several 100,000 people occupied an ancient city that stretches for miles. And most people don't know that even the water that comes into Lima, Peru today, for the modern city there of over 1 million people, comes through ancient canals 42 miles out of the mountains. Again, stonework so beautifully done that we couldn't top it today, and it's as perfectly engineered as we could do with our finest instruments.
Now, we are north of the Narrow Neck for the first time, and here we have some real interesting things. Pure white Indians. When I talked to my chief guide in the swank El Panama Hotel in Panama City, I said to him, "Can you get me a guide to take me into the white Indians of Darien?" He was a white man, and he looked at me like I was pulling his leg. And he said, "You aren't serious." And I said, "Well, I never was more serious in my life." "Oh," he said, "I've heard that legend for years, but there aren't any white Indians in there." And I said, "That isn't the question. I want to know if you can get me a guide to take me into the Darien Peninsula." "Oh," he said, "Sure, that's no problem, but I don't want you to be disappointed." I wasn't. There are 2,000 pure white Indians in this one Tula tribe of the Darien Peninsula alone. When the scientists found these people, they took 4 of them out to, of all unlikely places, the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City. And there for many days, the finest experts we could get in the world, anthropologists, MDs, surgeons, checked these Indians from stem to stern, so to speak. And strange enough, they came away with a unanimous decision. These are indeed pure white Indians. All the same legends of the Indians, all the same bonal characteristics and structure, the high cheekbones, as you can see, the same blood types of the Indians. Now, I thought for a long time this was an Indian boy. And one of our own missionaries had to straighten me out on it. When I was in here, there were no missionaries at all. And since then, in the last 20 years, our missionaries have been able to go in here, and these white Indians are being converted by the hundreds. And he said, "Jack, didn't you realize that they never put a ring through the nose of a boy? I thought it was always the boy who was led around with a ring in his nose by the girls." Isn't that mean? And he said they never put a tattoo mark down over the bridge of a boy's nose, a boy baby. It's always the girls. Now, she looks like she has Mongol-type eyes, doesn't she? That isn't true. She's simply squinting because of the brightness of the sun. Never colorless skin like an albino, but beautiful pinkish cast skin. Never white hair like an albino, but golden or brown hair. Never pink eyes, but beautiful blue or brown eyes. And the strain is so deep it continues to crop up. Now, the amazing thing, they have a legend that in very ancient times, their people were almost annihilated by their dark-skinned brothers in a giant war in the land of many waters. Their legend goes on to say that those white Indians who would deny Christ as their personal Savior were not put to death. They further testify that some of their people escaped into the wilderness southward exactly as Moroni said, the last writer in the Book of Mormon. But he assumed that those white Indians had been hunted down and killed, but he wasn't an eyewitness to that. And now we find that some of them did escape. They had to fortify themselves for many decades against their dark-skinned brother. They finally got so they could come out and live with him. Then when Cortez did so many dastardly things to the Indian people in the name of Christianity, they turned against their own white people. And once again, they had to go back and fortify themselves. Comparatively recently, they've got so they can come back out now and live with their dark-skinned brother. Up in the highlands of Guatemala, the only place I ever felt like a giant. These women averaged 3'3" in height, and the men averaged 4 feet in height. And yet there's one little Indian fellow under this great load of earthenware pottery. I tried to lift 2 of those pots, and they're real heavy. And yet he thought nothing at all of strapping that thing on his back with a tote strap walking over these high Guatemala mountains. Every stone in these steps is held to its neighbor by the finest quality cement I've ever seen in my life. I'd give everything in this world I had if I could patent the ancient cement. So much superior is it to what we have today. It just clings like glue. I'll tell you a story about that in a few minutes. Now, we've had to, I had to come in here alone. When Jack Jr. and Lorona saw what I was going to have to go through to get into Copan, City of the Dead, they said, if you're crazy enough to go ahead, but somebody has to stay out to make a living. So they wouldn't go into Copan with me in 1953. I hired 6 different pilots, changed planes 6 times, and we made 12 landings, on 8 of which we had no airstrips. We'd simply land in clearings that the Indians had made to plant some crops. And we'd have to buzz every field to get the animals off of it, the cows and the horses, because they were loaded in these pastures. So we'd buzz the field and then come in, and it was a little bit sloppy as we came in for a landing in those planes. Now, when I said to my 6th pilot, how far will I have to hike to get into the giant city of Copan? And he said to me, Jack, do you want to land right in the city square? And I said, oh, my heavens, could we? And he said, I think so. Now get that think part. Later, when I was taking multi-engine training down at Oxnard, my pilot instructor hit the master switch by mistake, and we were going down like a rock. I was all lined up for a landing in one of those sandy road areas of the grape vineyards down there at Oxnard, and just before we touched down, he had been frantically trying to get one of the engines started. He got one to catch, and then he got another one going, and he said, let's get out of here. And when he got up to where he could breathe again, I turned over and looked at him, and he was just wringing wet with sweat. He looked over at me disgustingly, and he said, Jack, doesn't anything scare you? And I said, not anymore. I've been scared by experts. I'd flown with these jungle pilots for years. And he said, you were going to land this thing, weren't you? And I said, you better believe it. Didn't you intend for me to? And he said, heavens no. I hit that master switch by mistake. Well, these jungle pilots, they were pretty great guys, but they were daredevils. When we came in for a landing, the jungle trees ducked as we came down, and when he stopped, his props were right up against the jungle growth in the far end of the courtyard. Now, they've stood up so many of these steelies that were lying down that I guess we really couldn't land in that area now. Jack Jr. was down there just a few weeks ago with a whole plane load of tourists. And he said, Dad, that whole courtyard is just filled with these steelies. Now, how hard is this stone? It's so hard that every stone tool they could find in this area, and yes, they find stone tools, was broken to powder trying to just cut a groove down a chalk mark that one of the scientists made in one of these stone units. And yet, look how intricately the ancient people carved them. Every inch of it, back, front, and sides, is carved. Notice the trees growing over the top of these buildings that haven't yet been excavated. Now, I'm not this fast a 10-second man. I have a 10-second delayed action feature on my camera. But I got my pilot to take this picture, or got the caretaker here, while I was waiting for my pilot to come back. I'm standing on the steps of the famous pyramid of Copan that Dr. Jones writes about in his book on ancient America. And to our amazement, we find on every face of every step on this temple hieroglyphic carving somewhat similar to ancient pictorial writing of guess who? The Egyptian people. Again, at the base of the steps is a feathered lip of a serpent. Can you see it here above a human tooth? I'll show you a close-up in a minute. Let's see if I can clear that any for you. Whoop, that's worse. Yeah, that's a little better, isn't it? Now, there's a rounding head here in the base of the picture to the right. When you put this rounding head on top of the flat surface over here at the foot of the steps, you now have a perfect serpent's head. Around the back of the head are feathers done in stone. Going up the steps are 12 other serpents, all feathered serpents. Let's take a close-up. Isn't this amazing? Can you see the front tooth of a human's mouth? And the ribs like a scale of a serpent there on the lips? And can you see one of the other 12 serpents up here? And do you notice that he has human teeth at the very top center of the picture? Again, we say to the Indians, why did you use the serpent for your Son of God insignia? That's the sign of Satan. And they say that's the sign of the younger brother of the Son of God, who was the one who came to this continent. The older brother, who was Jesus Christ, had a younger brother whose name was Lucifer, and they tell us all about this story of Lucifer being cast out of heaven. They know all about it from the background they brought from the old continent. Now, they say when you put feathers or wings on the serpent, now he becomes an angel of wisdom and mercy with very great healing power. Sakuleo. I didn't even hope to land here, but again, the pilot said, oh, we can land anywhere down there, and down he went like a rock in a DC-3 cargo plane. We got down all in one piece because there's my pilot standing on the steps. I have one son trained as an engineer, another trained as an architect. And the engineer said to me, Dad, these ancient people had very modern structural lines in their temples, didn't they? And I said, well, maybe that's not the right terminology, Bob, but they certainly did have beautiful structures. Maybe history is repeating itself. Now, isn't it interesting? In 1830, when our people said to their neighbors, we believe the Book of Mormon is the second witness for Christ, we think it is the running mate spoken of by Ezekiel in 37:15 through 19, that it is the stick of Joseph from the western continent to match the stick of Judah from the eastern continent, or the Holy Bible. And they said that this book said that the people had an Egyptian background, that they wrote in Egyptian. And their neighbors were up in arms. And they said, why, that's crazy. How could they be Egyptian at the same time as they're Hebrew and be of all places on this western continent? Yet here we have it. Pyramids, in the one case there at Copan, that one on the stairway of the hieroglyphics is identical in base measurement right to the foot with the largest pyramid of Egypt. And yet here we have the worship of the Hebrews. Never do they build a pyramid on the Americas to a peak. Always before they reach the high point, they cut it off. And on the level part up there, they build a gorgeous temple where they do their worshiping. And when we ask them why, they say, our people brought a book from the old continent. Here it goes again in the legend. And it told about a very foolish people who built a building, a tower, to walk to heaven. And they knew all about the spiral stairway on it, for instance. And God got angry at them and made their language go jabber, jabber. We don't want him to get angry at us. And so we, therefore, cut off our pyramids before we reach the highest point so he won't misunderstand our intentions. And then we doubly ensure it by building a beautiful temple up there and doing our worshiping up on top. Terrifically expensive work. They've taken the trees off of this building in the background. Now they use picks and shovels until they hit some of the ancient work, as you can see up at the top of the slide. The minute they hit anything ancient, they throw the picks and shovels away and go to brooms, finally to whisk brooms, a very tedious and costly method of excavation. Yet look at this map of Mexico and Central America. And in the Americas before Columbus, on the fly leaf, it says of this map, a few of over 2,000 city sites known to scientists in this area alone. Now, did they have terrifying destruction in ancient times? Everywhere we look is evidence of it. Off the coast of Honduras, for instance, can you see this structure out here that the artist has put out in the black water? This is the spot where one of our American colleges has spent over $1 million building a seawall semicircular out into the water. Then they pumped the interior dry, and sure enough, what they suspected was true. There's a whole giant city swept off into the depths of the sea by what must have been an ancient tidal wave. Now, in this area, here's where we were at Copan. Can you see it on the map, who are close enough? Quirigua here, and Utatlan, and many of these cities we'll visit in these trips. This giant city of Palenque, one street 24 miles in length, and they haven't come to the end of the buildings on either end. Another street 18 miles crossing it. That's 18 times 24. That's a pretty good-sized city itself, isn't it? Up here at Uxmal and Izamal, and these cities, Chichen Itza, we'll visit these cities. Way up here, almost on the coast, is a giant of giant cities, and it wasn't discovered until 10 years ago. My son visited that city just a few weeks ago, and he said, "Dad, you got to get down there. That's just out of this world." And we'll tell you more about that as we go. Up in this area, where Mexico City is today, one giant mountain, Mount Ajusco, belched forth her living fire in the year Sekali, according to the chronology breakdown of the ancient calendar. H.H. Bancroft, the historian, in his 5 giant volumes, Native Races, said this was the same year that Christ was crucified on the cross on the old continent, 33 A.D. Mount Ajusco belched forth her living fire in that same year, covered 12 cities that lay in the path, many of them to a depth of 30 feet. In this area, there is a street sticking straight out of the ground, as though an earthquake had opened up the earth. A street and a building fell off into the gash in the earth. Then the earth closed, crushing the building flat. As it was lying flat, it was crushed, and now the street is sticking straight out of the ground. What's the street made out of? The finest quality cement this world has ever seen. Yes, everywhere we turn is evidence. Let's recap. Do we have evidence that there were 2 main groups? Yes, we do. Because this pyramid right here in the center of the picture at Uxmal has a core that goes back to the time of the Tower of Babel. The second people saved some work when they built their stone and cement building over the top of that mound of the very ancient people that the scientists call the Archaics. Are you people getting cold? Okay, all right, I didn't want you to freeze. I can feel a pretty good breeze coming through here. But it feels good when you've been in this jungle area. Now, these highways, from Guatemala to Merida, we flew hundreds and hundreds of miles. And again, since I'm a pilot, the pilot let me come up and sit in the co-pilot seat with him. I pointed out a gash in the jungle. We were in an area where there are no modern-day tribes that we know of. At least we don't know of any in there. I'm sure there's some there. But as I looked through the binoculars and handed them to him, he said, "Why, that is an ancient highway, isn't it?" He could tell that the growth of the jungle was much less dense in this area where the highway was, and that the vines were apparently just stretching across the highway. Now, how far did that gash in the jungle run? We traced it 125 miles, straight as a string, and when he took a bearing on it, it was running true north, not magnetic north, but due true north. How long is the highway that interlinks all of these giant cities? Well, when this wonderful fellow, T.A. Willard, wrote his book called The City of the Sacred Well, we thought that these roads were just very short. Now the scientists tell us that they have traced with helicopters and airplanes this same highway not running down one coast but zigzagging in and out of all the great and lesser cities of the Yucatan, Mexico, Central America. How long is it? Over 4,000 miles in length, and everywhere they excavated it's covered with that fine quality cement. I'm crouched now in the great quadrangle of Uxmal. Let's take some other shots. Isn't this gorgeous work? Everything on this building means something to the Indians today. This wonderful fellow, Dr. What's his name, that has built buildings up here in the United States, identical copies of some of the ancient buildings. I'll probably think of his name in a minute. I can't think of it right now. He's made millions in duplicating these buildings. And he says that they were some of the finest architects the world has ever known. This building in the background is not sitting on top of the one in the center. That's about a block and a half behind it, and it's 8 stories in height as we would count stories today. It's the Temple of the Dwarf at Uxmal. And they say that the dwarf had mother-in-law trouble. I can't imagine that. I had the greatest mother-in-law this world ever produced. But apparently he had some trouble with her, and so he built separate quarters for her around behind the pyramid, where the face of it, I'll show you later, is a gorgeous thing. Now, looking at this building off in the distance there, that's the only one of the 4 buildings around the quadrangle that has the feathered serpent insignia. Can you see the serpent's head right center? And his body going off to the left, going behind the facade, intertwining with another serpent's body way over on the far left, and then returning at the top of the slide, dipping down, crossing over, and the rattle's almost at the head. Do you see it? And we say to the Indians, where do you get the feathers on this serpent? Well, they say, don't you see the jar sitting on the tail? And can't you see the spout of water coming out of the jar, and the spout ends in feathers? Sure enough, there it is, the feathered serpent. They call him Tlaloc, the rain god. And everywhere we look, it has the elephant trunk on the mask of the rain god Tlaloc. Isn't this amazing? This structure is 200 feet long just to the center. This is the center doorway here in the right part of the slide. I didn't have a wide-angle lens and couldn't get the full length of that palace of the governor. There are 22,000 separately cut and beautifully fit stones in the mosaic pattern that they use down in South America so much, and they're wedged in between 2 heavy ribs, one over the doorway, one at the roof line up here. 22,000 separately cut and fit stones without a bit of adhesive on the back or sides. They're just wedged in place, and the fit is so perfect that there they've stayed all these centuries, 2,500 years, with the jungle growing right over the top. How'd you like to climb things like that to do your worshiping? This fellow with the white shirt is my guide for this area, and I said, if you can climb that, I can too. So I went up there, and I got up toward the top of the pyramid, and I happened to look back, and that was a mistake. Those risers are 12 inches high, and the tread is 6 inches, just the opposite of what most of our stairways are. So it's like climbing a ladder. They got a chain over here at the center to protect sissies like I am from falling off. I'm pointing to a hole the Mexican government cut in the pyramid. Down at the base of the steps on the left, you see this doorway? Let's go inside, and sure enough, the typical condition is true. There are pyramids inside of pyramids. Isn't this gorgeous work? 3 pyramids inside the outer pyramid here at the dwarf at Uxmal. Now, did they have machinery? You who are close enough will be able to see a break in the stone right here. You see the cement joint up here? And this is a solid stone now, running up, taking in the body of the serpent above, and these urns. Now, coming off to the left, a little left of center, you see another joint right here? And as it goes up, can you see the difference in color of the stone in this urn and its neighbor off to the left? Now, they not only cut this extremely hard stone with a lathe that is a stone-cutting type of lathe, but they made a half-circle cut here on the left, came around to the halfway point, then started another half-circle, one of the hardest things to do with a stone-cutting lathe, another half-circle, all in the same giant stone. The one above, this shiny surface in the serpent's body in the upper right corner, and the other shiny surface, do you see it? When the engineers take those units apart, to their amazement, they'll swing in any direction like a universal joint, you engineers, and the pins are machined to 1,000th of an inch tolerance. You bet they had machinery. Now, down in Lima, Peru, once again, my equipment looked too modern and too professional, and the professionals have to have a signed certificate from the President of the nation before they can take pictures. But they had ring gears, they had flywheel gears, ratio gears, spider gears, the teeth showing signs of wear. And their hardest gears were out of pure copper, hardened copper gears. Now, for many years, hardening of copper was a lost art. When I was over in Las Vegas, and some of them joke and say I was over there retrieving some of my losses as a general contractor. That isn't true. I was over there to give the Book of Mormon lectures on the trial of the stick of Joseph. And when I was telling him about this case I defended in law school against the charge of fraud, and the Book of Mormon was the subject, and those who brought it forth, I remembered the experience that we had here, where scientists and engineers had said, Why, the Book of Mormon is crazy. It talks about hardened copper tools amongst the people who were Stone Age people. It's ridiculous because it talks about the construction of giant buildings and great highways, and they couldn't even count, they told our people. And so everywhere we turn, we find evidence now that these so-called ridiculous statements aren't at all ridiculous, that they did indeed do what they said they could do. But after I'd given a lecture at Las Vegas, one of the people in the congregation came up to me and said, "Mr. West, you made a misstatement tonight." The minute he said "Mr.," I knew he wasn't a member of the church. How the dickens would I know that? Now, he said to me, the art of hardening copper is no longer a lost art. And I said to him, "Oh, my heavens, has somebody broken that?" And he said, "They sure have." And I said, I handed him a card, and I said, "I've got to talk to you. I need to know more about this. But I'm flying my plane out of here, and I've got to run the minute this thing's over, and I'm flying back to Los Angeles." So I said, "Please come see me or telephone me." And so 2 days later, who was at my front door than this wonderful fellow from Las Vegas? And 2 months later, he was a member of the church, and I owned his copper hardening system, and they've always charged us with making a trade. But we really didn't. Okay, let's go on now. We go from the sublime to the ridiculous. Here we have a building put together with sticks and strings. Do you know that these Indian huts out in the Yucatan will stand up in a 150-mile gale? They're so perfectly engineered. Here's the ridgepole up at the very top, the angling struts here that go down, crisscrossing here on the rafters that come down, all with sticks and strings. A dear old Indian fellow was sitting in a hammock below this bar to the bottom part of the slide from center. When my guide walked into this hut, I'm going to have to keep showing pictures as I tell you about this, he just walked in and pointed to this dear old Indian fellow and said, "He's what you would call an Indian patriarch." And he said to me, "You tell him the story you told me about our gold Bible." And so in my halting Spanish, I started to tell him the story of the great record of this continent written on gold plates, starting by mistake in 1 Nephi, in what is the beginning of the written book, instead of over where it really begins. I told him about 1 Nephi, 2 Nephi, Jacob, Enos, Jerem, Omni. And everywhere we turned, he wasn't batting an eye. No reaction. And then I got clear over in 3 Nephi, where Christ came walking down out of the heavens. And talk about react. He burst into tears, and he shouted at me, "Si es verdad, si es correcto." Yes, that's true, that's correct. And then he almost scolded me. I got a Scottish blessing in a combination of the Indian and Spanish tongue, for he spoke no English. And he said to me, "Why would you talk to me una hora and never even mention the most important thing in that record? I was waiting to see if you knew about the white God, who was the Son of God and came to this continent in early times." Now, he made me promise before I left his hut that I'd send a Book of Mormon in Spanish out to Merida, and my guide promised to pick it up and take it out to him. I've never seen him since that day. Here we are at the giant pyramid at Chichen Itza. This pyramid is called the Pyramid of Kukulkan, and there is a Holy of Holies inside. And guess what? Yes, a life-size jaguar, but it was 1,000 years after they worshiped the one God of the Hebrews before they turned back to idolatry. He has 73 jade spots on him. He's worth a king's ransom. They locked him up real tight when they saw Jack West coming. Now, let me go back and recap. We started to recap. Do we have evidence now that there were two main groups? Yes, we do. Do we have evidence that they did indeed become great nations and great civilizations? You bet we do. Do we have evidence that the second people brought a book similar to the Old Testament and brought a book from the Old Continent? Yes, we do. Do we have evidence that they did write on gold in a form of Egyptian hieroglyphic and yet had the Hebrew background? Certainly, everywhere we turn. Do we have evidence that Christ did come to this continent? Yes, we do. Do we have evidence that they used cement, but only north of the narrow neck? Certainly we do. Nearly every building in this area is held together with the ancient cement. Now, do we have evidence that they had hardened copper tools? Yes, even surgical instruments. Do we have evidence that they had the principle of the wheel and the principles of machinery? Yes, we do. In 1830, some of the scientists, as you remember, told our people why the Indians can't even count. How could they have had giant structures and marvelous engineering techniques? Now we know the ancient people could count to at least 1,000 because there are exactly 1,000 pillars in this temple of the 1,000 pillars. As you go up these steps, protected at the base by the feathered serpent insignia, this time his body sticking in the air, and his tail is surmounted by feathers. His head is lying flat, each head, on the base of the stairs. But as we climb the stairs of the Temple of the Warriors, and we go down 3 flights of stairs down inside, there on the side of a beautiful square pillar is an elephant shown in one case with straps running down his side to pull things, and another elephant with a basket on his back to carry passengers, and a horse done in full color shown as a beast of burden. Now over the horizon is 𝑉𝐮𝑋𝐶𝐶, this giant of giant cities that's been found within the last 10 years, only a little bit of it excavated. But at the base of one of their giant temples is a life-size elephant and also a life-size horse, a little bit different than our modern horse, but a horse nevertheless. And since the things were done by humans, of course they were here contemporaneously with ancient man. All around the base of the Temple of the Warriors are hieroglyphic carvings similar to ancient Egyptian. The ballpark in every major city, South America, Central America, North America, the ancient ballpark is almost sure to be there. A giant thing longer than a football field. The idea was to get a little rubber ball up through that ring above my head, set at right angles to a basketball ring without using your hands. If you're real clever, you flip it from your hips. Wouldn't that be something? Now, acoustics again. Up in this beautiful temple at the upper end of the field, I whispered a question to my guide way down at the other end of the field, longer than a football field away. He answered with another whisper, and we heard each other perfectly. Now, we're not up in the tops of the Andes where the air is very clear. We're now at almost sea level. And when we say to the Indians, why did your ancient people go to such fabulous extent to get these acoustics? Well, they say, can stand on this spot and shout and hear 15 distinct echoes. We tried it, and sure enough, you could. They say, answer real simple. Everybody multiplied by 15 when they yell for the home team. Quite a sense of humor. So acoustics are marvelous everywhere we turn. Now, looking down this lonely jungle road, over the top of the Temple of Venus here, at the end of that road is the famous sacred well of Chichen Itza. Do you see humps everywhere you look out here in the jungle? There are giant ancient buildings under every one of those humps. This land is just as flat as a table until you have a building of ancient people. Now, the water is jet black, and yet perfectly usable as household water, potable water. It's about 65 feet from the top of the jungle floor down to the water. Then the water is roughly 70 feet deep. In partial excavation with underwater lights, they brought up, guess what? A copper chisel so hard that our best files won't even scratch it. Golden discs with hieroglyphic carvings around the outer edges that scientists tell us are similar to ancient Egyptian. And yet everywhere we look are these signs of the Christian cross and the knowledge of the language and the religion of the Hebrew people. Yes, it's true. We find today the body skeletal remains of lovely maidens who 1,000 years after that great last battle between the dark-skinned brother and the white-skinned brother, when the Indian people as we know them today had degenerated, just as the book had prophesied, back to the state of a savage, yes, they did turn to human sacrifice and to the worshiping of animals. I sat up all one night, a full moon night, here at Chichen Itza, just enthralled as I got the feel of these ancient people. We bring these Indian guides in, and they know what everything on these buildings means. It's clear to them to this day. Going from the sublime to the ridiculous again. I had hunted for this guide in the middle, Hector Arana, for a number of years. Finally, in Merida, Bill Hernandez said, I can tell you where to find Hector. And so he took me to him. I said, Hector, will you take me into Sayil and Labna? I cheated on this slide. This was in 1951 on a previous trip. He said, sure, in Spanish. He didn't speak any English. I said, how long? 4 days round trip. And I said, can you get away from work? Oh, yes, I work for the government. They'll never miss me. And so in we went with this square radiator Ford, 1914 vintage. I almost bawled when I saw this Ford. I owned a dead ringer for it when I was just a kid and first came to California in 1921. And we called it the M-Men Special. I helped to organize the M-Men in California. And we'd pile in 10 or 15 kids in that old brass radiator Ford, and away we'd go. The only trouble, mine didn't have any top for a long time. It was the topless wonder, or the M-Men Special. Now, the road was so narrow going into 𝐼𝐸 that there was no place to turn around. Finally, Hector got tired of cutting trees in two that had fallen across the narrow jungle road with his machete. And he gave up, and he said, can't go any farther. And I said, well, then, let's walk on in. He said, can't do it. And I said, why? Can't leave Lizzie. He called his brass radiator Ford Lizzie in Spanish. I said, why, you rascal, you left your wife without even a backward glance. And he said, can replace wife, can't replace Lizzie. Now, we backed out because we couldn't turn around. And we got to a place where a tunnel had been cut through the jungle. And he said, you still want to go into 𝐼𝐸? And I said, I sure do. I thought he'd relented. He said, here's the trail. And I said, wonderful. Are you coming? No, have to stay with Lizzie. But he said, you go. We'll wait. I tried to get Bill to take me in, and Bill said, Jack, I've only been in there once in my life. I wouldn't dare go in. I had a guide when I went in. So I was determined to go, and he said, don't miss. Only one hut on the way in. If you miss, you get lost. I said, well, wait for me, and if I'm gone more than 4 days, well, I send in some search parties. I got this little 14-year-old boy, Anatolio, to take me in. He spoke a brand of Spanish that I didn't understand at all. And I only speak enough Spanish to get into trouble in the first place. And, of course, I didn't understand his Indian tongue. But we walked on into 𝐼𝐸, and you don't have to speak each other's language. Once you crack a joke and start laughing at each other, why, then you get along beautifully. 110 rooms in this giant structure. 5 stories high, a gorgeous building. In any city we have in the world today, that would be a beautiful building. The jungle trees have been removed, part of the dirt removed, and 110 rooms to date have been taken out. Now, these pillars, one of the engineers took a pillar out of its socket. Sure enough, there was an indentation in the top and one in the bottom, just like we would hold something horizontally in a lathe, a turning lathe, to cut it. There are teeth marks in those very hard stone pillars, and yet there are no two areas where there's the same diameter going up and down. They were cutting them just like we would cut a wood stairway balustrade today. They did this in this hard stone. You see the elephant mask down here on the corner, the rain god Tlaloc? You see that trunk curled up? Isn't that interesting? You bet they had elephants. Out here in Arizona, some of the boys from the Arizona State were out on an archaeological binge, and they cut way, way down under the strata of today in an ancient area, and there they found an elephant skeleton. Embedded in his bone joint was, guess what? An arrowhead. The scientists scratched their heads and said, now let's see. Elephants don't shoot arrows at each other. Of course they were here contemporaneously with ancient man. This stairway over here is 300 feet wide from that point on the far left over to this point. Now compare that with the size of some of these giant buildings. They had the stone cenotes cut out of limestone, exactly the shape of those they've now found over in the Holy Land. And here they had cement aprons to lead the water into these cisterns to hold water in an area where they depend largely on rain for their water. Every building in Merida has an ancient foundation under these structures, or an ancient building. And the ancient city goes way out beyond. Did they have these highways? Everywhere we look, the highways built up from 8 to 12 feet above the surrounding ground to keep them high and dry if possible. The top covered with a coating of cement. Oh, my time's shot. Jeepers, why am I so long-winded? These giant stones, are you willing to stay with me a few minutes? If you have to go home to breakfast, go ahead, we'll excuse you. 9-foot diameter stone wheels. The stone is right next to emerald in hardness. Square axle holes. The engineers today have used these stone wheels to build a weight-carrying wagon. And sure enough, they're able to pile on 300 tons of weight and with horses or elephants pulling them over these smooth cement highways, the main one of which is 100 to 200 feet wide and stretching from sea to sea and coast to coast, and they pull them very easily. They carried over 1,000-ton weights, great distances to their buildings. Palenque, 3 Indians climbing the stairs, 7 flights of stairs going down inside, full-color murals down there showing a white-skinned brother in subjection to a dark-skinned brother, just like the Book of Mormon said. The first apartment house of the Americas, isn't that interesting? 200 miles back from the coast by Jungle Trail. Taking an airplane out of Mexico, we fly over Monte Albán. You can tell the Latin people excavated this. They're real clever. They always leave the hardest job to last. See, the giant temple on the right hasn't been touched. The United States engineers always do the hardest job first. That's how you can tell which is which. This building in dead center, or off the left of dead center, has a stairway on it in the center that once again is 300 feet wide. Now, I'm going to show you that from the ground in just a minute. Down at Oaxaca, where we landed, here on the base of an ancient temple is a cathedral. It has over $1 million of gold ornamentation in it, including that world-famous sunburst design. You know where the gold came from? Out of the ancient temple that once stood on this spot. When the Book of Mormon said they became exceeding expert in the working of gold and the making of all kind of jewelry and designs, they weren't just kidding, were they? And yet every one of these Catholic cathedrals is standing on an ancient base. I'm sure you're aware that Cortez in Central and Mexico America and and Pizarro in South America, every time they found the Indians worshiping at an ancient temple, they forced them to tear the temple down. Some of them wouldn't do it, and they were put to death. And in place of the temple, they built over the base a Catholic cathedral. As a result, in one valley in Cholula, we have 365 Catholic cathedrals with only 5 Indians, as I remember, average for each cathedral today. When we ask why there were that many, one for every day in the year, they say because there were 365 ancient temples in this one small valley. Back up to Monte Albán. Again, the acoustic's amazing. We're up 9,000 feet high. We could whisper a question, and down at the end of this long courtyard, you could hear the question and give an answer. This fellow in the right side of center was swinging a scythe, and we could hear it as it went through the wind, as it moaned. 168 tombs had been excavated to the time I was in here on this trip, and all of these buildings have circular pillars. Do you see this one here that I am pointing to? The extra wide cement joints. They pounded small stones in between joints to force the cement into every uneven surface of the adjoining stone. Scientists testify that they have seen where a growing root, starting at the base of a temple with its tremendous force, has cracked a temple from bottom to top, in some cases 30 stories high. Yet they have never found, they testify to us, a vertical crack in the ancient cement. It will always break the stone before it breaks the cement. Isn't that amazing? Now here's that stairway on the far left I had told you about, 300 feet wide. And down in the courtyard you can see the size of these structures from one of the cars here. Dr. Murray brought these 2 artifacts up out of tomb number 168. The one on the left, he says, is positively Egyptian, while the one on the right is just as certainly Hebrew. There are Hebrew markings on the back of that stone. There are Egyptian markings on the back of the other. And now I'm sure you're aware that all up and down the east coast of North America, Central America, and South America, they are finding stones with Phoenician writings on them and Hebrew writings showing that the Hebrew people were here and that they came by boat. Tomb number 7, famous tomb number 7, was filled with gold jewelry. It's been on world tour at least 4 times. And this jewelry is just out of this world. Isn't that gorgeous? Every one of those pendants is a separate little bell. When you hang it free of its backdrop, it is the singing necklace of the ancient people. The design above my head here, we found one identical to it down there in that giant Chon Chon city. Again, the stones are just forced in place without adhesive on backs or sides. There they've stayed all these years. Any temple you see today, Cortez thought was a hill or a mountain. Had he known it was a temple, he would have forced them to tear it down. These giant pillars, 12 of them with a supergiant 13th one in the center. They are tapered from a 3-foot base diameter to 2.5 feet at the top. They're 12 feet out of the ground, 3 feet into the ground. Once again, indentations top and bottom, as we would hold something horizontally then in a stone-cutting lathe. Everywhere we look, there are giant cities under the wings of the plains. You who are close enough can see city walls everywhere you look. They excavated 2 buildings. Time ran out. They went on to another location because time and money was running out. In Mexico City, a giant city of many, many millions today, their buildings are sinking. They thought it was because of a marshy condition underneath. They're putting pilasters down 40 feet, drilled into the earth to try to hold their foundations. It is not because of a marshy condition. There are 2 giant cities under the streets of Mexico City. Were you aware of that? Here we are at the corner of Guatemala and Venezuela streets. The owners of this lot drilled down here and their tools dropped into empty space. When they dug out, they found the feathered serpent, the fine quality cement, the identical angle to their pyramid side that we have out at San Juan Teotihuacan. The same stone wheels, everything depicting the Mayan Toltec people. And yet, as they drilled another 30 feet below here through volcanic debris every inch of the way, they came again to empty space and their tools dropped into emptiness. When they dug out down there were the artifacts and the evidences and the carbon dating of the archaic people. So here we have it. The Jaredites, as the Book of Mormon calls them, on the bottom, the Nephite Lamanites, whom we now call the Mayan Toltecs, in the middle, and the Mexicans on top. Yes, there is evidence. There were 2 giant civilizations before the Mexicans. Here is the famous calendar stone, taken out of the base of the temple in Mexico City, the ancient temple. It's 13 feet in diameter. It weighs 10 tons. Every insignia of the 20 named days of every month are here shown, just identical to those down there at the doorway of the sun at Tiahuanaco, Bolivia. Every one of the 18 months of the year are here depicted. The difference, this is round. It has the points of the compass in dots, 360 of them, around the outer edge, as you can see. It has the major points of the compass, and yes, the festival period in the middle, the identical festival face that we had in South America, but this adds to it the signs of the zodiac. 32 stories high. How would you like to climb that to do your worshiping? Every stone held to its neighbor with cement. Yet the base of all of these temples, the interior, is the mound work of the ancient people that carbon dates back to the time of the Tower of Babel. This is out at San Juan Teotihuacan. The one in the center here above my head, dedicated to the sun god, S-O-N, the only one that has the feathered serpent insignia. There are 12 giant serpents in one place and another 13th supergiant, the 12 in one combination. They had a coating that was as much as 6 inches thick that I'm pointing to. He's all dolled up, isn't he? Going to a show somewhere. Out now at Teñiyuca, 52 serpents around 3 out of 4 sides. On each of the 3 sides, 52 of them, which is their half cycle. Full cycle is 104 in the Venus calendar. Definitely Egyptian. Nearby, these certainly Hebrew. One 18 feet tall, the other's 20 feet tall. This is the oldest structure of the Americas. Carbon dates back to 2200 BC. It's at Quiquilco on the outskirts of Mexico City. Yet nearby are the ruins of the people who date back to about 100 BC when they first came into this area. That's something to climb those steps. We took a guide to guide the guide here at Xochicalco. Our guide got lost. Notice the human teeth again in the serpent's mouth and the feathers coming out of his head this time. When my guide in Mexico City said, when he heard I wanted to go into the Temple of the Rabbits, he said, "Oh, please, Mr. West, not in there." And I said, "Why?" He said, "The last 5 miles is stairways of the ancient people. I said, I've climbed all the Himalayas and the Alps and the high Sierras, let's go. So away we went. He was out of condition, the fellow in the middle, Carlos. And he kept drinking Coca-Cola going up the trail, and I'm an old scout man. I've had 32 years of scouting background. And I told him, Carlos, even my young scouts know better than that. You're going to get trail sick. He got deathly sick. And yet every bend of the trail, we'd come to a Coca-Cola sign and Coca-Cola available. If it hadn't been for Carlos, he was sick half the way up the trail. This little wiry Indian fellow here Pompeo would have just run my legs off. I kept asking him the secret of the ancient cement. And I thought he kept saying in Spanish, the whites of eggs. I said to Carlos, ask him in the Indian tongue. He said, that's right. He says the whites of eggs. I said, Pompeo, have you tried it? And he said in the Spanish tongue, at 75 centavos per egg? He had quite a sense of humor, too. Well, you know, that could be one of the secrets of the ancient cement. And they also say they use blood, human blood, in their mix. Now, almost the last shot. In the valley of Cholula, Cortez thought he had got every temple. He got 365 of them. But what he didn't know was that there was a giant pyramid under this mountain. He thought it was a mountain. When they excavated the corners, to the amazement of Dr. Gann, Dr. Thompson, T.A. Willard, and numbers of others, they found it was exactly twice the base measurement, right to the inch, of the largest pyramid of Egypt. Now, I've climbed all those pyramids, and most of these over here, too. Or no Cadillac car has ever been before, and then we take burros to go back. Again, it took a guide to guide the guide. Our guide got lost. Way back in the heavy mountainous country of Mexico, here's this giant 300-ton rain god Tlaloc monument. I leave you with this shot. It was lying on its back. We didn't take it out from this spot and put it in one of the museums of the world because modern transportation was not equal to the task of taking it out until we first built highways into it. We've since done that, and you can now see this beautiful rain god Tlaloc monument standing upright in the gorgeous Museum of Anthropology in the heart of Mexico City today. They found the quarry from whence it came, 16 miles away over the most rugged Mexican mountains. These ancient people thought nothing of carrying 300 tons of weight that distance. There is the hole in a stone quarry way up high that they must have had to use ladders to get to. And then they pulled this stone after they'd cut out its outline out of that hole, made a socket then, and carded it here and carved it intricately. May the Lord bless you wonderful people, both in the church and out of the church. I plead with you, read the Book of Mormon as you never have done before, because it really is the story of the ancient people of this continent. It proves in every place you turn the Holy Bible, because it is the running mate of the Holy Bible. It's the very stick of Joseph to be the running mate of the stick of Judah, or the Holy Bible. May you have a growing and living testimony of the truth of this great work. I humbly pray in the name of Jesus Christ.
From the fact that somebody beat her upside her head with a pipe. I feel all right about that.
I gotta warm up my throat. You mean you gotta warm up your voice? Yeah, you got any hot water?
Me?
No.
You have hot water?
Are you ready to sing? Yeah, I think so. That I don't know if I want to do this or not and throw all these folks here tonight. Why not? Because you sang earlier. Yeah, I know, I sang earlier. Yeah, and you don't sing that well. Wait a minute. I think I sing a pretty good high C and a pretty good middle C. Yeah, good and loud C, too. All right, so what are you telling me, Cal? I'm saying I don't know if I want to do this because everything I do, you got a hand in it. Well, okay. Real fast, though. Make it real quick. Okay, here it is. Every day with Jesus is sweeter than the day before. Every day with Jesus, I love him more and more. Jesus saves and he blesses, and he's the one I'm waiting for.
I'm looking for the glass to break.
Every day with Jesus is sweeter than the day before. All right, give Cal a big hand clap. Come on.
Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam. Let's get together with the stars and striped can. It's the perfect connection for fellas and girls. And under your arm is the top of the world.
Uncle Sam is the antiperspirant deodorant.
You need Uncle Sam, you need Uncle Sam. Let's get together with the stars and striped can. In Sydney or Melbourne, in Brisbane or Perth, you spray Uncle Sam, yeah, for all that you're worth. Perfect connection for fellas and girls. And under your arm is the top of the world.
Spray it again,
And under your arm is the top of the world.
No sweat.
This war is killing us. One more death is one too many. Write your congressman today.
Here is the Lord, and lo, there is the Lord. This was the cry that ushered in the early 1800s. with a religious excitement that swept out of the hills of Kentucky to blanket the eastern states of America with revivals and camp meetings. To a boy of 14 in Manchester, New York, this cry of the ministers, one against the other, led him to the Bible, James chapter 1, verse 5. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. Believing he could rely on the counsel of the Apostle James, young Joseph Smith went to a grove of trees not far from his home. There, kneeling, he prayed vocally for the first time. He was almost overcome by the power of evil when, as he was praying, he beheld a glorious light descending from above, a light brighter than the noonday sun, and in the midst of it were two personages. One pointed to the other, saying, "This is my beloved Son, hear him." Thus, Joseph Smith actually beheld God the Father and his Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. Recovering his composure, he asked them which of all the churches he should join. In reply, the Lord declared that they were all wrong. He forbade Joseph to join any church and gave him other instructions. During the following 3.5 years, Joseph lived the life of a farmer's son while undergoing severe persecution for telling the story of his vision. Joseph's neighbors believed the Lord spoke to men in ancient times, but it was incredible to them that he should speak to a boy in the year 1820. One evening, before going to bed, Joseph engaged in earnest prayer and suddenly found his room growing bright, and a resurrected being who announced his name as Moroni appeared, the last righteous survivor of a group of Israelites who had peopled the American continents about the time of Christ. A record of these people had been kept on golden plates and was now to come forth as a new witness for Christ. Near to the Smith home was a large hill. There, in a stone box, were secreted the records, and a Urim and Thummim, the means of translating the records from the Reformed Egyptian in which they were written. With the aid of Oliver Cowdery, who acted as scribe, the plates were translated. Not only the prophet Joseph Smith, but Oliver Cowdery, David Whitmer, and Martin Harris heard a voice from heaven testifying to the truthfulness of the translation, and saw an angel who exhibited the plates to them. Later, Joseph Smith showed the gold plates to 8 others who testified in their own words. For we have seen and hefted, and know of a surety that the said Smith has got the plates of which we have spoken, and we lie not, God bearing witness of it. In the process of studying and translating, Joseph and Oliver Cowdery came upon many teachings different from their own religious concepts. One of these had to do with baptism. Accordingly, on May 15th, 1829, on the Banksels, Peter, James, and John appeared and gave to them the higher or Melchizedek priesthood. With the printing of the Book of Mormon, but still the persecution and physical violence against the saints mounted. On March 24th, 1832, the prophet was dragged from his bed by a mob and severely beaten, tarred, and feathered. A revelation given on December 27th, 1833, commanded the elders of the church to teach one another the doctrines of the kingdom, to be instructed more perfectly in theory, in principle, in the laws of the gospel, in all things that pertain to the kingdom of God. Thus, the school of the prophets was established. Jackson County, Missouri, had been designated as the land of inheritance for the building of Zion. The saints were moving into that area in increasing numbers, and agitation between the Mormons and Missourians developed into open conflict. Mobs rode in the night, destroying the homes of the Mormons, ruining their farms, and forcing the occupants out into the cold. Torture and beatings became commonplace. The Saints moved out of Jackson County, settling in Daviess and Clay counties. And for a short time, they lived in comparative peace. Joseph inquired of the Lord and was told to raise up young and middle-aged men to go to Independence to buy out the Missourians. 200 brethren started out on the 1,000-mile journey. Almost there, they camped between the Big and Little Fishing Rivers when a terrific storm came up, sending the Saints into shelter. The Zion's Camp March ended there at the river, for the Lord declared the camp had been brought to the borders of Jackson County as a trial of their faith. Before Zion could be redeemed, the people had to learn to be obedient, to be taught more perfectly in doctrine, and to have a better knowledge of their duties. This was one reason for the building of the Kirtland Temple. The organization of the church continued with the calling of the 12 apostles on February 14, 1835, and the subsequent opening of the foreign missions. With the growth of the church, pressure and agitation increased to have the Mormons leave Kirtland and also to get completely out of Missouri. The Crooked River battle and the subsequent lawlessness came about through a final breakdown in the Missouri state law. This and official apathy toward the Mormon cause brought about other persecutions, such as the Hans Mill Massacre on October 30th, 1838. A mob of about 200 burst in upon the little village, killing some of the inhabitants and pillaging the property. No relief could be found for the Saints, as all manner of deceit and trickery was practiced against them. In order to clarify the situation in Missouri, Joseph was informed by one of the members of the church, Colonel Hinkle, that officers of the Missouri State Militia desired an interview, stating they hoped the difficulties could be settled without more bloodshed. When Joseph and the brethren went to the meeting, Hinkle betrayed them to the enemy. Imprisoned at the Richmond jail, the brethren were subjected to all manner of vile and blasphemous language. One night, unable to stand the abusive language any longer, Joseph leaped to his feet, rebuked the guards, and as Parley P. Pratt has said, "Dignity and majesty have I seen but once, as it stood in chains at midnight in an obscure village in Missouri." After a mock trial at Richmond, the brethren were imprisoned in Liberty Jail for a period of 6 months. During the time of the imprisonment, the winter of 1838-1839, nearly 12,000 of the Saints, under the leadership of Brigham Young, were driven out of Missouri by Governor Lilburn W. Boggs in his extermination order to kill every Mormon in the state. The deposed Saints received refuge at Quincy, Illinois, until a new site at Commerce, soon to be changed to Nauvoo, was purchased, and the swampland made into a place of beauty, fronted on 3 sides by the Mississippi River. In 6 years, Nauvoo increased in population from 3,000 to nearly 20,000 people. Here, the Saints were converging from all over the nation and the world. A unique city charter had been given Nauvoo, making it responsible only to the laws of the state and the nation. A Nauvoo University was organized, and the Nauvoo Legion was formed as part of the state militia for defense against lawlessness and mobs. One of the early revelations to the church taught that the gospel should be preached to the Indians, that they might know of their ancestry. This Joseph did many times, carrying the story of the Book of Mormon to the Lamanites. Not only the missions to the Indians, but the missionary effort in Europe was advancing. From the British Isles and elsewhere, shiploads of converts were gathering to Nauvoo until it became the largest city in Illinois. Zion prospered both materially and spiritually as the Lord poured forth his blessings. The Book of Moses had been received earlier from Revelation, and the Book of Abraham was translated from papyrus rolls discovered with some Egyptian mummies. On October 5th, 1841, baptisms for the dead in the Mississippi were discontinued until on November 21, 1841, when the first baptisms were performed in the partially completed Nauvoo Temple. The great object in later temple building was giving of the full endowment to those of the saints worthy to receive it, and giving the ordinance of baptism for the dead. At Nauvoo, the Lord called for a temple to be erected, for he declared, "There is not a place found on earth where he might come and restore again that which was lost unto you, that which he hath taken away." Sensing that the end was near for him, Joseph reminded the apostles of their responsibility in carrying forth the work of the Lord, now that the gospel had been restored to earth again. The Nauvoo Legion continued to be a deterring force in preventing the rabble from Missouri and the mob element in Illinois from molesting the prophet and the saints. Joseph, as commander-in-chief, asked the Legion if they were ready to lay down their lives in defense of their leader and religion, if necessary. They shouted back, "Yes, yes." Then Joseph drew his sword, and pointing it heavenward said, "I call upon God and angels to witness that I have unsheathed my sword with a firm and unalterable determination that this people shall have their legal rights and be protected from mob violence. Or my blood shall be spilt upon the ground like water, and my body consigned to the silent tomb." These words were construed by enemies of the church as treason against the state of Illinois, and once again Joseph was asked to stand trial. Joseph, Hiram, and others of the brethren were taken to Carthage jail to await trial. The state militia had been called out to aid in arresting the Mormons, and once they were safely lodged in jail, the militia was disbanded, leaving only 8 men to guard against the most bitter of the mob element. At 5 in the evening, on June 27, 1844, after the guards good-naturedly gave up their arms to the mob, the jail was rushed. As soon as the brethren heard the sounds of the mob coming up the stairs, they slammed the inner door shut. Since the door would not lock, Willard Richards and John Taylor began downing the rifle barrels as they were stuck through the door. Hiram fell, exclaiming, "I am a dead man." Joseph, attempting to save John Taylor and Willard Richards, leaped from the window calling out, "O Lord, my God." The mob rushed back outside. Joseph was shot 4 times as he lay on the ground. With the death of the prophet, the leadership of the church fell to the Council of 12, headed by Brigham Young. The temple was pushed to completion, and plans were made to move the saints west as soon as possible, for as Joseph had predicted, his death didn't end the persecution, it increased it. The Nauvoo City Charter, which had lent some protection to the saints, was repealed, and bitter feelings against the Mormons increased, even though rapid preparations were being made to leave. On February 4th, 1846, the first of the Latter-day Saints were ferried across the Mississippi River. By the 11th of February, the wagons were crossing on the ice. Nearly 20,000 people, driven from their homes in the dead of winter, heading for an unknown wilderness. The first night out, at the Sugar Creek campground, 9 babies were born to cultured and delicate mothers who were not savages, and were not accustomed to such a life as that to which they were now subjected. A few of the poor, the sickly, and the elderly saints were left to come later, and they were forced out of Nauvoo at bayonet point. The trip west was beset with starvation and hardship, with births and deaths. But under inspired leadership, at Garden Grove, at Mount Pisgah, and a dozen other places, they planted crops to be harvested by the thousands who were destined to follow. And the Lord heard the pleas of mercy of the exiles from Nauvoo, and thousands of quail swarmed over the campgrounds so that even children could catch them, and their hunger was satisfied. The Mormons asked the federal government for aid. Instead, the government asked them for volunteers to go to California to fight against Mexico. This was very different from the aid the Mormons had asked for, but they were determined to comply with the request, hoping for some benefit and blessing. The call of 500 volunteers from the most able-bodied men forced the migrating group to seek a winter quarters where they might wait until spring before starting out again. The saints entered into a covenant to keep all the statutes of the Lord and to bear a responsibility to the widows, the fatherless, and families of those gone with the battalion. If they did this, they would be blessed abundantly. On April 5th, 1847, the lead pioneer group, organized into companies of hundreds, 50s, and 10s, started west, following the trail that would lead thousands to the wastes of the Great Basin, where the saints would become a mighty people in the midst of the Rocky Mountains. And in that same year, on July 24th, Brigham Young entered the Salt Lake Valley. Still ill with mountain fever, Brigham looked out over the valley and announced, "This is the right place, drive on." The greatest mass religious exodus since Moses led the Israelites out of Egypt. A people persecuted, martyred, driven from their homes, from Missouri to Illinois, to the bleak wastelands of Utah, to the tops of the mountains that Isaiah foretold would be the gathering place of Zion in the last days. This is the history of that people, destined to greatness, for believing the testimony of a boy, to whom God spoke one day.
Hello. In the traditional motion picture story, the villains are usually defeated. The ending is a happy one. I can make no such promise for the picture you're about to watch. The story isn't over. You and the audience are part of the conflict. How we meet the communist challenge depends on you. What has happened so far, what is happening now, is far from encouraging.
And where do you think this is? It's communist-inspired rioting in San Francisco, USA. Look at those faces. The face of communism in America. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Herbert Philbrick.
As I travel around, I still have people say, "Well, why are you so hard on communists? They're just another political party like any other, and a poor minority at that, and so misunderstood." Well, we don't want them misunderstood, and that's why we're making this film. And that's why I say they are lying, dirty, shrewd, godless, murderous, determined, and it is not an American political party like any other. It's an outlaw organization, taking its orders and instructions from another government to do everything possible to destroy our government. It's an international criminal conspiracy.
It is a way of life, an evil and malignant way of life. It reveals a condition akin to disease that spreads like an epidemic. And like an epidemic, a quarantine is necessary to keep it from infecting this nation.
No man risks his life the way I have.
Oh, listen, I'm sick of that. Many millions of men risk their life, and they could come before this committee and answer the question whether or not they were a member of the Communist Party. And let me remind you that Benedict Arnold was also a member of the Armed Forces of the United States.
You're implying
with the question.
You're implying I'm a traitor. No.
You heard what I said.
am no Benedict Arnold. It is a mighty shame that a man like me has to be brought here and crucified in the press and everything. While your stealers are bred from children. I have 3 kids.
Mr. Washington,
that's what you are.
Will you answer the question, please?
I did. I know about my own.
Hi, remember me? I'm the person who's doing the film. Well, I was calling back to see if you'd decided yet whether you'd be willing to do an interview with us for the film. Uh-huh. You feel... Yeah. But look, you've been attendance leader for what, 15 years now? Okay, more than 15 years. And the people know your work, and they trust you. Do you really feel as though as if they found out now that you had been a communist, that they'd somehow decide you aren't a good person now? Yeah, I know I realize it's a risk. Uh-huh. Okay, well, that's your decision.
It was a decision I had to make. A lot of work I do is either federally or state funded. So, you know, they might say, well, we can't have a known communist. But then I said, if I die, why shouldn't there be a record?
How could I have been so good when I was active and be so bad because I tell them I'm a communist? And I felt that I owe it to everybody who knows me to know who I was and who I am and why I'm doing what I'm doing.
It's not easy on friends and family, but I really believe it's better to put your cards on the table.
How did you feel sort of proclaiming to the world that you are part of the communist
Well,
movement?
while you were gone, Ben and I talked about that.
Oh, really?
Yes, we did. We feel like a lot of people are going to be surprised if they find out. And I feel those who know us and like us, it'll be real good that they find out if they don't know.
How about those people who might feel negative?
Well, tough shit. I mean, that's how I feel about it.
Communism, the great American taboo. Yet between the 1930s and the 1950s, almost 1 million Americans passed through the Communist Party of the United States. You'll meet some of them in this film. We've chosen to look at the backbone of the party, the men and women of the rank and file who were members for many years. This generation came of age in the Depression. They made a decision to be radicals, to challenge the very fabric of their society. How that decision affected the rest of their lives is the thread of our story, and it's by no means a simple story to tell. For many people, this was the first time they have spoken openly about their lives in the American Communist Party.
The party headquarters over on 13th Street in an old loft building. That's where it was. And on the 5th floor was the New York district, and on the 9th floor was the Central Committee. I'll never forget it, see? So I went to the 5th floor. I went down to see the district leader, see?
And did you sign up?
I was in the party.
You signed up just like that?
Signed just like that.
Was that a big decision to make?
No, wasn't any decision at all in those days. Let me tell you the truth. It was just what, with my background, you had to do. Nobody else was doing anything.
The image that I grew up with of the party was that it's this subversive organization of people in trench coats and people spying, you know, all this kind of stuff, you know.
Oh, really?
That it's a heavy thing to be a communist. And to say I was a communist is that's a fairly strong thing. So that's why I say when you joined, weren't you scared? Weren't you?
No. I didn't see anybody around with trench coats and things.
But you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I know what you know.
See, that's what I grew up with, is what communists
No. Not then it wasn't.
They weren't, you know, having mass recruiting of joining a communist party. You had to prove that you were a worthy individual that they could trust. And I thought I was doing good work. I mean, I was the leader of our youth, you know, organization, and but they concentrated on my brother. They weren't recruiting any women. So they took my... There was one woman. She was the section organizer's wife. So they would take him to communist conventions, and they would give him literature, but he wasn't that interested. So finally, they decided they needed someone to take the minutes of their meetings and collect the dues, so they approached me. And I was very thrilled that I had the honor of joining the Communist Party.
Didn't it make you worried that the communists were talking about overthrowing the government?
Didn't worry me a bit. Didn't worry me because I was suffering from the discrimination and the humiliation of discrimination, you know? I'm coming up from the South, and I think, you know, at last, freedom. And I walk into a restaurant, and they say, we don't serve niggers.
You know, a lot of people say, when people are radical, go back where you came from. Well, if I was sent back where I came from, it would be across the street from Kruger's Brewery on Hill Street in Orange, New Jersey. January 30th, 1915. That's where I was born. And some people say I brag about being a street nigger, but our family was in the gutter. You know, the street was something we wanted to climb up to. We would have loved to get up on the curb. This was in the middle of the Depression. 1932, 33, 34. 70% of the black males in Harlem were unemployed.
In order for the family to survive, both my sister and I had to work. And the best work we could find was dancing at the Cotton Club in Harlem.
Boy, hot ginger and dynamite. We drink nothing but that and wow, boy. Back neck, sack, better fella to the back around the wind, wiggy wag.
It was designed like a plantation. It was an all-black show, all black waiters, but all white guests. And they really wanted to be slave masters. They were there to be entertained by us hip-wriggling blacks with all of our exotic and sensual capacities laid bare for them. I couldn't swallow that. I said, what's in this country that here we are scuffling and buck dancing for $35 a week, and people can come from downtown in tuxedos and evening clothes, white tie and stiff collar and diamonds and everything, and spend $1,000 for a night's entertainment. So I saw in life itself what class distinctions meant. And the more communists I met, the more I liked what they had to say and what they were doing. Because I saw that of all the people who were talking about solving problems and programs and so forth, when there was a picket line, they were out front.
I don't care if it was on 14th Street, 42nd Street, 34th Street, every community. There was some guy up in that soapbox going away, you know, the working class, the capitalist class has nothing in common, nothing. You know, and you'd ponder that. And then it went on and on and on about how they exploited you. And you'd have to sit there, you thought about it, you said, Jesus, that's so right. Them son of a bitches up there eating the filet mignon with them. Some communists in some particular neighborhood leading a delegation of 25 people down to the welfare board or some other board. These people are hungry, feed them and give them something to eat, give them rent or do something. There was this type of activity going on. Now, when you take a group of people, 25, 30 people, who don't know from nothing, don't know rheumatism from communism or what the hell, they just don't know nothing, and you take them down, lead them down to, say, a welfare director, where the guy jumps up on the desk, I mean, he's berserk. This is what was happening in them days. And the people come out, you come out victorious, where you do get a check, you do get a box of food, the gas, they turn it on or whatever it is. I mean, you're going to give much credence to the type of person that's doing this for you. You must say, Jesus Christ, contrary to what I heard about the communists or the Reds, the man can't be bad or the woman can't be bad. Look what they've done for me.
Starts off peaceably enough down there in front of the mayor's office, but before long, things begin to get hot. About 1,000 of the Reds defy the police orders to move, and so the orders are being carried out. And a lot of the Reds are carried out, too. And the cops are having a busy time of it, but it won't last long, and another Red rally bites the dust.
I'd be in a demonstration, I see mounted police charge into people. And you see horses' hoofs stomping on people. People being clubbed. Why? Because they were demonstrating for bread, a job. And to me, that was it. That was the movement, helping people to fight to change oppressive conditions.
We went into situations where, in retrospect, I'd be scared to death. You know, they were beating heads openly. There was bloodshed on the ground, and there wasn't even a question of not going. You know, you knew you were going to go. I mean, the stakes were high, and the exhilaration was just total, and it was very easy to make this an absolute life's commitment at that moment.
Every Friday morning was going out to some aircraft factory and passing out leaflets, and then twice a week, because at the time I was still going to college, passing out leaflets at the gate of, if it was up here, it was at Sather Gate, and down at UCLA, it was someplace else. Really persistently doing work that I didn't find terribly exciting and didn't really enjoy doing, but did it because I knew it was important. It was absolutely important to do. And I could make myself do it because it was important.
Did you ever have to talk? I didn't talk, but participated in a street corner?
Oh, yeah.
My husband was given the job in the avenues, would you believe, Richmond, with all these kind of fat middle-class ladies scurrying around on a Saturday doing their marketing and shopping. And he would stand up on a soapbox and say, "Friends!" and I would die.
Well, first of all, it's, if you've never been on a soapbox, it's sort of awkward. You get up on a chair and you look out, especially when the guy will precede you by saying, "And the next speaker is Bill Bailey, a member of the Marine Workers Industrial Union, and great, and this, and that." You know, to give you a big razzle-dazzle, and you get up there and you look out over a couple of hundred faces. Nobody's laughing, no expression, you know, no nothing. You don't know if they got a ham sandwich in their hand they're going to hit you with or what. And you're supposed to razzle-dazzle them, you know, stir them, you know, really get them up to where they're screaming bloody murder. Well, you know, and you get up there and your mouth is dry, you know, butterflies in your stomach. I mean, you're complete emotional, ready to collapse. And the first thing you said to yourself, I wish an earthquake takes place at this very minute, you know. But anyway, like everything else, you take a deep breath and you say your first word. And the second one comes out a little bit easier. And after you get the word fellow worker, you know, out of your mouth, that's the way it is. Then bit by bit, you start warming up.
I'm glad you've asked me my story. I have a story to tell. How rising in union and giving my heart brought great joy, then living in a world that is fair is the vision we hold. In honor and peace where we all share the load, where struggling for change is a natural thing. To keep to our promise, to bring true our dreams. I'm glad you've asked me my story. I have a story to tell. Dum, 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 And then you ask me my story. I have a story to tell.
All the various party units throughout the country would pick out the best potential leaders. You know, they had them from the marine workers, you know, from the waterfront. They had longshoremen, they had teamsters, they had textile, they had rubber. In other words, they would pick out the best potential person or male or female who could be developed into a good leader by going to school.
There were about 60 students, and about 6 of us were picked out as had to have special tutelage. Because, first of all, we came from the mills, they came from the mines, and just to sit in a classroom for 5, 6 hours, we couldn't absorb anything, and I would fall asleep.
In my position at that time, to find out that I was picked out, you know, to go to National Training School, there was enormous responsibility given to me that I got to learn. I mean, God damn it, Stanley, you get in there, and then no matter how hard it is, stay there and read, and
Well, the tutor that was my tutor fell in love with me, I guess working closely with me or something, and convinced me to marry him, but really convinced me. And some of the other students also helped to convince me.
What do you mean he convinced you?
That I should get married. And the 2 of us would make a marvelous team. And why should I go back to the mill? Which, wow, I didn't think it was a bad idea. Why should I go? After all, I got 6 months training. I will now be a professional revolutionist. So why should I go back to the mill? So I figured, besides he was good looking and he was a good dancer, so that helped, you know. So I figured, fine, I agreed. So right at the end of school, Ohio State Convention of the Communist Party was being held. So both of us went there, and I asked what our assignments would be, since we're both trained, right, revolutionists. So they didn't know where to put us, so they suggested I go back to the mill, and my husband become the section organizer, and I support him. And that was the end of that. I says, I will do nothing like that.
When I finished that 6-week school, I came out marching, and I was ready to go back to Harlem and start the revolution by myself.
We didn't have any identity crisis. We didn't have any worries about what was our role, what was our destiny, what individual fulfillment we were seeking for. We knew with absolute conviction that we were part of a vanguard that was destined to lead an American working class to a socialist revolution. There was just simply no question at all in your mind that who you were and what you were and why you were, what was the meaning of life. You had that answer.
Dorothy joined the party when she was 14. Like many communists, she worked as a union organizer in the 1930s. Her main work was among farm laborers, whose wages and conditions were some of the worst in the country.
Salinas Valley, 2-cent cotton. I'm on picket, Lord, I'll try. God, I'm tired of picking cotton.
In May of 1937, she was called in to help by striking cotton pickers in Southern California.
I stayed in the home of one of the field workers, and I would sleep in the iron bedstead with the 4 children. It was a constant struggle for the barest kind of existence of living. The first thing that was done was to call a mass meeting of all participants, husbands, wives, children. They had to learn to run that strike. They had to have the power that they could do something about their own lives if they were organized together. I would suggest that the people there describe what they considered the important issues. It would be people talking from their guts. As I looked out at that audience, there was a kind of joy. Here were people in the most desperate living conditions who had discovered what unity meant, what solidarity meant. The communication back and forth, you were one. The speaker, the strikers, there was no we and they. There was only us. I don't remember not one person ever feeling it was a sacrifice. I want to emphasize, we got more enrichment, we learned more, we acquired more ourselves than any other comparable experience could ever have given us.
A lot of your questions have led me back through the years to what I might call my radical youth and life as a young man. And that's good. I sometimes think about that period. But I would not want to give anybody the impression that those were my golden years or the best years of my life or anything like that. I see it as something that I passed through in the same way that I passed through my adolescence or my childhood.
In the 1930s, Carl worked as a reporter for the Midwest Daily Record, a communist-sponsored newspaper published in Chicago.
One of the stories that I covered was a strike of sharecroppers in what was called Swamp East, Missouri, the area around Sikeston, Missouri. These sharecroppers had simply moved out on the highway to demonstrate their problems. They moved out. They moved all their belongings right out on the highway. Their idea was that in this way, the cars passing would somehow deliver their message to Washington or to wherever.
You say that it was a dramatic story. You had described this to us before, so I got some clippings. I want to just read a little bit of it because I thought it was really quite something. It says, Sikeston, Missouri, January 13th. Sharecroppers sent out a plea to smash through the terror ring of the planters with food and supplies to keep them alive. Today, these Negro and white victims counted the near dead, the sick, and the hungry. Huddled in flimsy, improvised shelters, evicted tenant farmers and their wives and kids face starvation today. On roadside fires sizzled the last few strips of bacon and the last handful of beans.
Well, it certainly was very dramatic for me, and I wrote it without trying to be melodramatic, but it certainly, the conditions that I saw there were such that I couldn't write it any other way.
Every night, Carl wrote letters to his wife about the sharecropper's story. At the time he read them to us, he hadn't seen them in many years.
All day long, I hear the talk of planters and their stooges, deputies, state troopers, bureaucratic small-time officials. And when they say nigger and nigger lover and lynch and agitator and communist, they mean violence. And all of it is directed against a few hundred mild and wonderful people, simple, quiet, intelligent, honest, loving people who are starving in a swamp. It's all too damned ominous, like something horrible were about to happen. I've been feeling this way all day. This morning, I went out to a dismal bog where the sharecroppers are. It rained continuously, and I sat in one of those excuses for a tent and talked and helped to move the pans around to where the water was dripping in worst. Something sings inside of me when I'm with these people, and it runs, "Arise, ye wretched of the earth." I heard stories today that would make your blood freeze, and through it all ran the same savage depravity about a planter who whipped a sharecropper's hog to death because it was on his land, about a sharecropper who was tied to a post and flogged to death, about a little Negro boy who was starving and stole some beans and was beaten and forced to work in the field for a week to pay the damage. By intervals, this thing has ripped the heart out of me and inspired me as few things ever have. It's the colossal guts of these people, bucking a setup as cruel and hidebound, as ruthless and powerful as the planter autocracy. It's a story that I'll tell you for weeks if I ever get back.
I don't want your millions, mister. I don't want your diamond ring. All I want, just the right to live, mister. Give me back my job again. I know you have the land deed, mister. The money is all in your name. But where's the work that you did, mister? I'm demanding back my job again.
We're gonna roll the Union on. We're gonna roll
Perhaps the communists' greatest impact was on the labor movement. In the 1930s, America's major industries were being organized for the first time, and communists played a key role. From auto to steel, from maritime to mining, they were among the most skillful and dedicated organizers. And in many of the new CIO unions, they rose to positions of leadership. But some things about the communists cut against the American grain and raised deep suspicions. Your movement was constantly accused of not really being concerned with American people's interests, but rather with promoting the Soviet Union. And we've seen demonstrations with communists carrying signs of Lenin, Stalin, defend the Soviet Union. So why would you do that?
I think it was because the Russian Revolution had an incredibly electric effect on all the left-wingers in this country in 1917 in a way that's very hard for anybody to understand now. But there had been a large socialist movement in this country, and but socialism was a dream. It had never happened.
Generations of communists had developed who believed that the Soviet Union was not only the expression of the first conquest, the first victory of the working class in showing that you could build a society without bosses, but that it was the example of all that was best and purest and most desirable.
In the 30s, everybody knew somebody that went to the Soviet Union to visit. The Soviet Union had a big tourist campaign, and there were thousands and thousands of people that went to the Soviet Union, mostly teachers. They could afford it. You hear about no racial discrimination. You hear about no unemployment. You hear about, a kind of egalitarian society that is just very unlike anything we have here, I mean, in the 30s, people were extremely conscious of the huge disparity between the poor and the rich, between poverty and its plenty. We were extremely loyal to the Soviet Union, but that didn't seem like any contradiction to us of being loyal Americans. I mean,
That didn't make you un-American?
it didn't make us feel in the slightest degree un-American. We felt that we were interested in the best. We were concerned about the best interests of the American people. To us, that meant the best interests of ordinary people. We considered ourselves very much small d Democrats. We really believed in the American dream.
You'd be listening to a conversation of 6 or 7 people chewing a rag, and you'd always hear somebody saying, "But they done it in Russia. There's no unemployment in Russia. Everybody's working in Russia. If it could happen in Russia, why can't it happen here?" And these were just simple Americans.
American communists were not only inspired by the Soviet Union, their party accepted leadership from it. The very structure of the party was modeled after the Soviet experiment. Lenin had said, a party of a new type was needed to overturn the capitalist class. It had to be somewhat like an army, with a clear chain of command. Once a decision was reached, no dissension was allowed. It was accepted by American communists that many decisions came from the top down and had to be carried out. And, like the Bolsheviks in the repressive days of the Tsar, many communists kept their membership secret.
Our neighbors, let's say the people we were closest to, did not know us to be party members. In many cases, our shopmates or people we worked with did not know us to be party members.
Suppose if your neighbor did know, do you think they would have rejected you?
I think the party view was that you don't have to go around announcing yourself as a party person. That's unnecessary. You just do your work.
If you'd say, look, I'm a communist, and go around wearing a button, that you're a communist, or we say wear it on your sleeve, the workers aren't brought up to that point where they understand it. But if you tell them, don't be afraid of the word communism, because you will be called a communist. If you argue with your grocer on the price of bread, they'll say, what are you, a communist? You don't like it here?
Well, but then later on, when someone tells them you are a communist, and it turns out they find out, then they think that, well, you lied to them.
No, it isn't that. They disrespect me for what I am,
But wouldn't they think that you were being dishonest?
How could they find out that I'm a communist?
Suppose someone comes along and tells them that you are.
So it's their word against mine. They never came to approach me and ask me.
In many ways, you do have a secret life. Certainly your work life, unless you happen to be working for a left organization, your work life on the whole, people do not know about your politics. We would be fired and we couldn't, make a living. But I think that something else that we felt was that people couldn't be effective politically if their politics were open. They couldn't get elected to union office. They couldn't, they couldn't, or not just union office, any kind of organizations they were working with, they wouldn't be trusted because there was so much anti-communist feeling in the country. And In my view, that was a great mistake in retrospect. But at the time, you simply felt it was necessary. And you were, in fact, upfront about your politics to as large a group of people as you felt safe to be so. I remember the Madison Square Garden meetings. There were 20,000 plus people in one room, you know, all chanting the same slogan. Enormous spirit. It was things like this that kept you feeling you weren't totally alone, you were part of something big. And that made you feel worthwhile because you knew that your own minuscule efforts were not going to do any huge thing for the revolution, but combined with 20,000 other people, you felt that you really were going to make a difference in the world.
Events and issues are beginning to stand out so that they can be seen by the masses. You don't have to give long-winded explanations anymore. The people see, the people understand. What they need is a voice to express it for them and an organization to rally them. The people are going to march forward. With the people will belong the victory.
You got the feeling there's such a groundswell. Oh, Christ, in the next couple of years, in fact, I sheepishly, I feel embarrassed. An old Jewish guy asked me, he had so much confidence in me. He said, Bill, when do you think the revolution is going to come? And I said, the way I feel, I said, I'm sure it's going to come within 5 years. He said, thanks, I hope I shall live to see that day. I shall hold myself together.
You felt you could change the world, right? And you worked hard for that. But some people would say you communists were super dedicated. You know, nose to the grindstone, no fun at all, work, work, work.
That's a lot of bullshit. They're talking about some party members.
But not, you weren't like that?
No, no. I always took time out to relax. And some of my party comrades felt I relaxed a little bit too much for a party leader.
You mean it was sort of a problem?
Yeah, that was a problem for them. It was never a problem for me. Because I knew when to have a good time. And I knew where the good times were, and I included them in my itinerary. Even though I worked 18 hours a day, I always believed that all work and no play not only made Jack a dull boy, but it made him grim. And I did not want to be grim.
Even if you were a communist.
Right. Particularly because I was telling people, you know, join the party and really live. Get a deeper comprehension of life. And life should be joyous.
You think you had a counterculture. I always am amused. We had a counterculture from the 30s and the 40s that I would suggest was far more all-powerful, all-inclusive than anything than the generation of the 60s, the young left, thought they had created. There were picnics, there were dances, there were parties. There was an enormous amount of singing. One could really live one's whole life totally within that culture. There was no dividing line between the personal and the political, between the private and the social. It was all intertwined and intermingled.
All your loves were part of it too, your friends and your relationships and the kids growing up together. I mean, you had a kind of a whole total world that really was very rich in many ways.
I tell you, I could cry thinking of the excitement and the pride and the feeling we had. We just marched through the streets with pride and feeling that we are the people that count. May Day was such a holiday. I remember when our children were little, we used to carry them on our shoulders. There was something that we were so excited about. It meant so much to us.
You just felt that day you owned New York City. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people. The John Reed Clubs would have poets out reciting poetry. The John Reed Club, the artist section of the John Reed Club, did all of these banners for different organizations. Tremendous, tremendous, tremendous things.
Socialism wasn't the only political movement to grow during the Depression. In Italy and Germany, fascist parties came to power with claims of solving the deepening economic crisis. Communists around the world made the defeat of fascism their top priority. The first battle against fascism began not with World War II, but in Spain. In 1936, the Spanish military revolted against the democratically elected left-wing government. Civil war broke out. While the Western democracies took no action, Hitler and Mussolini came in on the side of Franco, supplying massive arms and aid.
Hitler was getting powerful. There were Jewish pogroms being committed, and there was nothing in my soul that was more devastating than to see the Nazis laughing, bastards, laughing, while they dragged some poor Jewish woman naked across the street through spit and manure and everything else, and threw her on the sidewalk by the back of the neck, write Jew all over the windows, you know, all this type of stuff. I mean, because I saw that was my family that they were doing it to. You know, if they could do it to Jews, they could do it to my mother. And that son of a bitch, no son of a bitch was going to do it. And something had to be done, you know. And I said, I don't care how, I've just got to get to Spain.
When you're a communist and you're an organizer and you're in the streets, there's always a cop, there's always the detective, and there's always the official violence, which you're not allowed to answer as a communist. You can't strike back. But you knew that if you went to Spain, that if you were a soldier and if you had a gun, and I knew about guns, then that would be different. You would be legal, and you'd do right.
3,200 Americans went to fight for Spain, along with 40,000 men and women from around the world. These international brigades were organized primarily by the communist movement in an attempt to counter Franco's military superiority.
The Franco forces were getting more and more equipment and sophisticated equipment in the way of planes, tanks, artillery from Italy and from Germany. And I remember after I was wounded, there were a few of us were crossing an open field, and 9 planes draped just a handful of men. Now, when they could afford to waste ammunition like that, you know, to give you an idea of the ridiculousness of the odds.
We had 3 guns for almost 300 men. I know it seems incredible, but that's truth.
Must have made it hard to fight the war.
Well, they didn't. They died. Hundreds of them that night, in one night. Jarama was on hills. And the idea was there was to be an artillery barrage. And then the kids went over. And I forget how many hundreds died and how many hundreds were wounded. And then those of us who had not gone over had to go out and get them and bring them in and bring them around to ambulances that had to be summoned quickly.
How'd you feel about that night?
Well, during the night, Julie, handling sick, demoralized people, I didn't think about it at all. Just trying to get them back out of harm's way.
I didn't like the idea of getting hit and wounded and banged up. Who wants it anyway? But if I had to do it again, I would have done it anyway, because I think it was a good cause. And if you believe in something, you do it. You know, theory is one thing, but practice is, I think, is more important at certain times, in certain places.
The Republicans were badly outgunned and outsupplied. They appealed again and again for help, but no aid came. In the spring of 1939, Spain fell to Franco. Within months, over 150,000 people were executed.
It was the crux of everything that we were involved in, everything that we were doing. It was all being fought out. And I think we saw very clearly that it was sort of the prelude to probably a much bigger war, which indeed it was.
England, France, and the U.S. had stood by while Hitler advanced in Europe. The Soviet Union repeatedly called for a mutual defense pact to stop fascism's spread, but the West refused. In 1939, the Soviets suddenly changed direction and signed a non-aggression pact with Germany. The American Party accordingly changed its line. Many felt betrayed by this abrupt policy change, and numerous supporters and members fell away from the party. By 1941, Hitler invaded Russia, the United States was attacked, and World War II was in full swing. The U.S. and Russia found themselves allied. Joseph Stalin was declared Man of the Year by Time magazine. But the joyful meeting of Russian and American GIs that signaled the end of the Nazis also signaled the beginning of a new era.
From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an iron curtain has descended across the continent.
1947 opens a new political era in America. A Republican majority Congress for the first time in 14 years. Of international significance are the first words of the new House Speaker sounding the year's keynote.
There is no room in the government of the United States for any who prefer the communistic system or any other form of absolutism to our American system.
Overseas 1947 showed Europe's desperation. Amid this misery, the world became aware that Soviet Russia had found a perfect breeding ground for red terrorism. As the communists capitalize on Europe's agony, President Truman throws down America's challenge.
So long as communism threatens the very existence of democracy, the United States must remain strong enough to support those countries of Europe which are threatened with communist control and police state.
America's youth lines up for the nation's second peacetime draft. 9,600,000 young men will register during the 3 weeks period, and all youth reaching 18 will be required to register.
We know we live in a critical, highly explosive period. We are aware that we bear arms because of the need for military power to defend against communist aggression.
America, wake up. The Cold War is real war. Nikolai Lenin laid down for his followers the plan for world conquest. First, we will take Eastern Europe. Next, the masses of Asia. Then we shall encircle that last bastion of capitalism, the United States of America. Will the United States fall?
Yes, this could happen, leaving our people groping in the rubble of their homes and sifting garbage for sustenance. Liberty stems from the heart of every American. But for our servicemen, a threatening invader might strike fiercely and quickly at the very heart of liberty. Liberty, a mighty force heard round the world. So here's to our Army, from the newest recruit to the mightiest of the top brass. Here's to them for their selfless devotion to our cause. And here's to them twice over on this Army Day.
They always had a boogeyman, and the Russian, now it's the Russian. Before it was, somebody else, but now it's definitely the Russians, the communists. They're going to attack us. We're defenseless. We've got to get more submarines, more guns, and so forth. Now the people go into a lull. They start fearing communists in their backyard, communists going to crop up in their soup, communist infiltration of the school, because that's the program. Give them what they want. They want more battleships. Give them all the money they want. Unfortunately, the people get lulled into this, and they believe it. And like they're going to believe it until the day they get wiped off the face of the earth.
You had to prepare a nation to think a certain way, and the direction was a Cold War against Russia. So why is a Cold War against Russia? It has to be communist. So if it's communist, it's domestic too, since they become the spies, right? The domestic ones become spies. So you had to lay the groundwork, and you did that by smashing the progressive unions, smashing everyone, making everyone in a hysterical state of mind, so that you can move people in a direction that you want them to go.
I have a list of about 100,000 subversives in this country, which was compiled under my supervision and direction. I shall move to create a bipartisan committee to rid the federal payroll of communists, pinks, socialists, and others who do not believe in the American form of government or in our free enterprise system.
New York's annual Loyalty Day parade is reviewed by General of the Army, Douglas MacArthur. Up windswept Fifth Avenue, the marchers bear the proud flags as they affirm their allegiance to the United States. This is no field day for Moscow or its sympathizers. Hundreds of thousands who cheered the 2-hour parade were in complete accord with the loyal spirit of the marchers. In 1950, men throughout the world learned to look on the brutal face of communism. Union Square in New York was the backdrop for these scenes of red violence. From their ranks will come the saboteurs, spies, and subversives should World War III be forced upon America.
The potential danger to our national security is great. In effect, there are 25,000 potential foreign agents in the United States. The FBI is doing a magnificent job at the present time in keeping your government constantly alerted and advised as to the plans of the remaining communist conspirators.
But the FBI always had followed me. Always went into my office.
Is that right? During the whole McCarthy period?
That's right. Would follow me from the time I'd leave this door, take the subway with me, go to the building. I'd say, all right, fellas, you want to go up on the floor that I'm working at? Say, no, we'll see you later.
See, a guy would come across the street and accost you and say, you're a hunter, aren't you? Mr. Hunter, could I have a word with you? And you'd say, you know, I knew right away who it was. So I say, no, you can't have a word with me, because I'm in New York City, and I had enough words with you in Chicago. Now, why the fuck don't you go in and leave me alone? Oh, now, wait a minute, Mr. Hunter. Don't get mad. Now, wait a minute. By this time, a guy comes from the steps, a big husky guy, see? He comes running down and says, what's going on here? Now, there they are, the two of them. What the hell's going on? They're doing one thing to me. All the neighbors are listening, and half of them aren't going to speak to me for the next 6 months, right? Because there I am, a red, and they're the FBI, and they're the heroes, and, you know, oh.
I had to sit down and talk to my children that they might be accosted, that they know that their mother and father never did anything wrong. In fact, whatever we did was to help the community.
Flashed a badge at me. He says, Mr. Seeger, I'm from the FBI. I wonder if you'd like to talk to us about the communist conspiracy. I just smiled and said, no, thanks. I suppose I could have gotten off some good retorts, like, I don't know about any conspiracy or anything. Woody Guthrie got off the greatest line. I visited Woody, and he wrote a song about it. The FBI comes and knocks on his door. And Woody says, and I being so foolish, I let him in. They asked, would I fight for my country? I answered the FBI, yea. I will point a gun for my country, but I won't guarantee you which way. I won't guarantee you which way. I won't guarantee you which way. I will point a gun for my country, but I won't guarantee you which way.
I said, what do you want? And he says, well, I want to talk to you about your trip to Russia. I said, and I am willing to talk to you about my trip to Russia, but first, there are some other things I'd like to talk to you about. Are you interested in why you white folks are bringing the dope into this community to our young people? You want to talk about that? I am perfectly willing to talk about that. You want to talk about the majority of the men in this community are beginning to lose their jobs, that there aren't any jobs for them? You want to talk about that? I'll talk about that. You want to talk about young blacks who don't have a job and who will never have a job because of this system? You want to talk about that? I'll talk about that. Otherwise, you dirty SOB, and I won't say, you know, you get off my porch And don't you ever come back here again. And I pushed him. And then he was scrambling, trying not to fall. And the other one was trying to hold him up. And then they started walking real fast down the street. I said, and it's very dangerous for white folks to be in this community after dark. So you better watch it when you come back here. They'll find you chopped up in the alley. And all the neighbors were out looking, you know, when they finally got out of sight, and the neighbor yelled, hey, Mrs. Woods, they might send 2 others back, but I bet you they won't send those back again.
Hey, Bill Bailey. And I said, yeah. It was a stairway. And sometimes it's hard for me to remember a face, especially if you got your boiler clothes off or something like that. If you know, in the engine room or something, you know, everybody sort of, you get to know everybody. But once he puts this nice suit of clothes on with a collared tie, you lose track of him, see? And I said, yeah. He said, hey, man, I got something for you, you know? I said, you have? Yeah, what do you got? Come on upstairs. And I figured it must be some fireman I knew or some guy. And he comes up, he says, here. And I take it, and it says, the House Un-American Committee demands your presence. You're at the City Hall, such and such and such a day, you know. And that's what happened. It was a subpoena. And I said, okay, and the guy walked down. I said, thank you, son of a bitch.
What is your name, please, sir? William J. Bailey. I think I could save the committee a lot of time if you would allow me to read a statement off that I have laboriously put down on paper. If you allow me to read it all.
Did you write it, or did somebody else write it for you?
I'm quite capable of writing my own statements, Mr. Congressman. Why do you make that type of inference? Do I look like an idiot or a dummy here? I wrote the statement.
Were you at any time during 1946 acting as the West Coast coordinator of the Siemens branches of the Communist Party?
Where would you get that information?
Is it wrong?
Well, where would you get the information?
Is it wrong?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I decline to answer that question or any other questions dealing with organization names or anything else.
All I want to do is just get up there and tell them, go and screw yourself as quickly as possible and get the hell out of the way. You know? As far as I'm concerned, if they was to ask me ordinarily, are you a communist? I said, yeah, you son of a bitch, and I'm proud of it. But in this thing, you couldn't do it, you know? Well, because that was the whole name of the game. I mean, are you a communist? If once you answered the first question, then from then on, you had to answer and answer and answer, and you couldn't, you know, answer only the questions you wanted to answer, and et cetera, you know?
Are you a member of the Communist Party? Well, frankly, Mr. Chairman, I don't think that's any of your business. I would give you the same answer I have given the FBI, the Red Squad, the police department, and everybody else. That is just none of your business.
Let the record show that the witness has raised his voice in contempt of the Committee of Congress.
I came out of there and somebody said, I heard it on the radio. You shouldn't talk to a senator that way or a congressman. They felt I was wrong, shouting at them.
What did you say?
I said I should have picked the chair up. Any decent American would have picked the chair up and threw it at the bastards.
We are granting you the right to refuse to answer any question that you think might incriminate you.
But don't you
And
think basing myself on the Constitution obligates me to say a word or two about the origins of this? I am a student of American history and have been for many years.
You're ordered to answer the questions only. We're not going to take a lecture from a man who refuses to state whether he's a member of the Communist Party as of this moment. We're not going to take a lecture from him on the Constitution of the United States. We don't think we need it. You will answer the question.
Sir, this is not a simple question. This is a question that goes to the depths of my conscience as an American.
Here's one that is simple, then, if you won't argue about it. Do you believe in the overthrow of the United States government by force or violence?
I must refuse to answer that question, basing my refusal upon the privilege granted to me in the Fifth Amendment. And in line with your words, sir, I wish you would allow me to spell out that privilege and what it means. And why I am evoking it. No, I don't think everyone in this room knows this. Very few people know this. Why don't you give me a chance to state this?
Right up, Bob.
I shall, and I have.
Write another.
Most of the people they called up before them declined to cooperate. They used the Fifth Amendment, which in effect says, you have no right to ask me this question. But I was in a much stronger position. I didn't have any job they could fire me from. I sang at schools and camps for people who didn't care much for this committee. I simply said, I think your whole line of questioning is something that no American should be forced to undergo, especially under threat of reprisal if they give the wrong answer. I said, I have a right to my opinion, you have a right to your opinion. And from there on, I clammed up. And after about an hour, they gave up on me.
A lot of people may raise the question, why all this hullabaloo about being fair, particularly when the people you're investigating are a bunch of traitors? In fact, I've heard some people even say, after all, they're a bunch of rats, why don't we go out and shoot them? Well, I agree that the communists are rats. But on the other hand, remember this. When you go out to shoot rats, you've got to shoot straight.
The patience of the American people has been tried almost to the breaking point. And within the next 2 weeks, I shall introduce into the Congress of the United States legislation designed to outlaw the party and its agents in this country.
Now, it just seemed to me that if we're going to have all sorts of bills directed towards this communist front organization and another one that is infiltrated or communist-dominated, that sooner or later we should get at the main core of the issue, namely the Communist Party itself and the entire conspiratorial communist apparatus. It was with that thought in mind that I introduced my amendment, which was a substitute for the measure before the Senate. That amendment would outlaw the Communist Party and would subject all members of the Communist Party who knowingly or willfully or intentionally were members of the party, knowing its purposes, would subject them to criminal penalties.
McCarran Act legislated the deportation of foreign-born American citizens alleged to be subversives. Subversive Activities Control Act demanded registration of communists and members of Communist Front organizations as agents of a foreign government, introduced by Richard Nixon. Emergency Detention Act, introduced by Hubert Humphrey, set up detention camps for subversives to be used in case of national emergency. 7 such camps were prepared. Communist Control Act, intended to outlaw the Communist Party. They spent so much money and they spent so much time on chasing communists. I feel like there must have been something. I mean, for example, were you ever asked to, they always say we were asked to transmit secrets.
Never. There's no, I don't know, who am I going to transmit them to?
Well, to spies from the Soviet Union.
I wouldn't tell a Noah spy if he popped up in a cup of tea.
It's about time Paul proved himself by doing something for the party, huh? Have him deliver this to our man in Chicago.
But do you think we can trust him to deliver something like this?
Why not? He's hopped up enough to do anything. And who'd bother to trail him?
What'll I tell him?
Well, you tell him anything you want to. I'm sure he'll believe it.
Paul, I'm so glad I reached you.
In all of the 45 years that I was a member of the party, in all of the 25 years that I was in the leadership of the Communist Party, I can't remember any one instance of even the slightest suggestion that such a thing would be suggested or asked of any member of the Communist Party. Well, one would have laughed. Well, I've been scornful of anyone who would have suggested such a thing. As a matter of fact, we would have looked upon such a person as an agent provocateur.
But the thing is, the accusations are constant throughout years and years and years.
But not the indictments. I mean, isn't it strange that all the communists who were indicted as communists in the country are not indicted on charges of espionage, but all the communists are indicted on the Smith Act on charges of conspiring to advocate something at an unnamed future time. Now, clearly, with all of the enormous army of the FBI focused on the Communist Party as it was, if they could find evidence of communists who had actually done these acts of espionage, someone would have been arrested for that specific act. You wouldn't need a conspiracy charge on the charge of advocacy, not the charge of acting, not the charge of doing, but a charge of teaching, of speaking, of carrying out what are really protected First Amendment rights of free speech.
I have here the names and the pictures of the people who are selected to run the Communist Party at the last national convention of that party in this country. And since 1948, altogether, 105 of the principal leaders of the Communist Party in this country have been indicted, and of these, 67 have been convicted for conspiring to advocate the overthrow of our government by force and violence. However, there are some loopholes in our law that need to be plugged. We need a new law to eliminate communist control of any industrial organization or any labor union.
Hand the old papers and they sorry, and they hand you a big sheet. Have you ever been, or have you ever was, or will be, and all that jazz, or isn't it true, so forth, and all of the business. See? And they say, therefore, we cannot sail until you answer all these questions. And as a left-winger, as being principled, you can't answer these questions. You have to tell them, go to hell. What right have you got? That leads into the next question. We have all the rights in the world. And we're going to, that means you must be a communist, and we'll present charges against you, which they did. Well, to make a long story short, it was almost 10 years. 10 years they kept us out of the industry. A list I'm talking about of all the left-wingers within the Maritime Union.
Was it a lot of people?
A lot of people wiped out the left. My dear friend, guys I sail with, guys I shipmates, drink with, and so forth. And I used to tell them, I'd say, but how can you sit there? What's going on? It's because the guy said, look, Bill, what the hell am I going to do? Because I got a sick mother, I got a wife, I got 4 kids, I'm stuck with all that, I'm stuck with a mortgage. I can't afford to lose the job. Now, you could. You know how to rough it. You've been through this stuff before. You know how the cops beat you up. You've been in jail. You rode boxcars. You know, all that stuff. You can take it. You know, but I can't.
Didn't you ever think, I'm going to get out of this Communist Party?
No. What would be the purpose of it for? If I wanted to get out of the button, I wouldn't have joined it in the first place. You know, if chips are down, you know, and I was ready to do everything, you know, being devoted and being dedicated, and certainly in order to help and to help the workers all over. If I would quit when there's a first attack, what would happen if there really had fascism in this country? Right? You have to start to think in terms of where do you fall?
In 1956, 3 years after Stalin's death, Nikita Khrushchev delivered a speech on the Stalin era that sent shockwaves through the American left. Khrushchev painted a picture of socialism gone horribly awry. Stalin had been allowed to rule with an iron hand. He had murdered many thousands of respected communist leaders because of his fear of political opposition. Fully 2/3 of the leadership of the Russian Party fell victim to Stalin's purges.
I was staggered and I just started drinking.
Did you take any action?
No, I didn't know what to do. I was bewildered. I had spent 16, 17 years as a full-time functionary. I couldn't have any alternative perspective. I was just so staggeringly overwhelmed by reading and rereading the Khrushchev report. And as I read, I began to relate what was described in that report to my own experience here in the United States. And the way I looked at it was, well, what if the American Communist Party had had the same power in the United States?
We had said these things were not true. We had never, none of us had ever had a moment's doubt in our mind in being able to reject all of these allegations as being the fabrications of those who hated the Soviet Union. And as I sat there listening, the tears are coming down. I'm crying so hard I can hardly stand it. And it goes on, the reading goes on for about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, kind of a relentless adding of agony upon agony upon agony.
I can't say I felt very angry. I don't remember. But I certainly know that I'd never felt any qualms about staying in the party.
For me, I was turned off
from the communist movement and the Communist Party in this country immediately. Others had a different reaction. They were tried to move in the direction of changing the party into being a more democratic. I was turned off immediately. I dropped out of everything immediately. I would have no part of it.
You can't throw everything, Stalin out with the revolution and all. He did participate in building the revolution. Now, what happened subsequent years where he made a very serious mistake and did harm in many ways, if you're going to use that as a basis for being in or out, then you're really losing sight of the main objective of the communist movement.
The Stalin revelation split the party wide open. So great was the controversy that for the first time the pages of the Daily Worker were thrown open to varying points of view. There had been other traumas over the years for communists to grapple with, but the Stalin revelations raised fundamental questions about the very nature of American communism.
To the editor, we must take a hard look at ourselves. I say the problems don't begin and end in Russia. The problems are in our own backyard, our own party
We're
here.
seeing that our party has felt the deadly influence of Stalinism from top to bottom. We can't contradict our
Does the
leaders.
structure of our party really work? Is it effective? Or does it just give power into the hands of a few? The leadership isn't
We must create
infallible.
a party that fits American life. We must be open, not secretive, and we must be completely democratic. The American
We
people will
communists
accept.
demand freedom of speech everywhere. But too often we have failed to demand it in our own ranks. I say our idea of democracy just isn't working. We've become rigid.
We had a principle called democratic centralism. That is, there has to be some centralized bureaucracy, but there is a whole hierarchy which is put into existence and controlled and operates in a very democratic fashion. What actually happened, as I see it, was that there was lots of centralism and practically no democracy.
You did have discussions. You had pre-convention discussion before a convention was going to be held. And what it all meant, I'm just not all that sure, because I think, and not only looking back, talking with a lot of people who were in the leadership, that it was pretty much made from the top.
The bureaucracy fell awkwardly on some, less awkwardly on others, but fell on all of our shoulders. You made decisions about people's lives. You expelled people from the party. I was a little Stalin. I don't have to talk about other people.
If you did raise a question, they would simply say, did you read the latest article on political affairs? You either lied and said you did and understood it, which you didn't, you know. But they kind of brought the weight of their position and the weight of their intellect and the weight of their experience behind what they said. And when I say they, I'm talking about that person who you were dealing with as your direct superior,
He
in
was
quotes.
probably a section person.
But there's something seems to me sort of somewhat off kilter here, because you're all trying, you talk about creating equality was very important in a democratic society, a better world, but yet you had a fundamentally undemocratic movement to create that, and that somehow, how is that ever going to come about?
I think that there was that basic flaw in our situation.
Of course
it would not, I don't think that would
of course it was
exist
a
today.
flaw.
I think we're all a little too wide-eyed, a little too independent in our thinking. I can say this now for myself. I would not submit to that kind of discipline
I
again.
think it
No,
was
I
a
wouldn't.
glaring weakness.
Yes, you know, we've been fudging saying that, but I don't know why, because it's true.
It was a
I don't know
glaring
anybody
weakness.
who wouldn't say that.
But could you have accomplished as much on the other side?
Very likely not.
And I think
that's the key to it.
That's
the
a
key to
great
it.
problem.
Yeah, we sort of instinctively knew that if we had the luxury of sitting around and talking about every decision that we were going to participate in, that we wouldn't get out on the picket line, and that's where we belonged.
But I really sincerely believe today that there is a great connection between ends and means. And I think we could at one point say, well, as long as our objectives are all that great, we can do all these crappy little things on the way. And I think a lot of organizations still operate like that, and I think nations operate like that. And I don't believe that at all anymore. I think there's a direct relationship between how we might have built a party that was democratic and the kind of society that might have come out of that.
You said for many years, you and most people in the party didn't question certain things, didn't question what came out of the mouths of the leaders of the Soviet Union, perhaps even somewhat the American Party, didn't question some aspect of democratic centralism and so forth. And then later we're to find out that you should have been questioning all along, right? What strikes me is the people who joined the party, to me, were people who were real questioners. They questioned the entire capitalist system they were brought up under. They were people who were, you know, by nature very, you know, very much against the system, very much active minds, wanting to change things. So how could it that these same people could then have gone along and not question?
I really don't have an answer for that. I'm ashamed that I didn't. And I cannot figure out why anything that Stalin said had to be. It's a certain amount of fanaticism here. Here I thought I was such a clear thinker in examining my economic analysis of the nature of capitalism. Whatever. But if Stalin said it, or any of his close followers, it had to be gospel.
It was absurd. I mean, life is not that simple, and truth is not that simple. And we didn't have all the truth. We had, you know, some few little bits and pieces of the truth here and there. But the only way to build a movement is if you're speaking to genuine concerns of masses of human beings, and the only way to do that is to listen to those people. And we didn't. Our listening devices were, you know, poorer and poorer.
I hereby submit my resignation from membership in the Communist Party of the United States, effective immediately. I have come to this decision after 27 years in the communist movement because I feel that the Communist Party has ceased to be an effective force for democracy, peace, and socialism in the United States.
I think that the party had within it, you know, the seeds of its own destruction. And I've thought a lot about this, obviously. If something is that important in your life, you spend a lot of time thinking about it. And what you wonder is what happened to that dream, because here was this great bunch of people, and they shared a dream, and they cared about it enormously. Any unprejudiced observer would agree that we cared about the things that really matter. We wanted everybody to have a chance at a good life. And we were willing to give our whole lives for that idea and that dream. And, you know, and it went to pieces.
You hate to see people leave that you loved. Like the guy I mentioned to you yesterday, I just loved him. I just thought he was tops. I thought he was the smartest man ever. He left. I hated to see them go. Not only that, it diminished our numbers, which meant that we couldn't do the kind of work we had been doing before. I was saddened by it.
It was sad that I would have to leave and find my own way, let's say, in my own little way, to do the best I can.
But you were alone.
Well, there are others who left, you know, and maybe because of our or something, we're not able to be as active as we were when we were younger. But I'm still interested in everything that goes on in the world. I'm still interested to help advance people wherever they are, you know.
But when you left, it must have been hard to figure out what to do.
Yes, it was. It was a vacuum in my life as to what do I go from here, what do I do from, you know, from now on.
Moved to a new place, began a new career, job-wise. Actually became an apprentice in a new industry.
In your 40s?
In my 40s, I became an apprentice.
It's been a long time getting myself together. It took me almost as long to get myself together as a person as I had spent in the party becoming a communist leader. It was devastating.
time is 11 o'clock. You are listening to KPFK in Los Angeles. Coming up next, Marxist Commentary.
Good morning. This is Dorothy Healy with Marxist Commentary. Well, I'm going to be doing in parts, an unusual show this morning, unusual for me, that is, in that while I am...
We've jumped forward 25 years in time. When the people in this film were young, they decided to dedicate their lives to a movement for a radically different society. In their middle years, that movement faltered. In various ways, they've gone on from there. But what remains of their dreams and ideals? On her radio show today, Dorothy's received a letter from a former communist.
I'm a member of the broken-hearted generation, which also included my parents' generation. And there are thousands of us whose socialist aspirations turned out to be support for Russian nationalism, for bureaucracy, and for anti-Semitism, among other evils. Should I regret that so many productive years were spent supporting a cause that was not what I believed it to be and wanted it to be? Well, it seems to me that not only do we not have any regret, Nate, you and I and the other people of our generation, I know I have only an enormous amount of pride on what our generation did. We were part of the heart of humanity in our youth. We were reacting to and responding to and participating in the issues that helped to shape the history of our country. And as long as we did make, I think, that kind of dent, did we waste our lives, Nate?
Well, I saw the Communist Party as the vehicle for getting rid of an insane, erratic, irrational, political, social, economic system and bringing into existence a rational, humane, humanistic society. Socialism. I still believe it. You know, I'm no longer a communist. I'm not ashamed of having been one, but I believe in a democratic, humanist socialism.
I hope to think that someday we will have socialism in America, but I think that it will have a big stamp on it that says made in the USA.
Don't call me a former communist, call me a former party member, because I'm still a communist, small c, in terms of wanting a cooperatively, communally controlled society where everybody has something to say about their life. You know, we're only on this planet a fleeting moment. As Sartre put it, life is but a fleeting second, an absurd drop from the womb to the tomb. You should have something to say about that fall.
Just as it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved before, it's better to have struggled and lost than never to have struggled. I think the saddest thing are the people who are scared to struggle. You know the famous poem, "Mourn not the dead, but rather mourn the apathetic throng, the cowed, the meek, that know the world's great anguish and its wrong, but dare not speak." So really, if you're going to mourn, don't mourn for a fighter who made a mistake and lost, but mourn the suckers who never bothered putting up a fight.
Already to jail. What do you really want him to do?
Well, at least tie him down for one solid day to show him the impressive desire of the people to stop investing in big munitions and nuclear plants, you know. That's the main thing. Basically, it's to make the people aware of the danger that's confronting us if we don't do something about it. Wall Street is the central figure of finances, where they invest in all the nuclear plants and all the places where they shouldn't do.
Are you willing to go to jail with the rest of your buddies?
Oh, yeah, of course. Why not? I've been in jail before. It's nothing big. Now the jail's a little better, you know. They give you a coffee ad, where in the olden days give you nothing. I'm talking about the olden days.
We got to have a better system somewhere along the line, right? None of these things ever come easy. You have to put up some kind of a beef. Just scream or holler or scratch or make some sound that you're alive, that you could fight, you know, cough or do something, you know. Otherwise, they just walk past you and look at you and he must be dead, he ain't moving, right?
If I know I can do something about something, I do it, and I don't put it off. If there is a demonstration or if there's a something that has to be done in a political sense, I really don't need anyone to tell me to do it. I do it. And that, I'm sure that that comes from the many years in the movement. And I like that feeling because I feel a part of the mainstream of life. And that's a good place to be at 60 years old.
I want to tell you that the senior citizens, who are 10% of the population in our country, are 30% of the poor in our country. More than half of the senior citizens in our country live on Social Security as their sole or main source of income. The elderly, who worked all their lives and helped build the wealth of this country, are not asking for luxuries. What we are asking is to finish however many years we still have, to be adequately housed, adequately fed, and adequately clothed. This is what we consider a right and not a privilege.
Do you know why I'm little? I was put on this earth to make all the people who will come and say, oh, there's somebody shorter than I am. And that makes them happy. And that's what my function in life is. You know, the term, she's 10 feet tall. I feel so sure of what I have to say. When I get up to speak, I feel like I'm a big, big person. I don't know whether it's immodest or what, but that's the way. I never think of myself as being a little nothing. I think of myself as being a big something.
Let America be America again. Let it be the dream it used to be. Let it be the pioneer on the plain, seeking a home where he himself is free. America never was America to me. Let America be the dream that dreamers dreamed. Let it be that great strong land of love. Equality is in the air we breathe. There's never been equality for me, nor freedom in this homeland of the free. The millions on relief today, the millions who have nothing for our pay, for all the dreams we've dreamed, and all the songs we've sung, and all the hopes we've held, and all the flags we've hung. The millions who have nothing for our pay, except the dream we keep alive today. Oh, let America be America again, the land that never has been yet, and yet must be, the land where every man is free. The land that's mine, the poor man's, Indians, Negroes, me, who made America, whose sweat and blood, whose faith and pain, whose hand at the foundry, whose plow in the rain must bring back our mighty dream again. Oh yes, I say it plain, America never was America to me, and yet I swear this oath, America will be. Goddamn right. They can't stop it. And that was the kind of thing that caught hold of us. Because regardless of the ideology and everything, there was that with us. And we would die for each other because we believe this right down to the bottom of our soles of our feet. And we still believe it today. And we're here. We're here. And we're going right on. Right on.
America, a city of well-known monuments. Now a new landmark has arisen, and it too is receiving a prestigious welcome. President and Mrs. Ford joining in a reception with Spencer W. Kimball, President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and his wife. The Mormon Tabernacle Choir invited to perform in the Kennedy Center. This to commemorate the completion of a striking new edifice just a few minutes outside of downtown Washington. Taking the Capitol Beltway toward Kensington, Maryland, you come over a rise, and there it is, lifting majestically above the landscape, the Washington Temple of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or Mormons. 173,000 square feet of white Alabama marble, 6 liquid gold-covered spires, rising nearly 300 feet above the ground, and perched atop the highest, a 2.5-ton gold leaf statue of an angel called Moroni. With an ancient scripture in one arm and a trumpet to his lips, he heralds his message to the world beyond. From any angle, it is a spectacular sight, the newest landmark on the Capitol horizon. On September 9th, President Spencer W. Kimball, world leader of 3.5 million Mormons, and his second counselor, Marion G. Romney, arrived to seal the cornerstone, officially completing 3 years and $15 million worth of construction. An interesting sidelight is the fact that this temple, as with all Mormon temples, was completely paid for before the cornerstone was laid. Then, as is traditional, for a few weeks prior to dedication, visitors are invited to view the temple and its grounds. During the ceremony, President Romney explained the temple to an interested press and public.
We're here to mark the completion of the erection of this magnificent temple. A temple is not an ordinary meeting house. A temple is the house of God. It belongs to God. It's his dwelling place. From the earliest times, people who have known the true and living God have builded houses to him. It's a place where God reveals his presence to his faithful saints. Well, you think that you know that it's going to be the house of the Lord, and it just has to be right, and it has to be the best, and you do everything to make it as fine as you possibly can.
The temple is an intriguing structure. It is 16 stories high, but has only 9 levels. It is laced with thin marble windows, invisible during the day, and has a fluting-like vertical design that seems to lift the eyes to the spires above. From any angle, its glistening walls are reaching skyward, as is Moroni, who, according to Mormon theology, was an ancient American prophet. Fortunately, there are guides to answer questions and explain the significance of details, like the symbolic medallions on brass doors found on all entrances to the temple, medallions representing such things as the stars, the earth, and the 7 dispensations of time, or the inscriptions on outer walls, and of course the artistry of hand-laid, faceted glass windows. The glass is about 1 inch thick and is chipped or faceted on one face to increase the natural brilliance. The tracery is a part of the pointed arch motif used throughout the building. By day or night, the windows make a colorful accent to the marble finish.
The craftsmen did such an exquisite job that it's hard to believe that it could be done now when everything is made out of plastic and houses are boxes. That the craftsmen who did this were so fortunate, and the architects, because the work is just, the marble is so thin, it's transparent in the windows. The stained glass is done by hand and set into stone. This is exquisite, and I don't think the craftsmen could find this kind of work anywhere else. I wonder what the men are doing. And to be able to have this opportunity to work on such a beautiful piece of art.
Well, when you talk about many of the blessings that have been known before, I hear many times you talking about the unifying of the family. How does the temple come into that?
Yes, the temple is basic in the lives of families. The father and the mother are married for time and all eternity by authority which has been granted by the Lord Jesus Christ to his leaders. That cements the father and the mother together. Then when children are born, they're born what we call under the covenant, and they belong to their parents forever.
As we return and do work for our ancestors in the temple here, we are reminded of the covenants that we made at marriage. We are also reminded of the instructions that we have received here as to our purpose here in life, why we have come to this earth, and what our objectives as a family should be.
The most important thing to us is that we can be together eternally.
that this marriage of ours is not just, you know, for this life. It's for always. And we'll always have our children with us. And taking it further, we'll be with our parents and their parents. And I look forward to a happy reunion with my Heavenly Father someday.
To Mormons, this is truly the house of the Lord. Entrance to the temple is through this annex. After dedication, faithful members of the church will pass through here into the temple proper to participate in the highest sacraments of their faith. The annex connects with the temple via a 90-foot glass-enclosed bridge. Mormons believe in a living Christ. Consequently, the only mural in the temple depicts the Savior's second coming. He's shown here on the morning of the first resurrection, when the righteous of all nations are caught up to meet him, and the wicked, out of guilt and shame, shrink from his presence. Everywhere there is a sense of simple elegance and a reverence for fine craftsmanship. There's a small chapel for assembly before continuing through the temple. Its gold-tipped organ pipes are reminiscent of the spires atop the temple itself. This is the bride's room, where young women wait to be married for time and all eternity. The celestial room, symbolizing the fulfillment of a righteous life, eternal exaltation in the kingdom of God. In this lounge, people wait before receiving an explanation of man's and woman's eternal journey. This is one of several sealing rooms, where couples kneel facing each other to be united in marriage for time and for all eternity. These sealings, as they are called, and all other ordinances performed in the temple, are available through living proxies to ancestors and others who have died without having these privileges. And there are always the never-ending reflections in the mirrors, reminding one of the eternal nature of the marriage and family covenants. From here you move to the highest level of the temple. This is the solemn assembly room, where the dedicatory services of the temple will be held. It may also be used for other meetings convened by the leadership of the church. Now you descend to the lower level to observe the baptismal font. It rests on the backs of 12 oxen, symbolic of the ancient 12 tribes of Israel. It is here that vicarious baptisms are performed by immersion of a living proxy representing a deceased ancestor. After the temple is dedicated for the purpose of fulfilling sacred ordinances, it will be closed to the general public and used to unite families, past and present, into one eternal bond.
Time will not permit us to go into further detail, but to say to you that we're a temple-building people. We believe in eternity. We believe in permanence. We believe in righteousness. And we believe that the Lord is at the helm, and his revelations will continue to direct us in the paths that we should go.
Let us live to make men free while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory,
In the middle of the 19th century, the Mormon pioneers came to an empty valley in the western mountains and there built for themselves and their children a city. They built it from bricks that they made with their own hands from the mud of the valley floor, or from stones carved one by one from the granite mountains. Plank by plank, they built it in a valley barren of trees. They brought the logs from the mountain forests, until they had erected a city that would house themselves and their children, their dreams and their prayers. This is the story of the early buildings of Salt Lake City and the men and women who built them and used them.
This was to be no boom town today, ghost town tomorrow. These people planned to stay here, to send their roots down deep.
The first week, Brigham Young picked out the spot for the new temple to be built. That same week, even before they began to build homes, a group of Mormon battalion men erected a temporary outdoor shelter for their Sabbath meetings. They called it the Bowery.
2 years later, a larger Bowery was built again on the temple block. 100 posts supported a dirt roof, and the Bowery seated 3,000 people who came here for church services, plays, and musicals.
In fine weather, of course.
Only in fine weather. And with all those posts, quite a few of the 3,000 were always craning their necks to see around them.
Clearly, there was room for improvement. The improvement came in the form of the old tabernacle, which was new then, of course. It was designed using wooden arches to support the roof, with no columns in the interior. At that time, it was the only auditorium in the American frontier.
With the scarcity of tools and materials on the frontier, it was a hard place to build such a building. Nails had to be hammered individually out of scrap iron. Brigham Young writes about personally going about looking for nails. He finally got 7 pounds from A. Farnham.
In 1852, when it was finished, the auditorium seated 3,000 people, but already it was not large enough. So 2 years later, in April of 1854, the congregation met outside again, and by October they had built the third Bowery.
It was from the third Bowery that Daniel H. Wells announced a plan to build an auditorium that would seat 10,000. In the middle of the 19th century, that would have been an awesome undertaking anywhere in the world. But here, hundreds of miles away from a railroad, it was even more audacious. The pioneers must build their tabernacle from the timber, rock, and rawhide of their desert home.
Henry Grow designed the roof using the lattice arch principle. The Jordan River Bridge west of the city served as a prototype for the lattice construction.
Brigham Young wanted to make sure of a rounded roof. He was interested in a self-supporting structure with no poles, and he felt the rounded ceiling would ensure good acoustics.
The work progressed from 1863 to 1867, with 150 to 200 men working daily on the building. Iron and steel were so scarce that wooden pegs served as nails in the roof, and the timbers were tied with green rawhide to reinforce the cracked or weak spots. This bound them steel tight.
When the scaffolding was ready to come down, some feared the roof would fall in. But Henry Grow had designed it well. October 3rd, 1867, they took the scaffolding down without accident, it is recorded.
The first conference was held in the tabernacle that same October. It was a thrilling occasion. The tabernacle was magnificent. There were no poles to obstruct the view, and the meeting was protected from the weather.
There were still problems, however. To Brigham Young's dismay, the acoustics were not very good, and 10,000 seats were not enough. People still had to stand in the aisles and doorways.
The addition of a gallery helped solve both problems. It added 3,000 seats and improved the acoustics. Over the years, the tabernacle has hosted a wide variety of events.
I am thankful to my Heavenly Father for the privilege of meeting you again, and I'm happy to say that I am well satisfied.
As citizens of the United States, we have an awesome responsibility.
Music has always had a revered place in the church. An organ must be provided for the new tabernacle.
Joseph H. Ridges designed and built the original organ. Truman O. Angell, the architect who designed the building, wrote in his personal journal, "We built that organ from native lumber, with native labor, with homemade nails and glue, and rawhide from the pelts of Utah cattle and calves."
Even at that, Brother Ridges had to go to Boston for some parts. In 1870, with its 2,638 pipes, it was truly a miracle in the desert. Today, with its more than 10,000 pipes, the tabernacle organ is one of the world's great instruments. Today's tabernacle choir and organ are famous worldwide. They broadcast a program weekly from Temple Square, the oldest continuous radio program in the United States, now on television also.
The planning and use of the first permanent building in the valley illustrates the compounding of priorities and interests of the saints. The building was the old council house, a simple building of red sandstone, 45 feet square.
It was completed just 3.5 years after the first pioneers came to the West.
It served as a temporary temple. Over 2,000 endowments were given here.
It was a provisional state house of the state of Deseret,
It housed the territorial legislature
the University of Deseret, and a public library.
and several magazines and newspapers were published here. Other buildings came along quickly to serve the multiplicity of needs of these remarkable people.
The endowment house was built in the northwest corner of Temple Square. True to its name, it served as an interim temple for 43 years.
The saints had come west to build a temple and worship God. While the saints were still meeting in the old Bowery, their leaders asked them to pledge their means and support to the building of a temple.
2 years later, they broke ground and began the gigantic task that would take 40 years to complete.
Brigham Young said of the temple,
I scarcely ever say much about revelations or visions, but suffice it to say, 5 years ago last July, I was here and saw in spirit the temple, not 10 feet from where we have laid the chief cornerstone. I have not inquired what kind of temple we should build. Why? Because it was represented before me. I have never looked upon that ground, but the vision of it was there. I see it plainly as if it was in reality before me. Wait until it is done. It will have 6 towers.
Brigham's vision was 40 years in the realization. 40 years of arduous labor and sacrifice.
Granite blocks, some of them weighing 5 tons, had to be moved from the mountain quarry by ox team. Construction stopped when Johnson's army came through, but the saints did not give up. And when the army left, the pioneers went back to building their temple.
Work was slowed by a grasshopper plague and a severe winter that killed half the cattle. In 1873, 20 years after the groundbreaking, the railroad came and construction went forward much faster. They built a spur which went right into the temple block.
On April 6, 1892, they laid the capstone. And the following year, the temple was dedicated by President Wilford Woodruff. 82,000 saints attended 32 sessions of the dedication to present the completed temple to their God.
It had taken 40 years to complete the building, but the saints had not neglected their temple worship during that time. They had come to the valley to worship and make covenants with the Lord, and they did it in some of their earliest buildings.
In 1849, the church in the valley was organized into 19 wards. The wards built their own chapels, and this, the 14th Ward Chapel, was typical, serving as meeting house for his admission. He received change in the form of 2 spring chickens. William Hepworth, an English visitor, wrote,
The playhouse has an office and service higher in this Mormon city than the churches would allow to it in London, Paris, or New York.
Brigham Young felt that the theater could portray good and evil and the triumph of good. He felt that the actors should be just as virtuous, truthful, and humble before God and each other as though they were on a mission. In order to meet the many building demands and furnish jobs for new immigrants, the church organized the Public Works.
Public Works built the 6 miles of the old city wall and the Temple Square wall.
The wall around Temple Square is older than any of the buildings inside it. Public Works also built many of the public buildings and mills and shops in Salt Lake City.
ZCMI, Zion's Cooperative Mercantile Institution, was another part of the economic program. The first department store west of the Mississippi. It was started to keep the prices down on hard-to-get merchandise and to protect the people from being exploited by unscrupulous merchants. Cooperative retail stores were planned in every community to stock dry goods, groceries, hardware, and farm tools.
The saints were a religious people, even in their economic life. So the old tithing house on the corner of Main and South Temple occupied an important place in their lives.
Money was scarce and the goods valuable. Most tithing was paid in kind. So the tithing house hosted a collection of livestock as well as stocks of grain, handwork, and other commodities.
The second floor was called the Hall of the Lord's Storehouse. Brigham Young regarded dancing as good exercise, so they held dances and socials there.
Mr. Moburn, a visiting news correspondent, attended such a dance. He reported,
The Mormon people display great taste and exquisite enjoyment in a ballroom. Here might be seen the aged father and the mature matron, the sprightly youth and the lovely daughter mingling together in their liveliest rounds, which gave me a degree of pleasure I scarcely ever experienced.
If the public buildings of early Salt Lake City illustrate the diversity and taste of the saint's life, their private homes serve to emphasize it. Some were simple homes to accommodate the large families and the many activities. Others were large, built by the more wealthy to express their love of beauty and their taste in architecture, to symbolize the depth of the roots they were putting down in the desert wilderness.
Brigham Young's home, the Lion House, is an example of the sense of beauty and purpose they incorporated into their homes. His New England heritage influenced him to choose simple lines. The interior of the house was appointed to serve his large family in every way. Kitchen and dining room, food pantries and cellars,
A parlor or prayer room where the family gathered morning and evening for devotional services, 20 bedrooms, a gymnasium, and a schoolroom.
Church offices were in an annex between the Lion House and the Beehive House, which was Brigham Young's official residence as president of the church. It also served as the executive mansion when he was the governor of the territory. The church historian kept the church records in his own home.
As time went on and the need grew, Brigham Young's children graduated from the basement schoolroom to a schoolhouse. One of Brigham Young's daughters wrote,
"We sat on benches or wooden chairs with desks in front. Both benches and desks exactly fitted our backs and legs so that we suffered no discomfort."
Between 1847 and 1851, communications to and from the valley were by wagon train. Even later, when the mail delivery arrived daily, the mail was 2 months old.
October 18th, 1861, the telegraph came to Utah, thus ending the isolation. As the city grew, the horizons and hopes of the saints expanded. In its public spirit, the citizens erected an architecture elaborate city hall and the Eagle Gate on the Brigham Young estate, erected over the original gateway which led to City Creek Canyon. The Eagle Gate became a notable and controversial landmark. The Englishman, Sir Richard Burton, described it in his way.
"A huge vulturine eagle, perched with wings outspread, neck bended and talons clinging upon a yellow beehive."
Clarissa Young said of it,
"There was a legend in the old days that every time the noon whistle blew, he would leave his perch, fly straight down State Street to the old wooden water trough, get a drink of water, and fly back again. I sat many a time waiting for that bird to fly, but apparently I was always called away to dinner at the wrong time, for I never had the pleasure of seeing him in action."
Thus the city grew, not springing up in the desert, but pulled and wrenched up by a firm, dedicated, diversified people who were not willing merely to subsist and wait until the fine things of life came to them, but were determined to provide them for themselves. Isolated from the outside world, relying on their own diligence and strength, using the materials of their new valley home and their own strength and faith in God, they built a city diversified and purposeful, uniquely suited to their own desires and goals. A city testifying in wood and stone of their faith, their diligence, and dedication.
Veterans Day.
Hello, my name is Joe Rounds, and I'm an American veteran. A veteran is a person who has served in any of our country's armed forces, like the Army or Marines. We're important because we protect the freedom and independence of our country. Like many other countries around the world, we in the United States set aside a special day to honor our nation's veterans. I'll bet you can guess what it's called. That's right, Veterans Day.
The first Veterans Day was actually called Armistice Day. It was held in 1918 on the last day of World War I. It was called a World War because countries from all over the globe fought each other. But on November 11th, all of these countries agreed to sign an armistice, which is a pledge to stop fighting. People everywhere celebrated this peace. No one wanted to fight anymore, but many people were sad for the soldiers who had died in the war. A journalist named George Honey suggested that Americans stay silent for 2 minutes as the armistice was being signed. Honey wanted people to remember the men who had died in the war. People continued doing this for many years. It became a tradition known as the Great Silence. Americans observed Armistice Day on November 11th for many years after. But in 1941, American servicemen and women began fighting in World War II. Then, in 1950, our country's soldiers became involved in the Korean War. Many Americans now felt Armistice Day should honor American soldiers who had served in any of our country's wars, not just World War I. People also thought those veterans who were still alive should be honored too. So, on June 1st, 1954, President Dwight Eisenhower changed the name from Armistice Day to Veterans Day and made it a national holiday. Today, we still celebrate Veterans Day on November 11th. Veterans march in parades. People fly the American flag and hang gold and blue stars in their windows. A blue star means a family member fought in a war and is still alive. A gold star means a family member died in battle. Though Veterans Day is still a celebration of the end of World War I, people today observe it by honoring the men and women who have served proudly in our nation's armed forces. Let's review what we've learned. Veterans Day is a time to honor the men and women who have served in our country's armed forces. Veterans Day started in 1918 at the end of the First World War. We celebrate it on November 11th. Veterans Day used to be called Armistice Day. An armistice is a pledge to stop fighting. Memorial Day.
Many men and women over the years gave their lives while serving in the United States Armed Forces. On Memorial Day, we remember their bravery and the sacrifices they and their families made. This way, their service to their country can never be forgotten.
Memorial Day is celebrated on the last Monday in May. From 1861 to 1865, men from the North and the South of the United States fought each other in the Civil War. When the war ended, people from both sides wanted to make sure those who had died in the fighting were never forgotten. In 1868, Commander-in-Chief John Logan of the Union Army ordered May 30th to be set aside as a day for decorating the graves of the Union soldiers. This was called Decoration Day. Most states in the northern part of the country continued observing it every year and made it a legal holiday. Decoration Day was celebrated in the North until 1882. Then, veterans of the Union Army made two important decisions. They decided to honor the dead from all wars and to pay special attention to remembering these soldiers. So they started calling Decoration Day Memorial Day. In the southern United States, people honored those who had died fighting for the South by observing Confederate Memorial Day. But each southern state celebrated on a different day. These traditions continued for almost 100 years until 1971, when President Richard Nixon declared Memorial Day a national holiday. Now, the whole country could be united in remembering those who had died in the Civil War. Today, people across America celebrate Memorial Day by marching in parades. People also display American flags outside their homes and decorate the graves of old relatives and loved ones. Memorial Day is an important time to remember the sacrifices made by our country's soldiers. It's a day for honoring those who have fought and died for our freedom. What have we learned about Memorial Day? Memorial Day is a time to remember the soldiers who have died fighting for the United States. It is celebrated on the last Monday in May. Memorial means in memory of. Memorial Day used to be called Decoration Day. In 1971, President Richard Nixon made Memorial Day a national holiday. Labor Day.
The United States has many different kinds of workers: coal miners, teachers, even soldiers. And there is a special day to honor all of them. It's called Labor Day. Labor simply means work. Today, people celebrate Labor Day by taking a rest from work and having fun. But we should always remember that there is a serious reason why Labor Day became a national holiday.
Labor Day was started in 1882 by a man named Peter J. McGuire. In those days, many workers were treated poorly. They were forced to labor in factories where the light was terrible and the drinking water was dirty. Many people worked 10 to 13 hours a day, and some workers labored every day of the week. Even young children worked long hours in factories and coal mines. Children also earned much less money than men. Often, children only made $1.50 a week. The owners of the businesses did not care. They wanted to make as much money as possible, so they worked people as hard as they could. Worst of all, there were no laws saying how long the workday could be, how much workers got paid, or how safe and comfortable their workplaces should be kept. So the workers decided to fight for a change. They wanted better workplaces, shorter working days, and more money. They joined unions so they could fight together. A union is a group of people who come together for a common goal. Each type of job had its own union. There was a union for bricklayers and another for coal miners. Peter J. McGuire belonged to the Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners Union. He decided to have a special day to celebrate American workers. So he planned to hold the first Labor Day celebration in September 1882. McGuire wanted all workers to take a day off work and enjoy a big holiday parade in New York City. But it was very risky. People could be fired for not reporting to their jobs. McGuire worried that people would not come. On the big day, he waited anxiously. But soon, lots of people arrived and the parade began. 10,000 workers marched. There was even a huge brass band playing music. After the parade, the workers enjoyed a big picnic and speeches. That night, they were treated to red, white, and blue fireworks exploding in the sky. Labor Day was such a success that in 1894, President Grover Cleveland made it a national holiday. Thanks to the hard work of all unions, conditions for workers in the United States have greatly improved. So, every year on the first Monday in September, we celebrate our workers and honor their struggle to build better lives for themselves and their children. Let's review. Labor Day is a time to celebrate the contributions of our country's workers. Labor Day was started by Peter J. McGuire in 1882. It is celebrated on the first Monday in September. A group of workers who join together to work for a common cause is called a union. Election Day and voting.
Many of our national observances celebrate important people or events in our nation's past. But Election Day is different because it's a time for participating in our country's future. On Election Day, our nation's adult citizens choose our public leaders by voting.
The right to vote is a freedom our colonial leaders fought for in the Revolutionary War. They didn't want kings as rulers. They wanted the freedom to select and replace their leaders as needed. On Election Day, our nation's adult citizens choose or elect our public leaders. Election Day is held on the Tuesday following the first Monday in November. The men and women who would like to serve in elected offices are called candidates. Candidates usually come from our country's two main political groups, the Democratic and Republican parties, although there are some candidates who don't belong to either group. Before elections are held, the candidates who would like to win a particular office run what is called a campaign race, so the public can learn more about them. There are different kinds of campaign races for different levels of public office. In local elections, voters choose a mayor who is in charge of running their city or town. In state elections, voters elect a governor who runs their state. And in national elections, voters help pick a president of the United States who is the leader of our country. Candidates give speeches on television and radio and make posters showing their names and pictures. Sometimes candidates even hold debates to compare views. A debate is a public argument about a particular question or issue. When Election Day arrives, the campaign race ends and the voters make their decisions. People go to a local polling station to vote. There, they enter a booth by themselves. While inside, the voters pick the candidate whom they would like to elect. In some states, voters mark the candidate's name and then pull a lever. In other places, voters indicate their choice by filling in a box with a pencil. Throughout Election Day, the votes are counted. The candidate who gains the most votes at the end of the day wins. Today, any adult citizen can vote, but for many years, only white men who owned property were allowed. In 1787, when the Constitution was written, many people, including women, Native Americans, and African Americans, were not allowed to vote. In 1870, African American males won the right to vote after the United States passed the 15th Amendment to the Constitution. This new law said that no state could deny citizens the right to vote because of race or color. But many states, particularly in the South, made it very difficult for African Americans to register. For a long time, women were not allowed to vote either. Many joined the suffrage movement. Suffrage means getting the right to vote. Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Stanton were leaders of the suffragettes who traveled the country speaking about women's rights. In 1920, the 19th Amendment was added to the Constitution. It gave women the right to vote. It was not until 1948 that Native Americans in every state were given the right to vote. Many people work hard to help adults register and to encourage them to turn out on Election Day and vote. What did we learn? In the United States, we elect our public leaders by voting. People who would like to serve in public office are called candidates. They run a campaign race to get their message to the voters. Suffrage means getting the right to vote. Independence Day.
Independence Day is our country's birthday and very first national observance. Independence Day is a time to celebrate the freedom we enjoy in the United States and also to remember the year 1776 when our colonial leaders were preparing to take their boldest steps yet toward our country's independence.
On July 2nd, 1776, the colonial leaders meeting in Philadelphia decided to break free from England. 2 days later, on July 4th, many of the leaders signed the Declaration of Independence. It explained why the American colonies should be free. After he signed the Declaration, John Adams wrote to his wife saying July 2nd would become our national birthday. He predicted that we would celebrate Independence Day with parades, shows, games, sports, bonfires, and illuminations from one end of this continent to the other. Well, Mr. Adams was right about the way Americans celebrate Independence Day, but he was wrong about the date. Our country's birthday is celebrated on July 4th, not July 2nd. Congress never passed a law declaring July 4th our country's birthday. It didn't need to. People just naturally celebrated on this date. But for a few years, Independence Day was only celebrated in Philadelphia. On our country's first birthday in 1777, ships in Philadelphia's harbor boomed out 13 cannon shots, one for each of the original 13 colonies. That night, there were many bonfires throughout the city and a huge fireworks display. Independence Day spread to other parts of the country, and as more people celebrated, more activities were included. July 4th became the official day to lay down cornerstones of important federal buildings and to add new stars to our national flag. In 1876, our country celebrated its 100th birthday. The people of Philadelphia held a World's Fair to celebrate. And in 1976, our nation's 200th birthday, there were huge celebrations of music and fireworks at the Statue of Liberty and in Washington, D.C. Fireworks have always been a favorite tradition of Independence Day. Many colors are included, but red, white, and blue are the most special. They are the colors of the American flag. Independence Day is a great time to be patriotic by showing pride for the United States. People decorate with red, white, and blue streamers and hold big parades. Many people also have picnics with family and friends. So, while John Adams was wrong about Independence Day's date, he was absolutely right about the way Americans celebrate it. Even today, we enjoy the same kinds of patriotic activities he expected. In this segment, we learned that Independence Day is our country's birthday. It is observed on July 4th. On July 4th, 1776, many of our colonial leaders signed the Declaration of Independence. Patriotism means loyalty and pride for your country.
Memories of their sufferings in Missouri and Illinois were fresh in the Saints' mind when they moved west. Petitions for government help at those times had been in vain. The Saints' best hope for protection in their newest home was statehood. Only in statehood could they protect their interest with the least federal interference. They applied for statehood as the state of Deseret in 1849, but their petition was denied. Instead, in 1850, an act of Congress created the Territory of Utah and opened the way for appointment of federal officials to major positions in the new territorial government. President Millard Fillmore's first territorial appointees included both Mormons and Gentiles. Brigham Young was the first territorial governor, and church members held most local and elective territorial positions. Although Mormons had no intention of overthrowing the United States government, many non-Mormons accused them of failing to maintain a separation of church and state. The accusations were partly influenced by Mormon belief that the kingdom of God would soon supplant all earthly governments, and that church leaders would play a major role in that kingdom. A few non-Mormon territorial appointees, disappointed that they could not arrogate more power to themselves, abandoned their posts and fled to Washington, bringing serious but false charges against Brigham Young. Other anti-Mormon charges followed in an unending stream in the decades to come. In 1857, President Buchanan seemed to have accepted the anti-Mormon reports at face value and was convinced of a Mormon rebellion against the Constitution of the United States. After Brigham Young had been governor of the Utah Territory for 8 years, President Buchanan appointed a new set of federal officials, including Alfred Cumming as governor, and ordered the Army to escort Cumming to Utah to put down the supposed rebellion. The resulting fiasco, known as the Utah War and Buchanan's blunder, led to an increase in Washington-appointed officials to keep Utah in line. They were welcomed by the non-Mormon minority in Utah, who paid substantial taxes in the territory, but who, lacking local government positions, complained loudly of taxation without representation. They accused the Mormons of dominating the schools, banks, and economic development. Many of them especially protested Brigham Young's opposition to mining development. His intention was to build the kingdom on a solid agricultural base and to avoid a Gentile gold rush into the territory. His anti-mining policies were opposed by such men as Colonel Patrick Connor, who arrived with his California volunteers in 1863 to protect the overland mail route and also to assume the unofficial responsibility of keeping an eye on the Mormons. He therefore established Fort Douglas as a convenient watching post and encouraged his men to prospect for gold, silver, and other minerals, hoping the finds would bring an influx of non-Mormons into the territory so they could outvote the Mormons. The anti-Mormon factions gathered strength from a few apostate saints in the 1860s, and above all, from the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869. Non-Mormons and ex-Mormons united in 1870 to form the Liberal Party under the leadership of by then General Connor. The Mormons, in response, formed the People's Party. These two parties would carry Utah's local political struggles until statehood was achieved. But who outside of Utah was interested in Utah's political and economic struggles? Plural marriage was the issue that could attract national attention to Utah, and anti-polygamy legislation would also force changes in other areas. The saints practiced celestial marriage, which meant that a marriage performed in the proper place with the proper authority could endure even after death if it had been sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise or the Holy Ghost. Only men and women of high moral character, faithful to the teachings of Jesus Christ, could participate in such a marriage. In 1841, Joseph Smith had privately revealed to the church leadership the principle of plural marriage, the taking of more than one wife at a time, as did Abraham, Jacob, and other faithful patriarchs of old. Critics linked polygamy with slavery, calling them the twin relics of barbarism, and charging that the saints' practice of plural marriage was sensually motivated. But in reality, self-discipline and sanctity of the home were stressed, and Mormons counted adultery as a deadly sin, second only to murder. Faithful latter-day husbands who took plural wives did so only under the direction of the Lord, and only with permission from the First Presidency of the Church, as well as the consent of the first wife. Financial and physical stability were also required. Under these restrictions, a limited number of families were qualified to be a part of the plural wife system. Unity, harmony, and strict morality prevailed in most polygamous homes. But the problems and frustrations in a few cases provided fuel for the critics, most of whom got their information secondhand. From dime store novels, newspaper cartoons, and from lecturers, many of whom got their information secondhand, or who, as apostate Mormons, often distorted and sensationalized the truth. When non-Mormon crusaders called for help in what they called rescuing Mormon women from the degrading bondage of polygamic slavery, and even constructed a refuge for them, Mormon women replied,
"Let them tend to their own homes, and let us tend to ours in peace. We have no wish to be saved from loving husbands, nor from sharing celestial glory with them."
However, public pressures eventually led to the moral anti-bigamy law in 1862, the beginning of federal legislation directed specifically against the Mormons. The act was designed to curtail the church's practice of polygamy and to limit its economic power by...
And he has told us to obey these laws. The nation tells us, if you do, we will persecute you. Which shall we obey? I cannot, as an honorable man, disobey my God, forsake my wives and my children. I won't do it.
But anti-Mormon forces had not been idle. Recognizing that Mormons would not strictly enforce the anti-bigamy law as long as they remained in control of the courts, and in response to hundreds of petitions on the Mormon question, Congress in 1882 passed the Edmunds Law. It not only provided heavy penalties for the practice of polygamy, but it declared polygamists ineligible to vote, to hold public office, or to serve on juries. Thus, with the stroke of a pen, over 1/3 of Utah's voters were disfranchised, about 12,000 people, women as well as men. For in 1870, Utah had been one of the first territories to grant women the right to vote. In many cases, the law was stretched to include not only proven polygamists, but also those who simply believed in plural marriage, whether they practiced it or not. In other words, nearly all believing Mormons. A 5-member commission was appointed by the president to oversee all elections, and all currently held elective offices were declared vacant. In the courts, plural wives were obliged to testify against their husbands, and plural marriages performed before the 1862 law were punished with the same severity as those performed after. Many Mormons had provided separate housing for their wives in efforts to comply as much as possible with the 1862 law, and they began living with only one of the wives. The courts ignored their efforts and prosecuted anyway, generally under the all-inclusive charge of unlawful cohabitation. Rutger Clausen was the first man to be tried and convicted under the Edmunds Act. When his conviction was upheld by the United States Supreme Court in 1885, territorial officials intensified their prosecution efforts, as deputies would stage massive, what they termed, polig hunts for cohabs. The anti-polygamy crusade spread into Idaho and Arizona with vindictiveness. In Idaho, officials boasted they could convict Mormons whether guilty or not. The flag flew at half-mast on July 4th, 1885, on many buildings in Salt Lake City, as Mormons mourned what they regarded as a miscarriage of justice in the territory. Non-Mormons denounced the half-masting as disloyal and defiant, and excited crowds came close to fighting in the city. When deputies shot and killed an unarmed polygamist in southern Utah, many saints called for a lynching, which was forestalled only by a telegram from Apostle Heber J. Grant, who advised them that one wrong does not justify another. Secluded homes in rural areas became hiding places as many Latter-day Saint leaders, including President Taylor and his counselors, went underground. Church business was carried out mostly through secret meetings and nighttime correspondence. Other Latter-day Saint Pearl families fled to Mexico or Canada to settle where United States laws could not reach them. Those who did not escape arrest and conviction were sentenced to the pen. Built in the 1850s to accommodate less than 100 inmates, it was hardly adequate for over 1,200 Mormon polygamists in the late 1880s, even when additional facilities were added. Mormon prisoners made the best of their circumstances, however. They organized classes such as bookkeeping, kept diaries, played chess and football, painted, read, wrote poetry, and organized bands, which often played at celebrations such as those on July 4th, July 24th, Election Day, and Christmas. Behind this cheerful front, however, the prison experience left a record of broken health, as the overcrowding, bed bugs, and other vermin, poor diet, and lack of good exercise took their toll. The wives and children outside the prison also suffered in the absence of their breadwinners, even though they were assisted as much as possible by the community. A Mormon polygamist prison sentence was not considered a disgrace. He was instead honored as one who suffered for his religion, much to the dismay of the federal officials. The polygamist felt they were prisoners for conscience sake. In Washington, the church maintained several influential lobbyists, including a non-Mormon, to work with the government for understanding and some solution to the problems. But political officials responded with yet another bill even more devastating than the Edmunds Act. Crippling the church's effectiveness had not been enough, for church members showed no sign of abandoning their belief in plural marriage. So the Edmunds-Tucker Act of 1887 was aimed not only at polygamy, but included provisions designed to destroy the church as a political and economic entity. Because of this newest law, the Emigration Fund for aiding overseas members was dissolved, and the territorial militia was disbanded. The territorial superintendent of schools was replaced by a court-appointed commissioner. Legal wives as well as plural wives could be required to testify against their husbands, and all women in Utah, Mormon and non-Mormon alike, lost their right to vote. But the most devastating provision was that the church was dissolved as a legal entity, and the government would take over all church property in excess of $50,000, including tithing property. The church was forced to pay rent on what it had previously owned. The rent was $500 a month for the tithing house and historian's office, and the church could not borrow to pay debts. Families were broken up. The church leaders were still in hiding. The president of the church, John Taylor, had died while in exile in July of 1887. On September the 24th, 1890, Church President Wilford Woodruff called for a meeting of general authorities to tell them that he had sought the will of the Lord and that the Lord had revealed that the church must relinquish the practice of plural marriage. That same day, the church issued a press release, later known as the Manifesto. Although the church had already halted the teaching of and authorization for plural marriage, the Manifesto was the first official declaration that the church would now conform to the law of the land. 2 weeks later, on October the 6th, the Manifesto was sustained by the members in a general conference. A few church members opposed the change. Even though George Q. Cannon reminded them that the Lord had once said the saints would not be required to fulfill a command that became impossible to fulfill because of persecution from their enemies. To those members and non-members who refused to accept the change as revelation, President Woodruff made it clear that the action was not merely a concession to government pressure. He said,
"The Lord showed me by vision and revelation exactly what would take place if we did not stop this practice. But I want to say this. I should have let all the temples go out of our hands. I should have gone to prison myself and let every other man go there, had not the God in heaven commanded me to do what I did do."
The Manifesto paved the way for a new era of understanding for the church. The courts began showing leniency to the saints who had taken plural wives before the Manifesto. And husbands were not required to reject those wives or their children. In 1894, President Grover Cleveland signed a general amnesty and opened the door for statehood. After 40 years of struggle and numerous petitions for statehood, Utah finally became a state of the Union, the 45th. Using the polygamy issue as a wedge to rally national support, anti-Mormon forces and Utah's non-Mormon minority had been successful in striking blows at the church's political control and economic independence. And when the church had been pushed to the brink of destruction, and the members had been tested to the utmost of their faith, the Lord instructed them to make the changes that would help the church enter into a new era of growth and understanding, and help Utah become a full-fledged member of the national family of states.
The symbol of the Rose Cross. Something partly seen in William Blake's sketch of Dante's Paradise, with a cross in the center. But now look at this drawing done by famed artist Gustave Doré. The title of Doré's illustration is, quote, "The Saintly Throng in the Form of a Rose." This statue of Dante, holding a copy of his Divine Comedy, is found in Meridian Hill Park in Washington, D.C. This is the same park that is said to have marked the sacred 77th meridian upon which Washington, D.C. was built. But one final Rosicrucian emblem in the Library of Congress is worth noting. High up in the ceiling, in between two faunish-looking figures with serpents for legs, is what appears to be a traditional crucifixion. But behind the Christ-like figure on the cross is a black, double-headed phoenix. The words in Latin that encircle the image come from Psalm 17:8, a psalm that is often employed in Rosicrucian writings. It reads, "Under the shadow of thy wings, protect us." The question is, whose wings are providing the protection? The Rosicrucians, like the Freemasons, follow a particular philosophy known as Hermeticism, which is directly related to how and why Washington, D.C. was built. The origin of this philosophy dates back to the deepest recesses of the ancient world, and to what has been one of the most dominant subjects in archaeological and metaphysical research through the 19th and 20th centuries, the lost empire of Atlantis. In Plato's dialogue, the entire authority of the Atlantis tale is based on the reputation of Solon, the Greek poet and lawgiver.
Plato cited Solon as his source of information concerning the Atlantis story. And Solon said that he got his information about the Atlantis story from the priesthood of ancient Egypt during his time there, which was extensive. He is featured prominently in the Hall of the Lawgivers in the Capitol building, and he is also featured prominently on the pediment on the back of the Supreme Court building.
The pediment above the east entrance of the Supreme Court building features Moses holding the 2 tablets of the 10 Commandments. To his right is Confucius, the ancient Chinese philosopher, while on his left is the Athenian lawgiver, Solon.
Solon, was one of those 7 wise men of Greece. Seemed to be very realistic about what he knew, which we knew where he got what he knew entirely, but he passed it on to Plato. So in the old Atlantis that was in legend, at least, although it seems like that Solon and Plato really believed it existed.
Atlantis is significant to understanding the secret societies, as it is said that all the mysteries believed by them have their beginning in this ancient empire.
Well, it's this concept that there is ancient, mysterious, magical knowledge, which we initiates only can provide to you, and goes back to the time of Atlantis. All knowledge, the power to heal, the power to destroy, godlike powers hidden within secret societies.
The ancient mystery religion is said to have been carried in secret to preserve the teachings through the Dark Ages. It's believed the mysteries were adopted by the Knights Templar, who brought them back to Europe when they returned from the Crusades.
Templars came over to the Holy Land, and this is where the Templars got a lot of their kind of outre heretical ideas that later on got them in a lot of trouble.
In England, the mysteries were adopted by men like Dr. John Dee, and later by Sir Francis Bacon. When Bacon sent his secret societies to the New World, the mysteries came with them. In short, the ancient mysteries represent the pagan beliefs of Rome, Greece, Babylon, and Egypt.
And before that, it said to Enoch, who was the great initiate and king of Atlantis, and it said all the teachings come from Enoch.
Enoch is mentioned in the book of Genesis, where it says that Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. The biblical Enoch was then adopted by the ancient occult philosophers, who transformed him into a synthesis of various pagan gods and wise men. According to Masonic historians, Enoch was later known as Hermes to the Greeks and Mercury to the Romans. Among the Egyptians, he was called Thoth, and the Book of Thoth is said to be a collection of his wisdom. Enough cannot be said about the esoteric version of Enoch. When Dr. John Dee made contact with angelic beings, they supposedly communicated a system of magic to him based on the Book of Enoch. Today, this system is widely practiced and is known as Enochian magic. Yet it is Enoch's identity as Hermes that seems most prevalent in the mysteries.
And hence the term Hermetic. And supposedly there was this great, awesome teacher of occult lore who was known as Hermes Trismegistus, which means thrice greatest Hermes. And he produced this book that's called the Divine Poimander. And this is kind of like, if you will, a Bible of ancient occult lore.
It was Hermes who was said to be the first to discover the zodiac and invented the art of communicating knowledge to the world. More importantly, Hermes taught men the craft of building cities. In the Divine Poimander is revealed the Hermetic maxim, as above, so below, as pictured by this tarot card of a magician with one hand up and the other hand down.
As above, so below, but after a different manner. And what that means is that in esoteric thought, in everything that is above is reflected down below. So for example, a human being is a certain shape and form, but the universe itself is a giant version of the human body. And that everything that is down here has a supernal, macrocosmic, if you will, origin. And that's one of the essential concepts in the occult.
As above, so below is repeatedly symbolized in esoteric art and
in any type of architecture to the ancients. That philosophy, that dictum, especially in Freemasonry, was as above, so below. What you have in the heavens should reflect at a certain period of time that which is on the earth. So Washington, D.C., in my opinion, has some very strong, powerful spiritual energies because of the lining up of these buildings to various stars.
These spiritual energies are referred to by Masonic author David Oveson. He writes that in the years following the American Revolution, the Masonic fraternities held ceremonial layings for government buildings. Such buildings were aligned with the stars and with the spiritual beings who ruled the stars. The debates over the design for Washington, D.C. usually begin with the designers themselves. Were these the sort of men to employ esoteric philosophy into the building of America's capital city?
There's a distinction we have to make between the street plan of Washington, D.C. and the architecture that adorns it. We know the names of the four major people that laid out the street plan and the variations that happen in those street plans. And then there are any number of architects that worked on the various buildings that went up over the years.
Nevertheless, at every major level, the influence of Freemasonry is said to have played a pivotal role. So much so that many researchers claim to see a Masonic square and compass in the street design itself.
Clearly, a lot of the designers and architects of Washington, D.C. were Masons, starting with George Washington himself, who was a high-ranking Mason and who was a leading force and a guiding force for both the location of the city and the layout of the city.
Washington's authority as the father of a new nation would set the course for America's capital city, beginning with its designer. George Washington was still president during the time that the plan for the city was conceived. Washington had commissioned Major Pierre Charles L'Enfant to work out the initial street design. L'Enfant had come from France with the Marquis de Lafayette and served with Washington during the Revolutionary War as one of his officers. He was known as a temperamental Frenchman, sometimes difficult, if not impossible, to work with.
He, as I understand it, felt very strongly about the plan that he developed for the street layout of the city. So much so that when minor changes were suggested, he became irate.
Oh, absolutely not. No changes. No changes.
But nonetheless, if you look at his original plan, which is, of course, available, you can see maps, his map, and it is very similar to the current layout of the city.
L'Enfant insisted his original design be followed to the letter, something that would later lead to his dismissal from the project. Yet even so, one Masonic author writes that the early architects responsible for individual buildings did attempt with considerable success to honor L'Enfant's master plan. He goes on to call it an arcane schema to be established with the aid of interested Masons. Yet in the planning stages, L'Enfant was particularly at odds with Thomas Jefferson.
These guys had a terrible, they just did not get along. Jefferson, of course, was a very important part of the designing of Washington, D.C.
Jefferson himself, along with Benjamin Franklin, was said to be deeply involved in astronomy. Jefferson spent 5 years as the American ambassador to France. When he returned, he brought with him the influence of European architecture. Along with Washington, Jefferson, and L'Enfant was Andrew Ellicott, the surveyor for the city, and Benjamin Banneker, his assistant. Banneker has been called the man who loved the stars. He was a freeborn African-American who published a famous almanac on astronomy. His influence on the design of Washington, D.C. has been greatly disputed. Some believe that when Pierre L'Enfant was fired from the project, he took his designs with him.
Good day, sir. L'Enfant!
And that Benjamin Banneker was able to recreate the plan from his photographic memory later on. Others argue that copies of L'Enfant's design were still available, and that the unfinished elements were then added by the surveyor, Andrew Ellicott, a little-known figure who some believe was a Freemason. While mysteries abound about the specifics, one thing all of the designers and surveyors seemed to have in common was an interest in the esoteric elements that would compose Washington, D.C. Ultimately, when the final design was presented, George Washington chose to call it the L'Enfant Plan. Perhaps the most influential researcher into the L'Enfant Plan and the mysterious, arcane elements of Washington, D.C. has been David Oveson, who wrote the book, The Secret Architecture of Our Nation's Capital. In his book, Oveson argues that the real mystery of Washington, D.C. is to be found in Federal Triangle.
What Oveson felt was that Federal Triangle was basically reflected from the stars.
Oveson's research, more than any other, confirms the idea that Washington, D.C. was built according to Hermetic principles, as above, so below.
It was laid out to reflect what was going on in the stars, where you had a right-angled triangle surrounding the constellation of Virgo.
The right-angled triangle surrounding Virgo is partly reflected in the layout of Federal Triangle and symbolizes the Pythagorean theorem. The theorem simply states that the base of a right triangle squared and the perpendicular side of a right triangle squared are equal to the third side, known as the hypotenuse. This theorem is said to be of unique and mysterious importance in Freemasonry.
It's interesting that in the third degree of Masonry, the Master Mason candidate is given several lectures. And one of the lectures he is told to meditate upon the 47th problem of Euclid, which is also the 47th theorem of Pythagoras. And it's also known as the Pythagorean theorem, which is the sum of the square of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the square of the other two sides in a right triangle. And of course, everybody goes, huh? You know, what's that got to do with anything? But it sounds really impressive. And of course, it's never explained. You have to go and look it up. You have to take the initiative and go into a Masonic library or a Scottish Rite library. Fortunately, there was a huge one in Milwaukee where I lived. And then you learn what they're being told. What they're being told is that, and again, symbols have different levels of meaning. And for example, the upright part of a right triangle symbolizes Baal. The horizontal part of the right triangle symbolizes the female, who is of course prostrate and passive. And the hypotenuse, which connects the two, that symbolizes the divine child that the Baal and the goddess create. Baal and Astarte, Isis and Osiris, pick the name, they're all the same thing. They're trying to evoke the trinity, the pagan trinity of Baal, or Osiris, and Isis, and Horus.
The squared elements of this Pythagorean trinity resemble the letter Y. In his book, David Oveson suggests that Washington, D.C. was intentionally placed at the split of the Potomac and Eastern rivers to symbolize this Pythagorean Y. It was George Washington who outlined the 10-square-mile parameter for the city, according to the cardinal directions. But Oveson's principal theory is that in L'Enfant's original plan, the White House, Washington Monument, and Capitol Building were designed in a right triangle, according to a star pattern above. where 3 stars surround the constellation Virgo, forming a stellar triangle. According to Ovison, the Federal Triangle actually exists within this greater triangle, but with the same purpose. This Hermetic symbolism, above and below, is intended to draw upon the spiritual energies associated with Virgo. But for what purpose? Could it be that as Isis brings forth Horus, so the energies of the Virgin are intended to bring forth the divine child? Ovison refers to Pennsylvania Avenue as the spiritual center of Washington, D.C., partly because it forms a direct line between the Capitol building and the White House, but also because Pennsylvania Avenue is the hypotenuse of the Federal Triangle and symbolizes the divine offspring of the pagan Trinity.
The divine child is supposed to be the, for lack of a better word, the New Age Messiah. He's supposed to be the product of the coming together of the cosmic feminine forces and the cosmic masculine forces to produce a synergy.
This synergy of the masculine and feminine is said to be a key understanding of all occult doctrine. These are the positive and negative, like the black and white imagery of yin and yang. Sir Francis Bacon held to these ideas through the gods Apollo and Athena. Bacon took his mystical views from the teachings of Kabbalah.
You know, in Kabbalah, it's taught that a man and a woman is a complete vessel, and that's the only way for the holy light to be held entirely.
This concept of completion is further defined by the esoteric concept of alchemy.
In Arabic, the term for chemistry is alchemia. In the European languages, that becomes alchemy, but it's an Arabic term that simply means the chemistry, the chemia, chemistry.
Alchemy is like divine chemistry. You could use that as a term. It's about transformation. It's about transformation of the lower self to the higher self. Some use the symbolic expression of lead to gold.
This divine chemistry is sometimes called the chemical marriage or wedding. In the 17th century, the Rosicrucian order put forth a document called The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz. A Rosicrucian website explains the purpose of the tale, saying that alchemy is based on the view that man, as a result of the loss of his original Adamic state, is divided within himself. He regains his integral nature only when the two powers are again reconciled with one another.
And so, just as there was an Adam and Eve, there's a husband and a wife, there's a man and a woman, because it's two different qualities, positive and negative, and together they make the whole.
Throughout Washington, D.C., the alchemic and Pythagorean principle of the male and female seems to be repeated again and again. Notice here the James Buchanan Monument, with a male figure to one side and a female to the other, while President Buchanan, who also happened to be a Freemason, is placed in between them, where the perfected man would be. But perhaps the clearest single representation of this Pythagorean alchemical formula is the Boy Scout Memorial found on 15th Street between E Street and Constitution Avenue. The Boy Scouts of America were founded by a Freemason named Daniel Carter Beard. And so it seems only fitting that the Boy Scout Memorial would be a kind of American Trinity, where the Boy Scout himself stands in the place of the divine offspring. Yet esoterics argue that this divine offspring cannot come forth without help from above.
Primary sources indicate, as Jefferson and other of those who were involved with architecture, that you lined up the heavens with whatever you were creating, have it built at a certain time, and that would pull the spiritual energies and powers into that location.
The idea of receiving help from heavenly powers was the ancient practice of alchemists, Rosicrucians, and those in pursuit of secret knowledge. But on Pennsylvania Avenue, the General Gordon Meade statue seems to clearly capture this idea. Meade was the Union general who defeated Robert E. Lee at the famous Battle of Gettysburg, sometimes called the bloodiest and most decisive battle of the Civil War. One that ultimately decided that the American states would remain united. Notice the general standing in the forward position with the golden standard of victory above his head, while behind him are a series of mythical god and goddess-looking figures, as if they might be powers and principalities from the heavenlies. In total, the statue seems to represent the idea that Meade was empowered by heavenly forces to accomplish what he did. But exactly what forces are these? And what power do they represent? A Freemasonic website features General Meade's walking stick, with an image of the general carved upon it, the name and dates of the Gettysburg battle, along with a skull and crossbones, while just above it is a Masonic square and compass. Consider also the golden standard that floats like a halo above the general's head, reminiscent of countless images of Christ through the Middle Ages. The theme of a Christ-like figure empowered by heavenly beings has many levels in Washington, D.C., and seems to be the perfect companion to the virgin symbolism which appears throughout the city, not the least of which is the goddess Freedom that sits atop the U.S. Capitol. A replica of Freedom is found inside the Capitol itself. The Virgin is said to symbolize purity and perfection, and hence becomes the alchemical companion to the perfected man, who also brings forth the divine child. In front of the Supreme Court building are found a male figure to one side and a female to the other. But centered in the tympanum above is not a man, but a woman, said to be the goddess Liberty enthroned. But exactly what liberty does she represent? David Oveson's book is subtitled The Masons and the Building of Washington, D.C. Could all of this arcane symbolism have been the intentional working of Freemasons? David Oveson seems to think so. The author declined to be interviewed on camera, but did grant us a phone interview, where he told us he felt his lengthy book was merely scratching the surface. We also learned from the Masonic headquarters in Washington, D.C., that since the book's publication, David Oveson has become a Freemason. But while many Masons are proud to say that America's Capitol is full of Masonic symbolism, not all of them agree.
From my studies of the design of Washington, D.C. and its history, I do not believe that there are any secret plans or designs related to Freemasonry.
Dr. S. Brent Morris is an honorary 33rd degree Mason and the managing editor for the Scottish Rite Journal, Masonry's premier publication. His office is located inside the Masonic House of the Temple in Washington, D.C.
Norman Vincent Keogh, Harry Truman, Bob Dole, Gene Autry, John Philip Sousa, John Glenn. We know that he wore this medal. We're not sure that he wore it at the cornerstone. There is the apron that he wore. That apron is still in existence. So there he is laying the cornerstone. Now,
while Dr. Morris is proud of Masonry's long heritage of prominent members, he disagrees with Oveson's notions of Masonic symbolism in stellar alignments and signs of the zodiac.
Freemasonry uses the zodiac in only the most superficial way. They use it as an emblem to refer to the heavens. You can go to the National Academy of Sciences and you can see star maps representing the heavens. You can see, in their mosaic floor, you can see designs of the gods and goddesses. And certainly if anyone in Washington is not influenced by astrology, it would be the National Academy of Sciences. Freemasonry uses the zodiac as a symbol for the sky, as a symbol for the heavens. We talk about the 7 liberal arts and sciences: grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. And the zodiac is often used to represent the science of astronomy. But there is no special Masonic importance assigned to the zodiac, no Masonic importance at all assigned to astrology. I don't put much stock in Ovasive's theories.
Dr. Morris is a prominent Masonic apologist. He's appeared several times on the History Channel and has written a number of books, including The Complete Idiot's Guide to Freemasonry.
I wrote my book, The Complete Idiot's Guide to Freemasonry, because there is a growing interest in the Masonic fraternity. A great deal of this is caused by Dan Brown's recent book, The Da Vinci Code, and the anticipation that his next book is going to be about Freemasonry. Because of this growing public interest, I thought it was important to put a book, simple to read, that was factual and that addressed many of the accusations, the claims, the rumors about Freemasonry.
Dr. Morris has even lectured at Canonbury Tower in London, the former home of Sir Francis Bacon, who is considered the first Grand Master of modern Masonry. Morris is highly respected by his brother Masons for his diligent defense of the craft.
There are many theories out there about the influence of Freemasons on the United States. You can find websites that claim that all the signers of the Declaration, or 50 of the signers of the Declaration, were Masons, and that all or most of the signers of the Constitutions were Masons, and that the Great Seal of the United States is a secret Masonic emblem, and that the street plan of Washington, D.C. has Masonic emblems. And there are 2 groups of people that promote these ideas. The first group of people are the anti-Masons, the people that hate the Masons, that want to show that there is some evil, powerful, possibly demonic conspiracy that is guiding the United States. And the other group of people are the overeager Freemasons that want to promote the theory.
Yet those who oppose Masonry are careful to point out that some of the overeager Freemasons have been among the most powerful men in America's history. Ed Decker is one of the leading Masonic critics and author of the book, The Dark Side of Freemasonry. Decker warns people about what he feels are the dangers of Masonry.
Well, my background in Masonry comes from my family. We've been a Masonic family for as long as I can go back to. I've traced it back to over 200 years of Masonic involvement, every male member of my family, as well as the women and the kids. And, you know, it went down from my grandfather, my great-grandfather, my great-great-grandfather, to my dad.
Decker even claims to have been threatened by Masons when exposing their secrets in the past.
I've been shot at, beat up, accosted, spit on, you name it. But when they're shooting at you, you know they're serious. My life has been threatened, been shot at a number of times. Praise God, I'm alive from that too.
Decker believes that Freemasons use clever tactics and word games to cover up their influence in America's history and to hide the truth about their secret rituals.
I was on a radio show in California one time years back, and I was talking about the 30th degree of the Scottish Rite, where they drink wine out of a human skull, the top of a human skull, and they talk about that the bread you eat in this Masonic communion is the actual bodies of Zoroaster and Confucius and Jesus and all the great teachers and Buddha and so forth, and that the blood you drink is the actual blood of the combination of all these great leaders and great teachers of mankind and the great Masons. It's a form of Masonic transubstantiation, and I was talking about this as when you go to a ritual and they have you drinking wine out of a skull, you got a problem. And I got a phone call that came in, and the caller said, "I'm a Mason. I've been a Mason for 60 years, and you're a liar. We don't drink it out of a human skull." And I said, "You're a liar. You do drink it out of a human skull. Don't tell me so. I know. I've been there, seen it." And he said, "Well, we drink it out of a plastic skull, not out of a real skull." I said, "Oh man." It was a word game with him.
The question has arisen for many. If some of the leading and most powerful men in America's history take part in such occult practices, what will the consequence ultimately be for America's destiny? A destiny planned by secret societies, said to be written, like so many riddles, in the stones of Washington, D.C. A growing number of Masons reject the suggestion of a Masonic agenda in Washington, D.C. Among them is Trevor McEwen, the Grand Historian for the Masonic Lodge of British Columbia.
If you study architecture, you'll note that architects will occasionally play little in-jokes, where, say, in the frieze work around the top of a building, there'll be medallions so that are supposed to be old Roman coins. So what they might do is, rather than put a Roman emperor as the face, they'll put their brother-in-law's face there. No one can really see it, but it's there. They'll put their children or their pet dog or across fishing rods because they like to go trout fishing. They'll put little symbols or little ideas hidden in the building just simply because it's their signature work. And they're allowed to do that. No one will really notice. So I'm suggesting that if an architect who happened to be a Freemason stuck a Masonic symbol somewhere, he did that simply as part of his signature, as an expression of his own life, not because some Masonic authority told him to, or because it has any Masonic impact or purpose.
Well, they can dodge and move around all they want to. When you talk to a Mason who says, well, those symbols are just kind of fun things, or they're just accidental, they're not Masonic, that's nonsense. They're put there by Masons for Masonic purpose. The Masons write about it. They may say that to you at the church when you're talking to them at their church. They may say it to you in the living room when you're talking to the Mason in the living room. But the Masons write about it. You know, in their magazines, they do articles about them, and you go on the web and go onto the Masonic websites, and they brag about it. They point to it.
One such Mason is Michael Bagent, the world-famous author of the book Holy Blood, Holy Grail. Bagent is on the board of trustees at Canonbury Tower in London. He is also the editor of the magazine Freemasonry Today, a publication that openly refers to Washington, D.C. as the Masonic City. Yet among the chief debates is the Masonic membership of its two chief designers, Pierre L'Enfant and Thomas Jefferson.
What's interesting when you chase down Thomas Jefferson or someone like Pierre L'Enfant is it's like chasing a shadow.
Many Masonic lodges and websites openly declare that Thomas Jefferson and Pierre L'Enfant were in fact Freemasons. Jefferson in particular is commonly placed in the lists of Masonic presidents, including this collection from the Harry S. Truman Presidential Library. Needless to say, Truman himself was a proud Mason. Some believe that modern Masonry denies the membership of Jefferson and L'Enfant to distance itself from the idea of a Masonic conspiracy in America's history.
I mean, I can find you, it's on the internet, there were some Masonic editions of the Bible that list Masonic presidents, and Jefferson is listed. And so they say, aha, we know that Jefferson is a Mason, and you're trying to hide it because he was this awful deist, and you don't want to have an atheistic, non-Christian deist as one of your members. And the answer is no. The people that wrote the Bible, that wrote the supplementary pages for that edition of the Bible, made a mistake.
The only way to prove anyone is a Freemason is to have their initiation records. His certainly are missing.
Some have argued that Jefferson and L'Enfant might have been initiated into Masonry during their time in France. In Paris, the Lodge of the Nine Sisters was a famous French lodge, whose members included Benjamin Franklin, John Paul Jones, and the Marquis de Lafayette. Jefferson and L'Enfant would have certainly been in familiar company.
It's possible for Pierre L'Enfant, as well as Thomas Jefferson, to have belonged to a French Masonic lodge or possibly another Masonic lodge on the continent of Europe. Jefferson was ambassador to France. L'Enfant was himself a Frenchman. Perhaps they belonged to a French lodge. Perhaps the records were lost during the French Revolution or at some other time. Perhaps they also were visited by space aliens and taken to Area 51 in New Mexico and then flown back to their homes. That's a possibility also.
In stark contrast to Dr. Morris's view, Michael Bagent, in his Freemasonry Today, openly refers to Pierre L'Enfant and Thomas Jefferson as Freemasons, as do many Masonic lodges, even to this day. Similar opposing views also exist on the writings of men like David Oveson.
Oveson is not writing an anti-Masonic book. Oveson, in the main, has good things to say about Masonry. He's talking about how the builders and the founders of this nation were Freemasons. So, of course, that's going to ring sympathetic bells with any other Freemason.
Among those whose sympathetic bells seem to have been rung is Siegfried Kleinknecht, the former Sovereign Grand Commander of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, an office believed by many to be the most powerful Masonic office in the United States. Kleinknecht is pictured here next to President Ronald Reagan, when Reagan was made an honorary 33rd degree Mason. This becomes significant when one considers that Kleinknecht wrote the foreword to David Oveson's book. He begins with the words, "As above, so below," saying these words, attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, lie at the heart of the Western esoteric tradition. He later refers to the work as a fascinating and well-researched book. We asked Dr. Morris to comment.
Brother Kleinknecht was the one who hired me to work at the Supreme Council as the managing editor of the Scottish Rite Journal. I've known him for over 20 years. I admire him as a Mason, as an administrator. I'm quite impressed with what he's accomplished. We don't happen to see eye to eye on that historical interpretation. But again, I think the important thing is he emphasizes in his introduction, or his foreword, that Oveson may have found an explanation. He doesn't say it is the explanation. Certainly it's an intriguing explanation, but I don't think that there is any historical basis to it.
Of David Oveson's research, Siegfried Kleinknecht writes that recent scholarship demonstrates the undeniable influence of Freemasonry exerted on the American system of government. While Kleinknecht is careful in his suggestion, he goes on to relate Oveson's work with that of 19th century Masonic icon Albert Pike.
Albert Pike is the father, really the father of American Freemasonry.
I don't know of a greater authority on Scottish Rite Masonry than Albert Pike because he authored it. He's the one who wrote Scottish Rite Masonry, the 32 Degrees.
Albert Pike, in his ritual research, suggests that the ceiling of Masonic lodges should be painted with symbolic constellations.
In the foreword to Oveson's book, Kleinknecht comments on Pike's suggestion for a ceiling design. He says, "The astonishing thing is that Pike's ceiling design reflects precisely the same mysteries observed by David Oveson in this book."
Albert Pike was one of the most prominent 19th century Freemasons. He joined the fraternity, I believe, in 1859, just before the Civil War. He was a scholar of ancient languages, was very familiar with what we would call comparative religion today, and he was given the task by the Supreme Council for the Southern Jurisdiction to rewrite their rituals. And this he did just before the Civil War, and then after the Civil War, he was elected Grand Commander of the Southern Jurisdiction, and he served in that position until his death in, I think, 1891.
Pike held the office of Sovereign Grand Commander for the Southern Jurisdiction, which is based in Washington, D.C. This is the same office that would be later held by Siegfried Kleinknecht. Albert Pike's great contribution to the Scottish Rite is his book, Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. On the title page it reads, "Esoteric Book for Scottish Rite Use Only, to be returned upon withdrawal or death of recipient."
It's given to the new Masons after they've gone through a series of stuff. Then they're given a copy of Albert Pike's book.
Pike declared that the true definition of Freemasonry is an advance toward the light. The question then becomes, what is the light of Masonry? Many believe the answer comes from Pike's own words. In Morals and Dogma, Pike wrote, "Lucifer, strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Is it he who bears the light? Doubt it not." Masons and their critics will likely agree that these words perhaps more than any other, continue to haunt Pike's memory. But Albert Pike was not the only Mason to speak of such things. Manly Hall, in his book, The Lost Keys of Freemasonry, wrote that when the Mason learns the mystery of his craft, the seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands.
This is another bust that was done by Mr. Hall of a man he had a great affinity for, which was Albert Pike, one of the great Freemasons of the world.
A statue of Albert Pike is located at 3rd and D Streets in downtown Washington, D.C. It was erected by Freemasons in 1901 through an act of Congress. Pike is shown with a maiden beneath him, bearing the standard of the Scottish Rite. More than a century after his death, Albert Pike continues as an important and controversial figure in America's capital. Not only does his statue remain, but he is the central focus of one of Washington, D.C.'s most unique buildings, the Masonic House of the Temple, the headquarters for the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. The building was designed by 20th century architect John Russell Pope, who modeled it after the mausoleum at Halicarnassus, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Pope himself was not a Freemason, so he relied upon the esoteric knowledge of Elliott Woods, a 32nd degree Mason who was the architect of the United States Capitol at the time. The top of the temple is shaped like a step pyramid that some believe parallels the truncated pyramid on the back of the dollar bill.
If you count the courses of masonry on the pyramid, you'll see it has 13 courses of masonry, and that corresponds to the 13 steps on the pyramid that is the roof of the House of the Temple.
Not only is the number 13 present in the roof design, but the House of the Temple is said to be 13 blocks north of the White House, leading some to believe that a secret Masonic signature somehow ties Masonry with the seat of power in American government.
One of the interesting theories put forward about the layout of Washington, D.C. is that the House of the Temple is exactly 13 blocks north of the White House. And the statement is usually said with a great deal of dread, and I'm sure that if we had a soundtrack accompanying it, there would be deep bass strings playing in the background to emphasize that sense of dread. Now, it turns out that there are some side streets at a halfway marker, and if you count them, and you don't count the streets that are in the circles, well, by golly, you can come up with 13 if you kind of squint your eyes and look at it sideways.
Using a simple map, 13 individual cross streets can be identified between the White House and the House of the Temple, located on the south side of S Street. Dr. Morris's contention, however, is that if one counts the 2 streets that cross Scott's Circle, rather than only the street that runs between them, it would not amount to 13 blocks. Yet even prominent publications, such as U.S. News and World Report, have written that the Masonic House of the Temple is about 13 blocks north of the White House. But superstition about 13 seems ingrained in American culture. Even our modern elevators specifically avoid the number. It's said that President Franklin Roosevelt would invite his secretary to dinner to keep from having 13 people at the table, and would avoid going out on the 13th of each month. Yet it would seem that FDR was not so troubled about the appearance of 13 on the Great Seal of the dollar bill. 13 leaves in the olive branches, 13 bars and stripes in the shield, 13 feathers in the tail of the eagle, 13 arrows clutched in its talons, 13 letters in the phrase E pluribus unum on the ribbon, 13 stars in a hexagram above the eagle's head, the 13 levels to the pyramid, and 13 letters in the phrase Annuit Coeptus, said to mean God has prospered. When French architect Pierre L'Enfant laid out the design for Washington, D.C., David Oveson tells us he planned for 13 approximate straight lines of avenues for the city. But what does 13 mean in the occult? First, let us consider how those who are involved with mysticism look at numbers. William Wynne Westcott, a well-known Freemason and one of the co-founders of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, explains that the followers of Pythagoras referred every object, planet, man, idea, and essence to some number or other. The numerals of Pythagoras were hieroglyphic symbols, by means whereof he explained all ideas concerning the nature of things. He goes on to say that all systems of religious mysticism are based on numerals. Some believe the phobia about 13 comes from the Last Supper, where supposedly Judas Iscariot was the 13th person to arrive and then later betray Christ. Kabbalists say 13 represents man's ability to go beyond the zodiac, to ascend above the stars of heaven. With this in mind, consider this phrase inside the Library of Congress: "Too low they build, who build beneath the stars." For Kabbalists, the number 13 is not unlucky, but refers to their concept of God. The word Shekinah represents the manifestation of God's glory. It is
millions of miles from Earth is a planet. It is called Zirconia. On this planet is a city called Spazonia. One of the city's most honored citizens is Professor Smarts. Every day, Professor Smarts flies to his laboratory in his air car. Uh-oh, seems that today he's having a few traffic problems. Presently, Professor Smarts is working on a time capsule. It is nearly completed, only testing remains. What's that? Oh, it's a message from the computer. Snake? What would the professor want a snake for? Oh, it was a mistake. The professor wanted a snack. That's a good trick, squeezing a banana to peel it. I see they have litter bugs on Zirconia, too. Professor, the banana peel. Oh, no. Professor, you're going in the wrong way. Try to get out. That's right, but don't kick too hard. Uh-oh, you just broke your directional control. And I think you also kicked your takeoff button, because you're taking off. I wonder where the professor could be going without his directional control. Well, at least we know his time capsule is working. Uh-oh, Professor. Now you're out of fuel and stuck in 1835. The professor is now plummeting helplessly through space. I wonder where he's landing. It looks something like Earth. It is Earth. That's an Indian chief greeting him. It's obviously Kenosha, and the chief is taking him on a tour. First to the wigwam maker. He explains with sign language how wigwams are made with sapling frames covered by birch bark. Uh-oh, the wigwam maker ripped his pants. He must have bumped his wigwam. I guess he's not the greatest wigwam maker after all. On to the canoe maker, who invites the professor to test one of his canoes. Uh-oh. Let's hope there aren't any sharks nearby. Oh no, I'm sorry I said that. That's a friendly pair. Disgusted, the chief takes Professor Smarts to watch the greatest hunter in action. What action! Rotten is more like it. By now the chief figures the professor needs some refreshment. I wonder how that tastes. Wow, that's powerful stuff. And he's asking for more? I wonder why. Where are you going? I mean, floating, Professor. I see. You're using it for fuel for your spaceship. That's good thinking, Professor. I hope it works. Good luck. It worked. You blasted off all right. I hope you get back to Zirconia. I see you did return. Now you're going to check up on Canosia. Ah, the first white settlers to come to Canosia. And there's John Bullen, Jr. He was followed by a wagon load of men and the first woman settler, Mrs. Wilson, who had a rough arrival. The Indians left when the settlers bought their land. He hasn't sewed his pants yet? That's unbelievable. The settlers built their cabins in the spring. They had a problem with the wolves attacking their cows. They solved this problem by building a stockade. The settlers were fortunate in having plenty of fish in Pike's Creek. A shark in a creek? The first lighthouse was a huge tree stump with a fire built on top. It was in use when the town was named Southport in 1837. Sometimes there were accidents on the lake. Next, Professor Smarts decides to see what happened in 1890. By then, Southport was called Kenosha, and a real lighthouse had been built, and ship traffic increased. In 1890, churches were built, and a general store, and a saloon for the thirsty, and even a cafe. Wood frame homes replaced log cabins. Now Professor Smarts is really interested in Kenosha's growth and modern homes. Then Professor Smarts turns his time telescope to the present, 1976, when on July 4th, Kenosha had the biggest fireworks display in its history in honor of the bicentennial. I understand that Professor Smarts is so impressed with Kenosha that he plans to visit it again someday. So if you should see him, give him my warmest regards.
"200 years ago, his country was founded. He's an American, but he's forced to live in a slum. Many of us are better off. That's why the God we worship expects us to help one another. Join with others at your church or synagogue and make this world better. Welcome God to America's bicentennial. Practice what you pray."